Hey, okay. Now, let me get over here. Go live. Hey, fabulous. It is working, y'all. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, okay. I'm going to tell you, we streaming and it's early. It's not starting yet, so you can go get your friends. I'm Dr. Herb Sister. I've been up since 4 o'clock. So excited about this. Get your friends, get your sisters, get people. We have an entire lineup of these powerful sisters who are womb massagers, OBs, psychologists, just name it. Motivational coaches, yoni steam practitioners, all today. We're going to start at 10 o'clock. I had to get everything ready because I wanted to make sure everything was going to go right. You know how that is. When you just so excited about something, everything has to click. And everything is clicking. Okay. So, since I got everything clicking and we are streaming, I want y'all to tell your friends. Got that sunlight coming in here, but got to do something. Okay. Tell y'all friends that we're here from 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have to remember that's important because we have a lot of sister friends in California, and that's the first thing they ask is East Coast, West Coast. Okay. East Coast time. And we want everybody to show up for all of this incredible information that we have here today. What I'm going to do right now, because I needed to make sure everything was going to work. Because, I've been dreaming about this for 2 months. Is it going to work when I click go live? So that's over. That's over. So that's a relief. Okay. So now what we want is to I'm gonna tell you what's going on, tell you about some other things that we have coming forward. We may have some early birds because I let them know I'm gonna be here from 6 o'clock in the morning, and we starting at 10. But guess what? That's how you make sure. That's how you make it a success. Is you thinking about it, that's what you want, and you will make it happen because you putting all your mind energy into it. Okay, so you know what? It's going to be all kinds of stuff happening today. We don't know what we don't know. That's the whole purpose, and I'll go over that again. That's the whole purpose of us even doing the womb healing marathon. Is I recognize, and I'm still getting everything set up, y'all. So don't worry about my little movement and everything, little wiggles and everything. I recognize that there's a lot of misinformation. Should I sit back? Should I sit forward? I'm excited. Okay. Y'all see me? I got my Queen Latifah hat on. UNITY. I know some of y'all got to go look that up, but Anyway, what I'm recognizing, I'm not able to be on social media on a regular basis because I make the herbs that you buy from me. So we've had a discussion 9 times out of 10, maybe a consult, maybe I'm doing a womb coaching session with you. But what ends up happening is I know what you need. I know a lot about you from that hour and a half that we've spent talking. And so I'm able to add a little bit of this, add a little bit of that, try to make things a little better. And because of that, my whole day is taken up most days. And So I'm not turning my phone up and talking to y'all all day. In fact, I've even started using AI so that I could put videos out because I never had a chance to do videos. I just had a lot of other things that I needed to do. I'm an avid gardener. If any of y'all know me, y'all know I'm out there as much as I can be. From, like my daddy say, from see to can't see, you know. Anyway, so with this, so much misinformation on social media about women's health, women's wombs, periods, fibroids, every single thing. There is so many lies being told. Now, I know that, you know, we are in a period of time where people think, well, I don't know what people think. I'm not going to say that. But misinformation is an opportunity for people to, they want to do out you having the full story. That's what that is. And I recognize that women don't know what they don't know. And so there's a lot of barriers to us not recognizing what we need to do and what we need for our health. So those of us who do know need to do something on a regular basis to help those who don't know. Like some of the things that's going on in that I've seen and that people have sent me or tagged me and things is that fibroids cause cancer. No, sis. There's no, if it's a fibroid, it cannot be cancer. Those two things do not exist at the same time in the same process. If it's fibroids, it's not cancer. Okay? So that's a lie. And that's going around on social media. Okay. Now, cranberry. And most people use the regular cranberry off the shelf. That's first ingredient is water, second ingredient is sugar, and then it starts with whatever else. Might be ascorbic acid, and then cranberry, and then grape juice, apple juice, orange juice. I mean, because I don't know if you know anything about cranberries, but they are berries on a bush that they harvest, and they put them in like a lake, and they harvest them in September. That's why we use them in November for cranberry, cranberry, what do you call it when you put the cranberry in with your food? It's really like a little chutney, but we don't call it that, but that's what it's like. Okay, bottom line with that is that it is very, very bitter. And what happened was the people who had all these cranberry fields recognized that all they had to do, cranberry is very potent as far as the taste, very bitter. Woo, can't take it if you ever had cranberry straight. Well, they realized if they put other juices with it, they could stretch the cranberry and people would drink something that they would not drink any other way. So cranberry extract is straight cranberry. That is very good for bladder infections because it coats the inside of the bladder and puts a shield there that makes the bacteria not stick to the sides of the bladder. Okay, so that's why you use cranberry extract when you have a bladder infection, not cranberry juice off the shelf, because that sugar is going to create more. And then, of course, you're going to be using probiotics, which this is one of those things that women don't know. If they don't know, is that we need to be taking probiotics every single day. That should be part of our multivitamin process. Every morning you're taking probiotics. So, women have, said, oh, well, I want to make sure that everything is good for me vaginally and that I smell good. And I was told that I could use, pineapple and, some other things, raspberry, of course, raspberry. But let me say this. If you have a repeated problem with BV, which is excessive liquid bacterial vaginitis, BV, excessive bacteria that has turned into a regular stream of discharge, you need to be on probiotics no matter what else you doing, you know. And of course, you know, my site, drherbsister.com, I have a BV program. I have all kinds of programs to be able to address directly some of the issues that women have. So just eating pineapple so you could have a good smelling vagina is, for a lot of women, absolutely not what they should do, because too much sugar or sugar period will always tip them over, because they have a lot of bad bacteria, and we have good and bad bacteria, but a lot of women have excessive bad bacteria because we don't take care of our vagina and our womb like we take care of our skin. Why? Because we think it's not seen, and so some of the things that's going on, we don't have to address it. A lot of times I have women come to me and say, well, the doctor says I have, you know, X amount, the OBGYN says I have X amount of fibroids, but they're just small and I should just ignore them and don't bother them if they don't bother me. Well, you know what? First of all, if that walnut-sized fibroid was on your face, I guarantee you, you would not be going along with that type of philosophy. If you had it on your lip, you would not be going along with that type of philosophy. A big lump the size of a walnut. Now, it may seem small in your uterus, in your womb, but think about it somewhere else that's visible. That in itself will make you decide, let me get this out. Because really, when you're being told, don't bother it, if it doesn't bother you, that's because it's not surgically able to be removed, and that's their standard. What is your standard, sis? What's your standard? My standard is I don't want nothing growing on me that shouldn't be growing, period. And I don't want to wait for a surgery in 3 or 4 years because I didn't do anything today. And we need to be doing something every day, every day. Just like what I'm saying, we're talking about the Womb Healing Marathon is here because women don't know what they don't know. They don't know what they don't know. Take, for instance, the average woman will ask me when I am working with them on their program and they get their womb tonic or whatever program they've gotten. They say, oh, well, should I wait until my cycle comes to start on this? Your cycle is every day, sis. There's something going on within your womb, your fallopian tubes, every single day of the month, every single day. So you always want to take things that you want to affect to, you know, decide how your cycle is going to be. You want to take those things every day so that it can make the difference when you actually emit. And let me say this, your cycle begins on the first day that you bleed. That's the first day of your cycle. So then you count from that day. So if you bleed for 5 days, then that's 5 days. That's the emittance. That's the whole point of everything that's going on. But you don't stop counting there. Even the next day, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, and there's things going on every single day. Within that 6, 7, 8, 9, normally women will be kind of dry at that time. And I'm saying dry because you also need to be paying attention to your discharge every day. Your discharge can tell you everything about what is actually going on within your womb. So right after your cycle, you won't have any discharge. You'll be dry. There won't be anything coming out unless you have BV, and then you have a very fragrant discharge you shouldn't have. Okay, so then after like the 8th or 9th day, then you will start with a slimier mucus. Okay, the slimy mucus is telling you that when the sperm is coming into the vaginal area, the slimy mucus helps it to go all the way up. It gives it a path and an easy, trail. That's what slimy mucus, that's fertile mucus. And that's the kind of thing we're supposed to know about our own body. Okay, so once you go from the slimy mucus, normally you will have a cycle at that point, because that is 14 days before your actual bleed. Those are the days that you're fertile. Okay, so then after, you might, right after, then you might have some sticky, clumpy, sticky mucus. That is so that it can catch the sperm and keep it from going anywhere. That is like a trap. That's trap mucus. Let me put it like that. That's a good one. Trap mucus. Okay, so, and then, it starts, and then your cycle is going to show up again. And then you start up again, on and on, circle and circle. Okay, so everything that you take every single day influences how that cycle is going to come out. So you want to take things that's going to keep you from having cramps. You want to reduce your sugar, caffeine, even sugar from fruit. A lot of sugar and caffeine and stress is what causes fibroids and cramps. And so if you going through the drive-through, a lot of chemicals, and those chemicals are in your body and they're in your womb. So those chemicals are going to cause you to have more cramps, more odor. It's amazing what those chemicals do. But, we're talking endocrine disrupting hormones are a lot of things too that also, and we get those from plastics, from makeup, from perms, from, perfume, from cleaning products in our bathroom, in our house. Endocrine disrupting hormones, those are the kind of things that also helps to set up fibroids, because those chemicals, along with the stress, the caffeine, and they're able, and guess what? One important thing I left off. If you are not living and doing what you were put on the planet to do, you will notice that you will have fibroids with all of these other things that I'm saying. The chemicals, the endocrine disrupting hormones from the environment, the stress, the caffeine, excessive sugar, and not doing what you want in life. That's a recipe for fibroids. And we all need to know that. That needs to be a basic thing that we discussing back and forth amongst us. And we need to be talking about it, because women who have fibroids need help. And the only help that most of us know is going to the OBGYN. One of the things I want to say about that is you got to go every year just to make sure everything is going okay. Okay. But I know women who have fibroids, they hate going because they don't want to be talked to by the doctor about hysterectomy or myomectomy, which is when they take the lumps out. And I will just tell you right now that once you hit 30 years old, definitely 35, that is the big question between you and your doctor is, do you want to keep your womb? Now, you do. I am very emotional about this whole thing. I consider this a mission. This is not a job. It's a mission. You want to keep your womb. Why? I mean, they're not asking you if you want to remove toes because, you got crazy toenails growing crazy or anything like that. That's not an option. There should not be an option unless it's cancer, which is not often, to have your womb removed. And we are adults here. We are all grown-ass women. We talking body parts, physiology, science, culture, spiritual work, all of that today. And when you have fibroids and you say you want your womb removed, a lot of women have orgasms that are womb orgasms. So you have your womb removed, you're not having the same feeling as far as orgasms with sex. And I can't tell you how many women I meet out who will say, oh man, that's what you do? I wish I had met you a year ago or 5 years ago or 2 years ago, because they didn't want to get a hysterectomy. There was no other options that they thought would work. And they were tired of being tired of, bleeding, tired of missing work. I ask women so often, what are you giving up through suffering with fibroids? Well, some women have given up a couple different jobs, a relationship, a house, various things that they have lost because they did not handle the fact that they were only walnut size and they could have handled it. Let's say this, sisters, you are in charge of your body. You hire people to help you with your body, your eyes, your ears, your nose, but the body is one unit. What's going on in your up here is what's going on right down here. You can't separate it. You can't cut the body apart from the different facts that is connected. Everything is connected. So when you stress, it's down here. When you mad, it's all over, including your breast. And when you live like that, mad and stressed, angry, no matter who it's for, your ex-husband, your children's father, your mom and them, your brother, your job. I mean, all of those things are contributing to you having a womb issue. One of our guests that's going to be here really early this morning is Kim Kennedy, and she's going to be talking about radical forgiveness. I've had to use it a couple times after a divorce. You got to use radical forgiveness, meaning that she's going to go into it, but I just had to say, you know what? Let all that stuff go. I got to care about me and my body, my mind, my visions, my mission on the planet. I got to get back to me. I can't stay in the past and stay mad at them because of what they did that I allowed because I was there. So since I'm no longer allowing it and I'm no longer there, why keep it going right here? Why keep it going right here? Thank you, sis. So radical forgiveness is part of what's going on. And I'll tell you, a lot of the people who are talking about womb stuff, they not in your best interest. And I think I said this a little earlier. They are not in your best interest, sis. And it hurts me to say that because, I'm one of those people, everybody that I've ever been friends with, we may have drifted apart, but we didn't fight. I'm all for us as women working together, pulling together. It takes a village. It takes us. We run the world. Women are the most powerful beings in the world. We run it, but we don't acknowledge our power. We don't acknowledge the fact that we are good at so many things. You don't have to have a stamp to say, I can run a house, I can run the church, I can run a business, I can keep my car together, I can keep my kids together, and all of these things that we do. Cook dinner, dance backwards in heels, as they say, so we able to do all of these things. And sometimes it's so, maybe not easy, but normal for us that we don't realize that we are that bad. We are that great. And we need to stay on mission. What's your mission? And that's what you got to think of on a regular. I am surrounded by my mission all the time because I'm so serious about it. And I was born a revolutionary. So I keep up with y'all. And that's why this whole thing right here, the Womb Healing Marathon, is here. Because I'm one of those people. If we can do it, that's what I know. And so I'm always setting up opportunities for us to do it. This is one of those. And I'm going to tell you that I've also set up a whole nother organization, because this thing is hurting my heart, because women are supposed to look out for women. I'm not, the barrier to information should not always be X amount of money. Not always. Some information, and we're going to be doing this every year and other things on a monthly basis, because that's how strongly I believe in revolutionary womb wellness. I believe that women absolutely need good information. They need truth to be able to make good decisions about their womb. I have some sisters, they just text me something they're thinking about. And I said, no, sis, you know how you are. Everything that work on other people don't work on you the same way. So you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that at all. A sister just texted me about the doctor want to put her on some hormones. I said, oh, sis, you know how you are. Your body don't react the same to things like some people do. That's another problem for you. And also, I just want to say real quick, we have gotten accustomed to the fact that we think we should have hormones our whole life, but that's because we don't understand how the womb and how the body works. We think we're supposed to have estrogen up to here our whole life. This is how you get breast cancer. If you take those pregnant mare urine, Premarin, pregnant mare urine, that's what Premarin is. That's what estrogen that they give you, that's what it is. Pregnant mare urine. Come on. Your hormones are supposed to go down because you're not trying to have a baby. Estrogen is for when you want to have a baby. So why do you need estrogen when you're 60 and 70 and 80 years old? You don't. It goes down naturally. And it's nothing wrong with that. Your hair is going to thin. Yeah, maybe. But you don't have to go into the hole. It's a whole program of taking care of yourself from the beginning of your life through all the way through your life. So you need to exercise, keep up your bone density, drink plenty of water, eat plenty of greens. I mean, these are the things we all know, but do we do it? Nah, we don't. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing the 30-day sugar detox coming up in a couple of weeks on the 20th. Why? Because I know me. In the summer, I'm out there gardening. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. I love being outside in the summer gardening, pulling in plants, planting stuff. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's just, we are part of creation, And I love being in that middle part, between the sun and the rain and all of the atmosphere. Then it's us. Then it's the soil. I love it. It's just such a great space to be in. And it helps you to recognize how tiny we are. That's why you got to use your power to keep your body good. So if you exercising and you're doing everything you need to do, you don't need estrogen when you're 80 years old, because you're still strong, because you lifting weights, you riding your bike, you doing all kinds of stuff. Look at that. Every single day, I ride my bike for at least an hour, sometimes 2. And then I also take an Epsom salt bath. Epsom salt is what you need. I know you can't believe this. And sometimes these things that are so inexpensive and so common and so elder wisdom is something that we think, oh, I don't need that. I don't take a bath anyway. I like showers. I just get in there and get out. I'm telling you, it changes your life when you get in that warm water with that Epsom salt, because Epsom is magnesium. And then we got to get started here. I'm just doing a preview to make sure everything is working. and then some of my comrades going to come in, my associates. But Epsom salt is magnesium, and magnesium is what we need to relax our muscles. It helps our heartbeat. It helps all the things that we need to do with, our energy, because magnesium, when you first get in the tub, about 10 minutes is pulling out toxins. That's what magnesium does. And then after you've been in there and it's pulled out toxins, then it puts magnesium back into your body. And magnesium is good for your heart, good for your blood pressure, good for your skin, So magnesium is one of those things that you can't overdo it, So I take a bath every day. Kari, take him. Right here. There's one in there too. I take one every day, and I've been doing it for like pre-pandemic, at least 2 years pre-pandemic. So what is that, about 7 or 8 years, every single day. And my skin and the way I feel and the way I sleep, you really, really want to do this, And and then, we'll see what else you need specifically. I do wound coaching, I do consults, I do all of those things. But right now, and I'm a big talker. I love to talk. I love to give the information that I've been studying and working with for so many years. I love making sure that people are able to utilize it and it works for their life. Because we all have a full ranging computer in our pocket called a phone, but there's a lot that we don't know. And that's the whole point of this. We don't know what we don't know. Right? So let me just say here that I'm starting an organization. I was telling y'all that a little bit earlier, and then I got off target. But what it is I'm starting an organization, and it's called the Wombniverse. The Wombniverse Wisdom Collective. What is this? The Wombniverse Wisdom Collective is a global professional organization devoted to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions from around the world. It's going to be guided by a council of 5 women, and the collective is going to uphold standards of integrity, grounded training, and responsible stewardship. And we exist for women who value depth over trend, wisdom over performance, and accountability in wound-centered work. Clip that. So it is an organization that holds us to our highest earth-centered principles. And I said earlier, I know that we've thought that we don't need principles. Things don't have to go a certain way. But guess what? We're in a society, and we have to have expectations of how we all going to live together. Otherwise, it's called chaos. And we have to understand, if people are putting something out there and telling us this is how it goes, we're trying to trust that, right? So if people are doing it and telling you that fibroids cause cancer and cranberry heals fibroids, those of us who know, because we come to these types of events, got to call them out. No, sis, no, that is not the truth. That is not what people need. And because we care about each other, we care about each other getting the right information. We care about each other using the proper time to heal our bodies. And if somebody needs those days, weeks, months to do something for their system, and they over here with the nonsense, that's wasting their time. So this is the Wombniverse Wisdom Collective. And this is a group that's going to help anybody who's involved, who wants to be involved. They can go to our website as soon as I finish putting it up. But I got 25 jobs, man. It will be up this evening though, or tomorrow. And we want to make sure that all of us who have certain principles and ways of being are going to hold the rest of us to a higher standard. We can't let people lie to women, and we know it's a lie, and we just pass it by and let them tell people cancer, fibroids turn into cancer. We can't allow that. We know better. And so that's what we, the other one is on the table right there, the longer one.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay. And so we have to be able to use our power and pull people forward if they do not have the moral fiber to not lie to women and take their money. That's what we need. We need to stand up in our power and say, no, you can't do this. We don't allow this within our community, within our circles. We don't allow this. And that's all right. Now, they can keep doing it if they want to, but guess what? Because we have the Womb Diverse Wisdom Collective, they're going to realize that ain't nobody going to do what they want them to do. Nobody's going to go to their practice, their seminar. Nobody's going to pay them. Why? They're not in the Wisdom Collective, the Womb Diverse Wisdom, and nobody is going to allow their money, hard-earned money, to be spent in a situation where someone's been lying, straight lying. They might take one course. They might have read 2 articles, but they lying. Okay? And I could go into, and I guess I should have told you guys, some of my own things that I've training and certifications and degrees. And I went to University of California, Berkeley. I studied history and business. I also have gone to the Clayton School. I went to four herbs. I went to the what else? I've done Kinesiology Institute. I have, done a number of independent studies on, fibroids and, research. I'm talking, National Institute of Health and Sciences. And I read JAMA, which is a Journal of American Medicine Association, on a regular daily basis. I'm always researching and studying. And I use that information, which is science, and I break it down and add it to elder wisdom, traditional methods. I add and mold all of this into something that we can use, Greetings. And so this is what I want to talk to you guys about, is understanding you just can't do this. Okay, now anybody there in the chat, I'm happy that you guys are already here. I want to talk about some other things that you may or may not know. We have a guest coming up in just a minute. And we're going to have a Mama's panel. I think that's important. I mean, mamas, we have something fabulous to contribute and to say, so we have a Mama's panel coming up around 11 o'clock, and they'll get a chance to tell you how they've been, using herbs and lifestyle with their kids, and just the whole thing. Okay. So, in addition to us doing, our regular womb information, most women don't recognize that when you're doing a womb program, you need to look at the toxins in your life, because, we can just talk about womb healing, is that things that are contributing to the problem are emotional toxins, physical toxins, and spiritual toxins, nutritional toxins, and people are afraid to say things about spiritual things, but that's a significant it's a significant contributor. The physical toxins. A lot of the stuff that's in your food. So if you go through the drive-through, if you are, eating a lot of meat through the drive-through, because those are growth hormones. So in my programs, I tell women, cut out all the meat. Why? Because they got to cut out the meat so that they can stop feeding their body the growth hormones. And, the nuggets and all of that formulated food that's put together, that's not real food, that's been created, those have hormones in them too. Okay. The cleaning products that you use in your bathroom, in your life, with the aromas and everything, those things. And you know what they say? That the average woman uses at least 3,000 chemicals a day. 3,000. Why is that 3,000? Yes, I'm here to learn about these fibroids and being seriously iron anemic. I don't eat meat. However, I had to start back eating fish. Yep. I'll get to that statement right there, because I've had several women who, I was a vegetarian when I had no kids. Well, when you have kids, your body needs something different from the time you get pregnant. And I always tell women, you can't have men telling you what to do for your body. You're pregnant, but you're the one who has to create this life, and you need everything you can, because if you don't have it, what does it do? It takes it from you, your bones, your teeth, your muscles, so you have to, I know I had to eat meat when I was pregnant. I mean, it was like the lights came on, and some women will keep going through, but guess what? I have to say this. I know a lot of sisters, they was coming from the West End, and y'all, if you're not in Atlanta, you don't know. They was coming from the West End and coming over here to Brookhaven and over here on, Briarcliff and everything, and going into Publix and Whole Foods and buying chickens and eating the whole chicken in their car. And then they got bones every time they stop, rolling from underneath the seat, because they eating chicken on a regular basis, but they try to throw it away before they go back over to the West End, because their body needs it. You building a whole nother being, but as I was saying about these, the spiritual, emotional, sometimes women have fibroids because of the issues that they have in their family. Maybe they don't get along with their mom. I got to tell you, 9 times out of 10, most of the women that I'm dealing with, they do not get along with their moms, and they got fibroids, so it's kind of leaning to that level too, and then we're not even going into the spiritual aspect of your great grandmama getting raped by Mr. Bobby, I mean, because your body is passed down from mom to daughter to daughter to daughter. So the trauma of your grandmom does get passed down, and going through the drive-through is the drugs. Also, a lot of women with fibroids do not do what they want to do. Guess what? They doing what everybody else want them to do. They doing what the church want them to do, what their husband want them to do, what the kids gotta have. They doing all of these various things and never get around to their own stuff. And then they go to bed tired and a little bit ticked off because they didn't get to their own stuff any point of the day. And anytime somebody needs something that's hard, they ask them to do it. And guess what? They never say no. I call this the good girl syndrome. They want everybody to think of them as a good girl, that they're very cooperative, that they're very capable, that they can do a lot. and that they always are able to do more things than the average woman. Putting everybody in front of you, sis, you don't get points for that. And I mean, and they do think this. Women who do this think, well, I'm better, and they gonna have to answer to whomever, you know. But I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, and if they don't do what they're supposed to do, that's not my problem. I'm getting what I'm supposed to do, and girl, there's no point system in the sky. You ain't getting no points for that. You better do what you need to do and tell some people no. That's why when women get to menopause and they start telling people no, people think they have gotten mean. No, they gotten tired of all of that stuff they've been doing for all of these years that they didn't get paid for. They didn't get incredible thanks for. Nobody bought them a special car or anything. They got nothing for that. But they wore out. They wore down. They got to wait till people die to get a break in life. You know, this is not how you're supposed to be living. You know, putting everybody before you is not an honorable thing. It's not honorable. We don't give no points. Good girl syndrome. You know, so I'm gonna be talking about these various things throughout the day. I see we have one of our guests here, world-renowned Dr. Shay Willis. Sister could heal you on the stage in front of 3,000 people when she was really out there doing it. You know, I mean, incredible healer. Incredible healer. I was very blessed to be working alongside, and we moving in the same circles, and I still keep up with her and want her to still be here for me. You know, I used to always tell people, if anything happened to me, airlift me to Grady and then call Dr. Shay. Dr. Shay, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, my dear.
I am so happy whenever you able to give your wisdom, because you know what we're doing here. Oh, you're right. What we're doing here is we don't know what we don't know. Sisters don't know what they don't know, right?
That's exactly right. But you educating them today.
And we're gonna be here. I will see if I'm still gonna be like this at 7 o'clock tonight, because I'm gonna be here till then. You know,
you're gonna be just like this. Okay, you'll be just like this, because that's how you are always.
We want these sisters to understand, and we broadcasting on 4 different Facebooks, YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram.
Well, we covering it all.
We trying to get that information out there so that people can't continue to lie to sisters to get them to give them some money, because that's unethical, that's immoral. That is not how I expect to treat my sisters. You know, my cousin.
That's what we can do.
You know what? I call us cousins. I be sometimes, especially when I'm doing an event, you know this. You go in and I tell people, okay, y'all here, but you know we got a bunch of cousins coming, and everybody because the cousins got to be late. You know?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, Dr. Shay, I want you to give the sisters some good information about womb wellness, about general health, about the types of things that they need to be doing for their life so that they can end up, you know, doing as well as they can later on, you know, because a lot of times people think that how they are today is how they're going to be. I'm here to tell you, honey.
That's not the truth. As well as you plan for it, surprises happen.
You know, yeah. So give the sisters some education.
Well, the thing that I wanted to say was that we don't understand how important womb health is. We think that it's only important during our childbearing days, but that is not true. Our womb supports our entire body. It supports our emotions, our hormones, our body structures, our spine. And if the womb is not taken care of, it affects the way you walk. It affects your hips, your back. It'll cause back pain, cause you to be off balance. and as you age, you will not have the mobility that you desire. So you know how we walk around as get older and say that little old lady.
Yeah, yeah. You have a certain walk if you ain't been taken care of.
That's right. That's
Right,
right.
right.
You're weak.
And you know what? I want to add in there too the womb space. So I call it womb space. So often I talk to women because they after your womb from age 30, 35 up, and they will get it for most Black women because 90% of Black women have had a hysterectomy by the time they get to be 35.
That's the plan.
And that's the plan. And the womb space, you still have to take care of it. You Absolutely. Can't say, I don't have to deal with that no more. I don't need your paper. I don't need your card. I don't need nothing. Yes, sis, you do. And you also need to have the wisdom to talk to other younger sisters.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The pelvic floor is so important because it supports all the other organs in your body.
Yes.
If the pelvic floor is weak, the other organs begin to sink and collapse down. Your uterus, your bladder, your colon.
You're
you get weak bladders, start having bladder leakage.
Yeah.
You support your colon is not as strong. So it affects so many things, but also is your intuition, your creativity, your circulation, your nerves. All of that has to deal with your womb and your pelvic floor.
Right.
We're not told that because we think that once you're not bearing children, your womb is no longer important. And that's far from the truth.
Right.
It affects everything about you and your health.
Right.
So, and that's something that I had to learn because we still need that coochie.
And you know what? And the thing is too is that we'll go into a whole nother thing. I did a class on sexy womb, volume and information, because another thing that we may not be talking about it a lot today, but we will, is that whole vaginal canal got to stay active. You can't say, I ain't studying the men. I ain't studying. Remember studying? I ain't studying.
I ain't studying them. You better start studying them.
Right. But you got to keep active vaginally. Otherwise, you will end up having tears and other issues there too. I mean, muscles cannot go unused.
Well, I know my mother used her. She told me that it was important that she keep sexually active.
Right.
There was no embarrassment there.
Right. And it's
and I'm sorry, Mom. I don't mean to tell your business, but I'm telling the truth.
That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. We're here to tell the truth. And I think it was so important when you said it's not only for your it's for your back, your spine, your bladder, all of those things, And what I like to talk about too sometimes is this, because women feel like they don't have to do any type of tightening exercise, Kegels, eggs, anything. Yeah, we have come into the pen generation where they selling them on like mini pads now.
Yep.
They sell like mini pads because
better get them eggs. Better get. Right. I had me a few of them, various sizes. Had rose quartz. Had what do you call it?
The green jade.
Yep, the jade. I had me variety of sizes and colors.
Yeah. It's very important.
My kids used to come in, look on my dresser, and say, "What is this, Mama?"
I know it's too late. You done already picked it up.
I'll save it for you. It'll be here when I go. You can have it again.
Right. So we want to talk about also too is what do they think? I mean, what do you think is some of the things that they need to be aware of when they go into their OBGYN?
Well, the thing is that the OBGYN is trained by the system to get your womb, to possess your womb. So it's not about making your womb stronger. It's about cutting, slicing, putting you on some type of medication. It's not about wellness.
Right.
You gotta look out for yourself. Do your own research. I'm
Right.
not saying about going to just on the internet. You gotta dig deep and find out truth, because there's a lot of lies being spread out there.
Yes.
And people are being tricked by that.
Right. Yes. Yes. And that's one of the reasons why we're doing this, and that we'll be doing something on a regular basis, because I think that I already gave my thoughts, but and these are my clean thoughts now, because when I first saw it, I had some hella hot thoughts, anger, because we shouldn't do that to each other. Black women should not lie to each other so that they can make money off of your ignorance and tell you stuff that they don't know. They may have had one class. They may not even pass that,
Yeah,
but now they're telling fibroid cause cancer. No.
Oh.
Do you know that's what's going on now?
No, but I know how much you helped my partner and her fibroids and problems that she was having.
Okay.
You helped her eliminate that.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad it worked,
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the thing is that a lot of times people say they're doing research. You can't research with an @ sign in front of your research. That's not research.
Tell me about it.
That's not research. If it's not, a study that somebody went through, that they did, that you were able to read and comprehend and translate, that's not research. You don't get an @ sign in front of research from the National Institutes. And you know what? Right now, I don't think we can believe any of those groups because of who we're dealing with.
Well, I know that Planned Parenthood is taking destroyed a lot of wombs.
You said they did what?
Destroyed a lot of wombs.
What do you mean?
Planned Parenthood took a lot of uteruses from young people.
I didn't think Planned Parenthood had any work like that at all. I thought they only did well care and abortions and nothing else.
Well, when they did abortions, but they also destroyed the wombs so the women could not have any more children.
I think you're talking about when Planned Parenthood was first created, because a lot of people have some ideas that Planned Parenthood was not for women. That woman who started Planned Parenthood, she actually used her own money from one of her first rich husband, and she wanted, because of the times that they were in the 20s and the 17s and stuff, 1917s, like that. Women did not have power like, well, I couldn't say we like now, but in those days, women were taught your husband is in charge of your body.
That's right.
He has his husbandly favors that he's entitled to. There was no such thing as marital rape or any of that kind of thing. What those things were at that time, those women got pregnant back to back to back. I mean, if they had a miscarriage, they got pregnant as soon as their body could get pregnant. Those children were being born very weak, very tiny, and the women were weaker and weaker because they could never recover, because the men, of course, wasn't going to, they had their husbandly duties that they felt like they needed.
Right.
Planned Parenthood at that time was the only group that was started to go for immigrant women, African women, Latino women. Why? Because nobody else was caring about us.
But then the government came in to support, wanted to take over Planned Parenthood, and everything changed.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you that when I grew up, I used to take magazines to Planned Parenthood when I was 15, 16. I used to go to Planned Parenthood for my services. I never had any issues. They were always nice, very educational. That could be why I'm even doing this, because, as time goes on and as we are here in these times, that is no longer a place. They taking all the money out of that so that women won't have any power because they won't have any information. The first days of Planned Parenthood was days of women trying to stay unpregnant. That was what that was. And it was women of color mainly, because who else was going to stand for us? And you got a baby, like what they used to say back in the day. You got a lap baby, you got a knee baby, you got a hip baby, you got all these kids that you done had back to back, and there's no way for you not to get pregnant. There was, and so she came out with, she put the money into the birth control pills and into the services. And in fact, she was arrested, and then she fled to Europe to avoid being sentenced and put in prison. They had the Comstock Act. This is where you talking about the government came in. The Comstock Act, which was a senator who decided that if you distribute any information about birth control or terminating pregnancies or anything about women's bodies, you could be put in jail. And this is basic human physiology. See, so we have always, you know what? I'll put it like this, and I say this all the time. Our bodies have always been political, particularly African-American bodies, because our bodies built this country.
Absolutely.
So they don't want you to stop having a baby, because that goes into the systems that Dr. Shea is talking about. They done created a lot of systems where they need that money from that child to go through these systems until they go to prison. And that was their plan. And that is how it goes. Even when the enslavement stopped, they figured out something else to do to get those same people to work in the same places for the same no money. Right. So what she's talking about is how these opportunities for pregnancy is not just for you. It's for to keep a system going, and that's why our bodies have always been political. That's why they always got to make money off of us. If it's not a baby coming, it's a hysterectomy, or it's a cream, it's a salve, it's always something. So this is what we're talking about, when we're talking about being in control and paying attention to your body. Yeah. So yes. So that's
that the womb is the center of life.
Center of life, intuition.
They want to control it.
Yeah. Right. Life, intuition. I mean, when you say you have that gut feeling, that's where the gut feeling is coming from. Right. That's your safety net. If you don't follow it, there you go into if I coulda, woulda, shoulda.
And that was like, if I coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's what folks always
say. Yep. Our bodies have always been political.
And what we try to do is stop that saying from having to be said.
If I coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Right.
I tell you, I was at Talia Wajid World Natural Hair Show, and she always makes sure that I'm there. I met a woman that was in a booth like next to me or something, and once she saw what I was doing, she came over and she says, I got married on X day, and the very next day they did a hysterectomy. So she got married on Saturday, and on Monday she had a hysterectomy.
Oh my God.
I know. I said, sis, I wish I had known you, but you know what? She was a nurse. So she believed in that system. Yeah. And she didn't know that there was nothing else. And a lot of times our mental upbringing, our brainwashing is either right here or nowhere. And I can't tell you how many people text me and say, oh, my sister's having a hysterectomy. Like they want me to swoop in. I retired my cape, first of all. I need to say that.
The cape is not flying now.
I can't fly to them. But if you give them my number, I will try to talk to them. But what ends up happening is they have been worked on for many years to set up that appointment. for a hysterectomy. And after it's over, that doctor is done with you. They don't have no more conversation for you. And then they send you just to a regular doctor because you don't have a womb, so they don't need to work with you as an OBGYN.
Right.
And now you feel like you've been cut on and dejected. Well,
and you have. You have.
Well, the thing is that I like to recognize that you got cut. Don't get cut on because we already got some power over here to see what we can do to help you, and that's what you got to do. A lot of this is more work,
But even people who've had hysterectomies, they still need to take care of their wombs.
They sure do.
Take care of their uterine health.
Yep.
They're even more important now.
Right.
Because it's hollow in there.
Right. And women have told me that as soon as they woke up, they felt empty. They didn't feel like themselves.
Because they were. They felt like they were. Hey,
well, you know what? The thing is that they made the best decision that they could at the time.
Right, for the information that they had been given.
For the information that they had. So I always try to help them to feel better and say, you know what? You still have womb space. Womb space is like if you got your arm cut off, they say you still feel your fingers and everything.
Right.
It's a phantom arm. You still have a phantom womb, and you still got to take care of that womb space, So we don't want them to feel like, I'd ruined my whole life because your life is still going.
Yep, you do. As long as you're taking a breath, you still got things to give.
You still have things to give. You still got things to do. Yeah. So I want to say Grand Rising, Gina, and who else we have here? Jay Williams. She's talking about the fibroids came back. And that's like, they don't go nowhere, honey. They only take out specific ones and leave the small ones, the little fibroidlets. They leave, and they're not your fibroids. They are the fibroids. So it wasn't your fibroids came back. The fibroids came back because you don't own them, you don't love them, and you don't want to keep them. So they're not yours. Language matters. And the smaller ones, once they take out the bigger ones, now guess what? It's more room for them to grow. Yeah.
Room to grow.
You still thinking, oh, I'm off, my stomach done went down and I'm feeling better and I could go get me some chicken wings. I can't tell you how many people think chicken wings is a celebratory meal. And those wings,
all the hormones in there.
Because the wings are their arms and that's where they put the growth hormones. And so you just sucking all them growth hormones. Wings is the worst thing you could do. Not only that, how many wings come on a chicken? Where are the wings coming from? So we have to pay attention to some of the stuff that we eat and reevaluate it, how we eating. Dr. Shay, you got any upcoming programs or anything that you're doing coming up?
No, but only thing I'm doing is keeping my herbs going. That's it.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask everybody because having stuff nowadays, since everybody is so accustomed to being online, everybody can have their philosophy constantly bouncing out there in the space.
Well, I do have a raw vegetarian cookbook.
Okay. What's the name of it?
Nutritious Delicious.
And how do they get a hold of it?
They can get it on my sister's website. It's.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put that link on my website, and they just gonna click on it at the same place where they got registered for the Womb Healing Marathon. That's what we're gonna do.
All right, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, that way you have the proper everything, and they can just click on it and go right there. Right,
because it's a very good cookbook.
That is fabulous. Yeah, that's right. So you know what? I want to say thank you again for being here, and I don't know how much I've taken up way more of your time than I intended, and I'll be calling on you often.
But I wanted to tell you that client you referred to me for the C word.
Yes.
He's well.
You know what, y'all? I gotta tell y'all that Dr. Shay has had so many people, and she and I, we don't really like to use the C word. When people start using the C word, which is cancer, we know that they probably don't know what they're talking about, and they're trying to scare you into their arms. Because we don't really like using the word. Unchecked cell growth is one of our words, you know? And if she says that the client that she just was working with, that I referred her to, he is doing well from cancer.
He has no more cancer.
Thank you, Dr. Shay.
That was not that long either.
Nope.
And he was in worse shape than I knew he was when you referred him to me.
Right.
Because I probably wouldn't even have wanted to take him. But since I took him and then I found out, I was really surprised. But he's totally called me on New Year's Day and said he no longer had any of the cells.
Thank Goddess. Thank Goddess. Thank Dr. Shay.
Well, I don't do that. I don't
I know,
heal anybody.
Yeah.
I don't heal anybody. I just guide them, and if they do what I tell them to do, they get the results.
Yeah. I tell people I'm a channel for the healing that is there. You know, I have collected the information, the wisdom from the elders, the science, the whole thing. And if you do what I say, you will have what you want.
Well, I tell them that God is in every cell of their body, not part of God, but all of God is in every cell of their body. And if God can do all things, he can do that as well.
Yes. Yep. So I'm glad to hear that. That's a great message for this morning for us to get started with. And I'm going to check you in a couple days and see.
All right, my dear.
Okay, then, Dr. Shay.
All right. And bless you and everybody that's listening. And I hope that your wombs live long and strong and support everything every dream you've ever had. Because it has the ability to do that.
Yes. Womb wellness.
Right.
I'll talk to you soon, sis.
All right. Talk to you later. Okay.
Ovario. Okay. You see, we have so much power and so much information in our life. And a lot of times we're not using it as we could or should. And Dr. Shay is one of those who has been here for, I know she's been doing this at least 30 years. And in high demand, used to travel all over the country doing seminars, healing seminars and everything. So we are very appreciative of her every time she could take time to be here. And I do send her a lot of people who have the big C, and it's always good news. That's what you want, you know? I work with men who have prostate numbers that are off. Their PSA levels are off. That I do. But this other thing, Dr. Shay has been doing it so long and so well, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. That's one of the reasons why I have created the Wombniverse Wisdom Collective. If you do womb work, you're going to want to join this. Right now, we're going to let people join. I'll be reviewing it and just a couple other people, but we're going to have a council of 5 and all of us will be going over the applications, etc. But what this is a global professional organization devoted to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions from around the world. We are going to exist for women who value depth over brand and trend and wisdom over performance and accountability in womb-centered work. I'm telling you, one of the reasons why this came together is because women don't know what they don't know, but there are people on social media telling women that fibroids can cause cancer. We gotta shut that shit down because that is not true. And we are the ones that check each other, right? And since we know better, because we're doing classes and we're learning from people like Dr. Shay, we got to stop that. And cranberry juice does not cure fibroids. That's another one of them lies out there. I mean, we got to stop this. If you're interested in the Womb Diverse Wisdom Collective, I should have the site up by Tuesday. Application will be on there, and you could, go ahead and fill it out and submit it, and we will start our process. This is a long-term project. It's going to last way after I'm gone, because we have to have some people who are standing for ethics and responsibility and good information and stewardship and elder wisdom. We can't just let people run rampant lying and telling you whatever because they took a half a class and now they're telling you that fibroids cause cancer. No. Okay. So now we have another sister. Missy, why don't you come on right now? I see you right there. Come on right now, because I see the other sister. She left her camera, even though she's sitting there. The camera is up, but she's sitting there. And who else is here? Missy can come on, and I'm going to have that mama's panel in just a minute. What time is it? Yep, 11 o'clock. The mama's panel is supposed to start at 11. What else can I tell you guys that I want you to know? When we're talking about the spiritual aspect of fibroids, I want to say that a lot of times women have been beat down over time. People have told you, you ain't all that cute. You ain't all that, I smell something. I mean, sometimes women have been raised in environments where they're not being protected. They're not being promoted and protected. And those kind of things work on your self-esteem. Women seem to need to work on their self-esteem until they get almost to their 30s because of so much of the stuff that happens to them growing up. I know I was bullied. Because I was smart. Come on, duh. Who wants to bully somebody because they're smart, But, that used to be a thing in our community. I like to read, like to go to the library. In fact, I'm 6 feet tall. Y'all know that. But people used to say, oh, you going to be a model? I used to say, my mama said that my brain is going to last longer than my looks. So I'm going to work on the brain part. And thank God, look, I'm still up here, still doing it at this age, 68. I just turned, we need to work on our brains, use the power that we've been given, and do the stuff that we've been put here to do, I want to say that with that whole spiritual pain in life, a lot of times that also comes from sexual abuse. And many, many, many of the women that I work with have been sexually abused. And that can be the start of fibroids too. Hate to say it, but, sometimes all women are not mothers. They can have children, but they don't necessarily are mothers, And if you had one of those mothers, all you can do is do the radical forgiveness, and we're going to have somebody here for that in a little bit, and say they did the best that they could do at the time and start forgiving and letting that go. You can still say no contact or low contact, but you got to let things off your womb. You know how they say you let it off your heart? In women's case, it's on your heart because it's on your womb and it's in your womb. And that is what's your second heart. So it's affecting you like that. Ex-husbands, I done had 3.5 husbands. I know y'all thinking, what's half? That's one that thought he got me, but no, I saw the representative left, and you are not the person that I thought you were. The representative could not hang in there long enough, But I don't take it as a shame, when you have to go through husbands, it's because you are growing, you are changing, you are evolving, you are becoming bigger and bigger, And sometimes the person that you were with, at high school definitely is not the person you need to be with when you're 30 years old or when you're 40, And I recognize that as I grew up, our mothers did not recognize that. Not only that, a lot of them didn't have what we have. You know, they may not have had the education. They may not have been able to have a job outside the home or money, their own money. And so they stayed with people that they did outgrow. Everybody could see it, you know, but they stayed with them because they needed that care. They needed to stay indoors in the house. They needed that money. They needed groceries. They needed a whole life, you know? So sometimes, you know, people did what they had to do to survive. That is no longer the case. If, you know, if you're in a bad situation, you need to get yourself to some training, get yourself in some classes, you know, and do what you need to do to be able to bring in and generate your own income stream, you know. Do nails. I mean, I think that's what, a 6-month course, you know. Draw blood. What is that? A year? I mean, there's a lot of different things that you can do to get your money up, you know, to be able to be independent. And that's a lot of the reason why our mothers stayed in situations that they shouldn't have, you know. That's no longer the case. Don't do that, sis. That wears on your self-esteem. It breaks you down. It breaks your kids down. It, you know, after a while, you don't even feel like doing anything because you so broke down, you know. So that's one of the things that contributes to the spiritual aspect of fibroids, is that the woman's spirit has been taken, broken, moved out, and you know, everybody deserves to feel good about themselves and to be able to handle their life, you know. So make sure, you know, that's the thing that you putting into your daughters. These girls ain't like us. That's one of the things I have to say. They nothing like us. My daughter, I got a daughter, she's 27. Oh no, they're not taking half of the stuff that we thought was okay or that we would get away from eventually. They don't take it off from jump. And that's a good thing, you know. That is a really good thing. So that's one of the things that, so between the liquids of your cleaning products, y'all know about the perms, right? The chemicals that's in a perm. I remember my sister, my baby sister, used to always say, I can't wait to get a perm so that it could clear up my skin. What is happening? And she told me, she says, when she gets a perm, this was years ago, now she's all natural, all of the acne and everything on her face would just be drawn out because of the chemicals on her scalp would draw all of the stuff out of her face, the oils and the pimples and everything out of her face. And when she finished getting the perm, by the next day, her face would be clear. Clip that, right? Yeah. This is a problem. You putting something on your scalp that's clearing your skin and affecting your womb all the way halfway down your body. But as y'all know, what has happened in the past and with naturopaths, as myself and Dr. Shay and Dr. Marilyn, you can put garlic in your sock, in your shoe, and it will come all the way up through your body and come out of your mouth. That is how important it is to pay attention to those things that you put on your skin. Whatever you put on your skin goes into your entire body, you know. So the perms, the perfumes, and let me tell you about perfumes. Perfumes are allowed to have what they call undesignated scents and undesignated chemicals in them. It could be things that spray the perfume out. It could be things that keep it mixed so that it doesn't separate. It could be any number of things. But these things in the perfume, and the more expensive perfume, the more it's in there, right? Because you don't want anything making your perfume that you have spent $100 for looking crazy. So, but all of those things you spray on yourself, they're going into your skin, going into your breast tissue, going into your womb. And that's how important it is for you to pay attention to the things that you're putting in your body. You know, not just reading the stuff that you're eating, but also the things that you're putting on your body, you know? most of the time we're not even thinking that, the chemicals that we're using in our wash machine, in our cleaning products, in, makeup, try to buy the best makeup you can, but most of the time we don't know. And that's what I'm talking about. We don't know what we don't know. And that's why we're here today, So, I see one sister over here said something about she had fibroids and then they came back. She said, I have a black OBGYN, have fibroids, and her first options was to do a hysterectomy because of my age. I had a myomectomy and they came back. Now she wants to do a hysterectomy because I'm older. That's what we're talking about. No, once you hit 30, 35, they will be asking you, do you want to have any more kids? It seems like an innocent question. But if you said no, they said, well, we might as well just go ahead and do a hysterectomy and get this over with. No. I like it. I like my womb. I like that feeling of having one there, So someone else said, I want to answer some of y'all questions that y'all have here in the chat. And then another woman, the same woman, she's on it. She says, agreed. As women, some of us use a lot of topical products, perfumes, lotion, hair products, everything. And then she says, agreed, putting everyone first. She's keeping up with every comment. She's an amen corner, and what else is here? If y'all have questions and y'all could go ahead and put that up here and I will go to your questions. Okay. So what happened to my mama panel? They're not here. Let me make a text and see if they're coming. I'm sorry about this, y'all. You don't know how many times I was talking to people every couple days. I was like, here's your entry code. Here's your this. Here's you that, because I really wanted to make sure that this was going to go a certain kind of way. I was very excited about it. I want everybody to get this information. Come on then, Brittany. Come on. Don't you, did you get let me text you. She says she here. She don't know what to do. And you know what? I want to say that okay, she says okay, let me see. Brittany, here we go. I'm giving you the link right now for you to come on. Just click on that link and you'll be here. Do y'all know that I send herb products all over the world? I send them to Italy, to Africa, to Ireland, to the UK. I had one woman, I did a consult with her on WhatsApp. Her mama, she was in Liberia. Y'all know the whole story about Liberia. I had to tell you that later, but because I love that story. Let me just say it real quick. Liberia was where, when we were doing as enslaved peoples, we had a Back to Africa movement. Well, there were some people the abolitionists who got boats and everything, and they got a whole bunch of people who wanted to go back to Africa, and they went to Liberia. So they went there and they had names like Charles Smith and Bob Jones and Cynthia whatever, So they have names like us because they were here, took on the European names, then went back to Africa. Okay, I had to put that in there. Liberia. Okay, her mom flew to New York, drove down to Virginia, visited some friends, visited some in New York, and then drove down here and took the herbs off of my porch, and then drove right to the airport and flew back to Liberia. About 10 months later, her daughter, the woman that I had been doing the consult with, she had a baby, a boy. Now, y'all know how these African mamas are about their babies, especially them boys, right? So, And then the next year she had another boy. Then the next year she had another boy. I mean, when we break open that womb for them babies, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I have a lot of sisters who have done that. They just kept having them. And this is Brittany. She's on the mama panel. I don't know where the other mamas are, but she will do. Brittany, you got your sound on?
Yes.
Oh,
Hi.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fabulous. How's your boys?
They're good. They're still asleep.
Oh, good. Well, we got to go quick because we know how that is. As soon as they hear you
Okay.
laugh, they want to come in there and get in your lap.
Of course.
Tell us about your experience using herbs and how it went for you and that whole thing.
For me, I had really bad periods after I had my third child, which is my daughter. And my hormones completely changed. I was working in the nursing field, and every weekend I work, I never had bad cramping. It would just be horrible. So I knew something was wrong. Went to the doctor and everything, did a scan, ultrasound, nothing. I'm like, no, something is wrong because I know my body. I've been following you for a long time, and I quit my job, moved my family to another state, and that's when I bought the whole womb package. I did it for a month, and then the second month, I wasn't even all the way done, and I got pregnant.
Oh, man. I know. I always tell sisters, keep your birth control tight when you're doing these programs. That first step program is a pretty awesome program, you know? Yeah, you will get pregnant.
So listen, I got pregnant, and then 2 years later, I got pregnant again.
Yeah.
So I have 2 under 2. I have a 2-year-old now, my herbal baby, and I got another herbal baby that's about to be 6 months on Thursday.
Oh, man. That is
fabulous. Thank you.
Well, you know what? When they get 18 or 16, don't try to send them back to me because I don't send them back. You know, they start smelling themselves at that point.
Yes, I have 3 teenagers already, so I have 5.
Oh wow, sis. Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is that I'm always happy when women are happy about how their herbal experience with their children, with their babies, with, you know, and and I want to make sure that people who want children can still have them. I had one lady who her doctor had been chasing her for years trying to do a hysterectomy, and she didn't do it. And then she got pregnant, and she was like, her doctor told her, "I'm so sorry." Because the doctor realized that had she went along with what she was trying to do, she never would have had this child. She never would have had this pregnancy. And it was something she wanted. Now, if you don't want one, you still got to keep your stuff clean out, but you also will know what days you're overlaid and all that, because you are able to keep up. Like Brittany just said, she knows her body. And then we'll teach all kinds of things about counting the days. I was just saying that earlier about counting the days and that kind of thing. So you want to understand what's going on inside, but you also want to be able, and that's one of the ways you could also keep a check on what, like she said, I didn't even finish the whole program and I was pregnant. That's because she knew who she was, you know? So most of the time though is most women get pregnant and then they find out. They don't try to get pregnant and then recognize, oh, I'm pregnant, you know? This is what we want to change. We want you to go at it in a way that you can say, okay, I'm trying to get pregnant. That's what I did with all my kids, except my last one, my daughter. I basically was keeping up with my days, keeping up with my mucus, keeping up with the whole thing, and knew when I was going to ovulate and made sure that I had sex. And I didn't have to make sure. I just went ahead with what I was already doing, you know? And so that's how I had every one of my kids except the last one, you know? One of the things too I want to say is that I've been helping her with her babies for a minute. I remember she sent me a picture just to show me how happy and fluffy her little son was. And I said, "Woo, baby, you better get that baby some cod liver oil." And she said, "Why? What?" And I said, "Them bow legs, you know." And you know, that's that elder wisdom. I remember my granddaddy and my daddy, they would always talk about cod liver oil. All children need to be on cod liver oil.
I was on cod liver oil growing up. My
We all
grandmother,
were.
my grandmother used to make us take the pills, the vitamins every morning before
Yeah.
school.
Yeah. Well, we had to take the tablespoon, you know, and everybody should have their kids on cod liver oil, period, you know, because unless they're allergic to fish, but you'll know that pretty quick. They're not going to like the taste, but they do have it these days, which is emulsified liquid, like creamy, like Pepto-Bismol, and it can come in flavors like mint and things like that. That's probably the best thing to do, and also keep it in the fridge. The little capsules, kids don't like swallowing pills, and it's not enough. It's not enough. You want them to have a big tablespoon because you want them to have good skin, teeth, hair, the whole thing. Well, I know your children are ready for some breakfast and they're ready for that mama love. So I'm gonna let you go. But I thank you very much for being here. And do let me know how this thing goes with the baby.
Yes, thank you. Thank
And
you
did
for
you get all of
everything.
the different oils and everything?
Well, his goat milk will be here today, so I'm waiting on that to get here to try
Okay.
that. And I
Yes.
can tell because I had a stomach bug
Yes.
Wednesday, and so I've been out since Wednesday, and I
Okay.
lost so much weight and everything in my face for just those 2 days.
Okay.
So I've been still nursing him and not giving him that milk, but I gave him that milk one time, and then he started to itch again. So I'm
Yeah.
just waiting for the goat milk to get here.
Yeah.
See if it
You know,
works.
that's the thing is that our milk is designed for our children, you know.
Yes.
I mean, and the formula is designed for, it's cow milk, so it's designed for 100-pound baby cow, not designed for us. And particularly people of color, we don't have the enzyme to digest milk, and some of us have it
Yes.
worse than others. And your child absolutely cannot do any kind of milk at all products, you know. And as I was telling you, get that palm oil. That's vitamin A, and that will heal his skin quicker than whatever you putting on it, you know. And I think that he should be okay. And I like to see a picture a month from today, if you've been using the palm oil every day, and you're going to be surprised at how different he is, because little children, their bodies change every 30 days. Adults, our bodies, you can see the difference in something that we're doing, in 30 days, but really in 90 days is when you see the magnificent difference of something that you're doing, you know. So a lot of times people say things don't work on me. You got to give it some time. A lot of times when you're dealing with these fibroids, because they're not your fibroids, you don't own them, you don't love them, and you don't want to keep them. When you're dealing with that, those fibroids have been there since before you even start having a cycle, you know. So you got to give it time, you know. Did you want to have a closing comment, Mama?
Oh yes, I do want to say that once I moved to another state, I did go to another doctor and did an ultrasound, and they told me I had a little fibroid. It was not too big, but it was still, and I had cysts, which I know cysts is reoccurring, especially if you're on your period sometimes. But when I did your detox, and after I had my baby and everything, it was gone. So
Okay, fabulous. You know what I want to tell sisters about them cysts? What used to happen is the grandmothers used to deworm us.
yes, I've been telling everyone that.
And you need to deworm your child. I know
Yes.
half of y'all got puppies, and y'all deworm y'all puppies at 6 weeks, you know, but you don't deworm your kids. And what happens is these kids are born, the mamas don't deworm them. And then when they get to be, you know, of menstruating age, now they starting to have cysts. Cysts are little sacks of worms that have not hatched yet. It is not something that you have to have. I never had a cyst in my life, you know? And so you have to do a deworming on a regular basis. I used to say, you know, seasonally, but with the environment that we're in these days, I can't say just do it once every, you know, quarter. I think, you know, once a month, once every other month, regularly, depending on your, if you somebody work in the bank or a nurse, or you work with people all the time, you probably need to stay on one, you know, because you're picking them up from them. Deworming is a basic part of life. It's not special. You don't tell me. I ask people when they do a consult, when's the last time you did a deworming? Oh, I did one last year. Well, that's way expired. You got to do them every couple months, not last year. If you go and talk about last year, just say, I haven't done one recently, because it just almost sounds funny when you say last year. It's like if somebody asks you when the last time you washed your hair and you say last year. Woo, that's how that sounds. So thank you so much, Mama Brittany. I'm proud of you and all of the things that you're doing with your children and how you're trying to raise them in an herbal way.
Yes, thank you. And yes, I detox my babies, my 2-year-old. One more thing, I'm sorry.
No.
My 2-year-old, he was talking when he came out the womb and everything. I was taught him hi. He was sitting high a couple of months. Soon as I took him to the doctor and they gave him, what they gave him, those shots, he went downhill. I never gave him shots again. I never vaccinated him. I've been detoxing him. He's saying sentences. He's talking more. He's more alert. It's just so my baby, I haven't vaccinated him at all. So I definitely do detox them. And now I'm starting to deworm myself, but I'm still nursing. So I can only cleanse my blood right now and eat right. So I'm starting back that journey now.
Okay. Yeah. Because, the reason why moms can't deworm themselves is because they will shoot the worms and the toxins into their milk and the babies will drink it. So there's no deworming. There's no detoxing when you nurse it. You just got to wait, and that's okay. I mean, you already been through this for 9 months. That's why I try to catch women before they get pregnant, because you could do that, 6-month deworming, detoxing, blood cleanse, the whole thing, and then have a baby, never have any morning sickness, never have any issues at all, and have a baby coming out looking around, because they're not even, burdened with the toxins either, So thank you so much, Brittany, for being here.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm glad to see you.
Bye.
I'll talk to you again. Bye-bye. Yes. Ovario, I should say. Ovario. Yeah. I want to just reiterate to y'all, I'm going to bring Missy up. I want to reiterate to y'all how important it is to do detoxing. How important it is to detox your kids, yourself. You feel better. You have more energy. I can't tell you how many people will text me and say, what do you have for weight loss? And I say parasite cleansing, and they don't want to do that. They want something that says weight loss, So I guess maybe I might have to put a parasite weight loss thing together, and that way they'll do it, Yeah. The thing is that you need to pay attention to the kinds of things that your body seeks, and your body seeks balance. And once your body has balance, sometimes if you eat right, if you're moving, exercising, you're doing your baths, you're having bowel movements, your body will naturally get to a weight that you're comfortable with. But if if you stuff in your face soon as the sun go down with, Twinkies and Little Debbies and all kinds of stuff, then yeah, you're going to have a problem, because you're going to be putting on all of this toxic weight, If you're exercising, some of that fat will turn to muscle. You might weigh the same, but muscle is heavier than fat, and that's a better way, I wanted to bring up my sister friend, Missy Sheely, and she could be part of the Mom's Council. You know what? Go ahead and tell your Mom Council story before you go to your other thing about you and your daughter on with the womb detox.
Okay. Well, first of all, happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
I mean, you know what? We all here to learn. And if you don't want to tell the story because your daughter going to be like, Mom, you're telling my business. That's how we got daughters the same age. I understand that. They be like, Oh, Mom, don't put me out there. Do what you do, but don't put me out there. So just go ahead and talk about what you do.
You said what I do?
Yeah.
Well, I am the founder of Couture Code, and a little bit about my background. I've been been a capsule wardrobe specialist for over 30 years. And so in what was it, 22, when all the AI came, I
Yes.
started studying that. And so now I've combined my background of capsule wardrobing with
And tell people what
AI.
capsule wardrobe, Missy. Nobody knows. I didn't know.
You know what? You know what? I have to apologize because I always assume that everyone knows what a capsule wardrobe is. Okay,
No,
so let me break it down and make it easy. Everyone from back in the day knows what Garanimals were, right?
you're right.
It's just you matching up the clothing so everything goes together. So
Right.
it's like the Garanimals for adults. For the most part, you are I teach you how to take a wardrobe that's functional, and all of your pieces work together. Everything that you wear matches, so you won't go to the closet anymore and say, I don't have anything to wear, I have nothing to wear, because now you revamped your wardrobe so that it's powerful, it's stylish, and it's easy, so you don't have that extra thought on your mind when you get up in the morning and you're trying to get your day going and you're just standing in your closet for like an hour trying on stuff that just doesn't work. So it helps you to evolve into your true self, and your style is always impeccable.
Right.
So that's kind of what a
Okay.
capsule wardrobe is.
That's what capsule wardrobe is, y'all. So y'all know how that works now. And what's a basic capsule wardrobe so that they know, because you did say that you do capsules. So what's a basic one?
Well, a basic capsule wardrobe would be about, I would say, from 10 to 12 pieces for the most part to start. So you would have, depending on what you do, like if you're a professional, you would have 2 suits. Like, so you have a black suit, a white suit, and then you have a suit that you have pieces that are black and white. So all those pieces intermix. And then
Okay.
you can have a pair of really nice jeans, of course, that you can wear the jackets that you have with your suits to go with it. A basic t-shirt
Yeah.
to wear underneath your suits and with your jeans, and always have a really nice white blouse, cotton blouse, nice and crisp. So that's
Okay.
just to start it off. And
Okay.
then from there, you mix and match those pieces. But as you go along and get to understand your style and colors that work for you, then you can incorporate other things. But to keep it simple, you just start off with these two colors. I mean, yeah, you use 2 colors, black and white. And if you're familiar with, if you want to add red in there, you can do that. But don't use more than 3 colors in your wardrobe at one time when you're trying to build your capsule. Does that make sense?
Yes. 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 And so
Okay, great.
that goes into your training, your AI training that you were just focusing on.
Yeah. So in 22, I started learning about AI, and I was fascinated because I'm naturally a creatress. I love to create. That's why fashion has always been who I am, because it allows you to create no limitations. And so AI does the same thing, but I lean into the more creative AI applications because, again, it allows me to create. So I can take my fashions and create whatever I imagine, and then I can have them to walk a runway or just strike a pose or whatever I want them to do. They come to life. And so
Okay.
that's how I take my fashion background and intermix it with the AI, and then I create these wonderful animations. Another thing I do that with the animations, I call them soulful affirmations, and I create soulful affirmations for Black women through the AI animations. And I just see that it's a very healing way to remind sisters that we matter, we're amazing, all the things that we don't hear on a regular basis. These animations put that back into our mind so we can remember who we are. And then you can play it over and over and over and over again. So
Right.
I love doing the soulful affirmations. And on my LinkedIn page, I have over 100 of them for people to watch and to, to just feel something from it. So
Right.
that's kind of how I incorporate the AI with my fashion and the affirmations. And I also teach the class, AI classes as well. Couture
When
code
is the
classes.
next class coming up?
The next class is the first February the first Saturday in February.
Okay.
I forget the date. Let me look at the date real quick.
Yeah.
But the
yeah.
first Saturday in February, and I will be teaching four classes. Let me see what the first time is going by so fast I can't keep up. So the
Well,
first is the 7th.
The
It's the
7th.
7th of February from
Okay.
11 to 2. Yes.
Okay.
And I will be teaching four basic AI applications that in my opinion, everyone should know and master, especially ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gamma, etc.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. I
So
took
if you're
one.
interested,
I think your classes are great. I was just saying, I took your class, one of your classes, and it gave me a lot of insight into how I needed to be using that. And in fact, for my videos, that's all I'm doing now exclusively is just using, one of my AI applications to make my videos, because that way I can just type the words in and go,
Yeah.
So
and the other thing too, instead of, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No.
No, I was just going to say, you were saying you can type the words in and go. If you're using ChatGPT, you don't have to type the words in. You can just talk to it, and it's faster and it's easier, and you get more from it when you just talk to it instead of trying to type it through. It just makes life more convenient.
Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's how you learn. So,
yeah.
Does anyone have any questions? She said you go to her LinkedIn. She has all of her videos. I was praying and hoping that she would bring one on, because the things are just incredible. You could just have.
Am I able to share a screen?
Yeah, I think so. Go ahead and put it up. Yeah. Well, if
at the bottom, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. I know that.
I don't see where it's.
You don't see it.
Is it the one that it doesn't have any wordings on it? I don't want to push the wrong button and get disconnected. Let me try the one that has the plus.
I think it must be the plus, right?
Okay, I see it. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Oh, I see it. Yep, I got it. I'm putting it up there. Add to stage. There we go. There she is.
Okay, great. So
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I said we can do anything.
That's it. That is it. So I created this one. This is the story of getting your pink back, and I wasn't familiar. And so the story is, I'm trying to see. So the story is of the mother flamingo. And so I was writing, did you know a mother flamingo loses her pink enzymes because she pours every bit of it into her babies to help them thrive? Who does that sound like? It sounds like the sisters, right?
Yeah, all of us.
Right. It sounds like us, because it's like we're the flamingos of the world. We give, build, nurture, teach, lead, and uplift, even when we're running on empty. We give our paint to everyone with no ROI. We get nothing back for the most part. We're just on empty. But here's the thing, it's time to reclaim our paint. And so I created this animation, and it's just her just being in her glory and her pink and getting her pink back. So that was created by one of the AI applications, and I teach this in class as well.
Okay.
So that's one, and we can go to, did you want to see another one in particular, or you just want me to choose one?
Yeah.
Go back.
I love the pink lady. Well, let's put the twins up there.
Fady and Sadie.
Yeah.
Those are your girls.
Yeah, I love Fady and Sadie.
Let's see. Okay, let me see. Okay, so So as I was saying before, these are the, I've created over 105 videos. So just glancing through all the videos, when you go to my page, you can just click on videos and it will show you all the videos that I have crafted, just so you can see what's going on or what I've been up to. So let me find Sadie and Sadie. And then I want to show you the one that I created where you can actually put music to your animations as well. So there's so many layers with this, and that's why I think it's very, very healing. And then once you understand how to use it, you can create it to do affirmations for yourself. You can create it to do things for your family. Just, just sharing yourself through AI and the light and bright side of AI. So I think this is Fady and Sadie that you're talking about.
Okay, well, I'll take any of them.
Okay, so for the most part, this is just. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just said I love them all. Yes.
Thank you. This is Fady and Sadie. Again, they're just strolling through life, being their fantastic selves. So they're just walking to their beautiful Bentley and having no worries in the world. And yes, she is throwing her hips. Yes.
Yeah.
Work it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so another one that I have that I got a lot of sisters to DM me about was a video that I did that I called Be Too Much. So let me go back to that.
Okay. Yeah. One of the things that I like about this, I think, and that reason why I think that it's important for us to learn it and to be involved in it is because this is an opportunity for women to use their creative selves. And that's a lot of what's going on with women,
absolutely.
is that they're not using their creative selves and they're feeling stifled. And this is, something that you can use that's very inexpensive for what you're getting for it, and I just think that it's important for us to. Oh, what about the woman with the purple and the long braids? What about her? Play her real quick. Yeah.
Okay. She is just the intro to 2026. I said in 2026, we no longer just dream the dream. We decide it. We expect it. We walk in it. We choose to be healthy and whole. We demand to be abundantly blessed. We rejoice in ease and overflow. We love unconditionally. We set the standards and we are the blueprint. In 2026, it's the year for our visions and our expectations. Let's rise together. And she just came out and said, let's go. So this is the 2026. Ooh. And she has no worries. No worries.
Yeah.
No worries at all.
Wow.
It's like, this is my world. My world.
Yeah.
My world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that this is a great opportunity for creativity. Great.
Yes. And that's why I absolutely love it. And that's why I absolutely love to teach it, so that sisters can see that they too can create whatever they want. And even if you're having a down day and you go and create something, you can change that whole energy. And that's what I often do. To be transparent, a lot of my videos were made when I was having some serious dark times. And so that helped me to create and help me to put that dark time to the side and find my light for a little while. And then eventually, go and do what you got to do as far as the adulting stuff. But it gives you a soft place to land. And I absolutely love that.
Yeah. And that's one thing too I like about your work is not only the capsule couture, but also the fact that, part of our healing, I think, is in regularly reminding ourselves of how great we are.
Absolutely.
What your work does, it constantly is helping to lift women up with the incredible range of exoticism. I would say, look at the sister with the unicorn. I mean, I think that is very important for us to try it all for us in our creative mode. Try it all,
Absolutely. Absolutely. This
Yeah.
is one that I created with the song. I attached the song to it, and the song is called Massive Joy because I know that we all deserve massive joy. And so it just came out. There's an AI application that allows you to create songs. You can create your own lyrics, all the things. And so I've been using that, and I created the image. I had her to move, and then I inserted the song. And so this is just I just put a partial part of the song to my image. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, but let's see.
We can hear it.
Can you hear it?
We rise, we rest, we feel massive joy is real. Woke up with life in my soul today. Softness wrapped me in a sacred way. No more running, no more fight. Just me and my joy, holding hands in the light. Massive joy, it lives in me. Flow.
So that's Massive Joy.
I love that. I love that. Yeah. It has a soul stirring voice and rhythm, you know?
Yes.
And that hook.
I love Massive Joy. Yes.
Yes.
And it's just, it feels good. And it reminds you that you have massive joy. Just seek it at all times. Pull it out and give it to yourself first. Give it to yourself first. And then the last one that I was talking about. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I'm just repeating. Give it to yourself first. Give it to yourself first. That's what I'm saying about your work, is that repeating some of the things that you put here is good for your soul. It's good for your spirit. It can replace a lot of things that you have taken on as you that aren't you. It's things that people told you about you, you know? And that's very important.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And I believe that representation is beyond powerful, especially for us, because we're not used to seeing ourselves in such an exotic, positive, galactic way.
Yeah.
You know, and I think I believe that's who we are. And it's just reminding us of who we are and what our potentials are when no one needs us. You know what I'm saying? As far as what I mean when I say when no one needs us, when you can just be your true authentic self. No one needs you. No one needs you to do nothing for nothing. Who are you in that? When you sit in that, when no one needs you and you can be your true self, you can just be. That's where I think we get our greatest achievements and growth, is when we need ourselves. We turn back to ourselves.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is one. This is like a message to just starting a new week, but reminding yourself of who you are. This is Queen Makita. So I'll let you hear Queen Makita as well. Let me know if I'm running out of time.
Yeah, this will be your last one, but it's cool because Marilyn's here. She's ready.
Okay.
Every breath I take is sacred. Every step I walk in light. I release the weight of worry. Peace is my birthright. The world may shift and tremble, but I remain unmoved, crowned with grace, kissed by stars. There's nothing I must prove. I am the one I've been waiting for, the dreams of the mothers who came before. Their prayers, their tears, their fight, their flame, live in my voice, live in my name. This week I choose ease. This week I choose peace. With every beat of my heart, I believe I am the one I've been waiting for. I hear the whispers of the grandmothers, in the wind, in the fire, in every layer. Daughter, rest. Daughter, relax. You are the fulfillment of our prayers. I don't chase, I attract. I don't force, I align. This week I lead with softness, and still I shine. I'm the answered prayer. I choose rest. I choose joy. I choose peace that no one can destroy. I am the one I've been waiting for, divinely designed, rooted, and more. From the soil to the stars, I reign, with love in my chest and fire in my name. This week I choose ease. This week I choose peace. Let the winds of the ancestors sing. I am the one I've been waiting for. Remember, beloved, you are the walking prayer. The world rises when you do. So go ahead, Queen. Begin again.
Woo! Whoa! What do you think about that, Marilyn?
It's just amazing.
Is
Yes.
it? Yes.
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 Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. I put you
Oh, yeah.
on because I saw how you were nodding all along as she was talking.
Oh yeah, that's exactly. It's unbelievable. No, I'm gonna say I won't say it's unbelievable, but it is really, really heartwarming, and it's something whose time has been here, but we just now are able to actually acknowledge who we are and step into our power. And that's the beautiful thing about this AI is that it is really allowing us an opportunity to expand and get what the God or goddess wants to give us, because this type of creativity is, you used to have to go to the you just had to make a big old set, and it was just costuming, makeup.
I know you know all about it, Marilyn, because you did a whole film degree.
Well, that's why I'm making my set right now in my little tiny place. I'm developing my set. I did my makeup.
Right.
I'm just now setting up my set.
Right. Yeah.
Getting my lighting right. That's exactly what.
Yeah. And
that's
so
you look amazing.
You always look amazing.
Well, you know what? That's what's so exciting about what you can do, because all you have to do, like you said, is just take that and tell it what you want, and then it does it. And then if you don't like it, no, I need you to fix this. I need you to get that. That type of thing. It's just amazing. But I'm excited about the using the one that helps you make the songs, the Suno. I'm excited about learning about that one too, because clearly I think that's what you must have used to do some of those things. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah. It's absolutely
fabulous. That was Suno.
Yeah, and she makes all kinds of things. And
I'm excited about her class.
I mean, it's like this is the way you want to move in public, but you've been raised not to.
I have that happen all the time.
Right.
I have that happen in classes all the time. I don't know if I'm supposed to move my hips like that. I said, you got into this world, didn't you? They just forget, because that orgasmic thing, it allows you to break free, and then you're made to feel ashamed of it because you are. When it comes my turn, we'll talk about that.
Yeah. Definitely. And you coming right up.
Okay, well, I'm gonna
take you off the screen so you can finish your backstage stuff.
Yes.
And I'm gonna bring up another mama who's another practitioner and everything.
Okay. Awesome.
After, we're gonna take Xenia down. Take Missy down, and then we're gonna have Xenia up here too. Missy, I'm telling you, I love your stuff. It is just powerful. That one right there, I think you could hear people breathing. They were so in tune with it. I should have said clip that, but I'll go back to it. But this is one of those things that helps women to break free of some of their upbringing, and I'm telling you, it's such a big deal for so many women. Even when nobody's watching, they still patrol themselves with these old ideas and old images and old things that they don't have to be bothered with, but they've been properly programmed. And those old images and old ideas are affecting their womb, and they're not able to be who they truly are here to be,
Absolutely. And it's time to change that. And so thank you for bringing the platform to remind women that it's time to change. It's way past time. So thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Way past time. And I know I'm going to put Xenia up soon as she puts something in her mouth. We gonna see you, sis. And thank you so much for. She's in the chat and she's doing a whole bunch of stuff. Missy is, but her class is coming up the first weekend in February, the 7th, day after Bob Marley birthday. And so you got a website or something? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna put everybody's website and their stuff on the same page where y'all registered, so you don't have to wonder. You click on it and go to their thing. Okay, that way they don't have to try to figure out if they're leaving out a letter or something, you know. Thank you so much, sis.
Thank you so much again.
Okay, then. Take care. There you go. We know the mamas got to get in that food wherever they can.
Right? I knew I was doing something wrong just now, too.
We know that if they're not around trying to see if they can eat half of it or a crumb or something. Right. I remember when I was younger, my mom used to go in the bathroom and I guess I was following her around and I would hear her because we had a small little house and I hear her in the bathroom. I hear some paper rattling. I said, Mama, can I have some? She said, you gonna get some soon enough. And you know what it was? It was a tampon. She was taking the paper off of it. And I'm hearing the paper rattle. I'm like, Mama, can I have some?
Yes.
Said, yeah, you're gonna have some soon enough. But thank you so much, Xenia, the organic goddess. She's not only one of our mamas, our herbal baby mamas, but she's also a practitioner. She is so many things, you know, and I wanted to have her here, especially since she was on this side. Ain't you happy you didn't get stuck in over there? Because they ain't even letting them people get on the plane, honey.
Oh
I know.
Oh my God.
I know. So you can start off with your mama stories if you want, and then go into your organic goddess and anything you got coming up, that kind of thing.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, as Dr. Aisha said, I'm Xenia. Everybody calls me Zen or the organic goddess. And I'm a women's wellness coach, soon to be doctor. I'm 1 year away from graduating from medical school.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm a mom of 5. My youngest is 1.
Okay.
My big baby is 18.
Wow. But, I've been knowing you 18 years.
Well, it's been like 16 years because when we met, he was about 2, almost 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I was reflecting on that today.
Okay.
You know, that whole story of learning about parasite cleanses and the signs of what we need to look out for as parents, you know, that's been a life changer for me and my children over the years. So as we're saying, I've known Dr. Aisha for 16 years, and you know, you've been an integral part of my wellness journey, how I approach my clients, and then just life in general, because, you know, we have to be holistic when we're looking at our lifestyle, especially as a mother. You know, we have a tendency, and we all know this, to put the babies first and then forget about ourselves. So when they're cleansing, I'm cleansing with them. Right. Or the other way around. When I'm cleansing, they're cleansing with me. And then just teaching them the things that I learned so that I can reinforce it for myself. Right. But the main thing that I do is help women with their lifestyle. So as a overcomer of period pain, I used to have really bad period pain and PMS and all types of stuff happening with me and my reproductive health. You know, using herbs, changing the way that I think about myself and my position in life really helped me to heal that. So I don't have period pain. My cycles are my menstrual cycle is very short.
Right.
And again, I did parasite cleansing, womb tonic, prayer, affirmation, meditation, and then different lifestyle changing, positioning myself as the number one priority in my life. So that just really made a difference. So I teach women how to do that. I call it me time. So I actually have a free masterclass coming up on the 21st of January.
Okay. At
5 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I'm just showing y'all a few things to help you to jumpstart your wellness journey, jumpstart prioritizing yourself and to get rid of that period pain.
Yes. And those excessive days. I mean, if you having a period over 7 days and up, that is way too much. And excessive pain, shouldn't have that. I mean, you pass being 14. I mean, when I was 14, I was doubled over in the bed, you know. Yeah. But, you know, any of those things are letting you know that you have an imbalance, and you shouldn't be in your 20s and still doubled over in the bed. I've had women who actually have been on high levels of pain medication. They had to go to the hospital and get a drip pain, you know.
Ooh, okay.
All of that is too much, you know. Yeah. And so we gotta look at how we are, you know, feeding that womb and how it's responding to what you're feeding it, you know. Go ahead and talk about, you know, how you got your. I remember when we used to talk about your deworming for your baby, your boy. He's a teenager now, but you used to say, oh yeah, he was eating a pita and the little sprouts was in it and they was falling everywhere, and he was trying to grab every single one of them and stuff it in his mouth. That's after he got dewormed, because he now has the appetite for good food, you know. Yeah. So what else have you found, you know, in your journey, medical, healing, the Organic Goddess?
So you were the one that actually pointed out that a lot of times women have parasites, and that's why we have different ailments like morning sickness and cramps. Mm-hmm. So every time I would do the parasite cleanse, the cramps would disappear. Yeah.
I was just telling her. Yeah. I was just telling her sister, she was talking about all the cysts. She was saying it like it was normal. Cysts are not normal.
No. And see, when we look at it from a medical standpoint, they're just like, oh, it's just a cyst. And then they don't have like a root cause or any type, like in the medical field, they never get to the root of the problem. It's just, here's the problem and these are the symptoms, and we're just going to cut it out, or we're just going to give you some pain medication or birth control so that you can manage it.
The symptoms.
Yeah. Yes. So I used to want to be an OBGYN because I wanted to help mothers birth babies and help women. But then when I got on that rotation and I saw what the doctors actually do, I'm like, I can't do that. Yeah. And not because I was scared or it's too much. It was the fact that we're giving women the excuse to not prioritize themselves and then cut out the problem later. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't heal the root cause of why they have those ailments in the first place. And I'm like, I don't want to participate in that. I've helped so many women. Even today, I'm checking in with some of my clients because I'm like, how are you doing with the fibroids? They're shrinking their fibroids. They're shortening their periods. They're feeling more fulfilled in life because, one, they're prioritizing themselves, and then two, they're taking these herbs to help heal and reverse these issues that they're dealing with.
Yep. Very, very, very true. I love that yellow color in your house. Love it, love it, love it. But I agree with you. The thing is, too, is what we want them to do, since they are prioritizing themselves. It's not my fibroids. It's the fibroids. Right. You don't own them. You don't love them. And you don't want to keep them. Right. And language in this world is very important because so much of the stuff that you're doing is against you, you know, and you got to start being for you. I heard you were saying earlier, part of what you're teaching within, you know, the Organic Goddess in your coaching system is meditation and affirmations. That's exactly why you got to watch your language, you know? Yeah, because everything you say, you want it to be part of something that is becoming your core, you know, your core self. And, you know, so they not my fibroids, they the, you know?
Right. Yeah. And you know what? You were one of the first people that I saw was like, bring that energy into your woman. You're doing a physical movement along with the verbal, you know, saying something out loud. Yes. And I'm like, oh, that's different. Remember we had the Womb Love Day in
Yep.
Houston back
And
in
the womb, right, the womb swirl and all. I do those things because that's when people recognize, and we got Dr. Marilyn on here. She's a belly dancer. She does all kinds of movement that she's going to show. And I might end up having to do the womb swirl. But yes, it is a power of energy all around us, and we can direct it to do what we need it to do, you know? Most of the time we saying stuff that's condemning us, you know, condemning our true selves. It's telling us, oh, I can't do that. That's not possible. I don't have, you know?
Yeah.
And those are the things that your body says, okay, I guess I better listen to that. We can't do that, you know? Let me tell you what I did this year for my 2026 mission statement. I can do hard things. Because it's a lot of stuff this year that we're going to have to do that's hard, you know? Because we got some crazy people running some stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And so I can do hard things. Even, you know, I've had, you know how you have little projects around your house that you get busy and you start on something else and you leave that hole over there, or you leave that set of chairs over there. Now I'm going back and doing one hard thing every single day, you know, and it's making me, it gave me such a rush because I had a whole little chicken coop for my little chicks in my garage that I just took out, and the chicken's been living outside for 2 months and they're giving eggs every day, you know?
Yeah.
But because there was no, you know, it wasn't a priority because the chickens weren't in it anymore. So I go move on to something else, you know? I can do hard things is helping me to do all kinds of things that I don't necessarily want to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's something that I also help women with, is that reprioritization is about organizing your time management.
Well, you know, sometimes you just don't want to do it. So what you say, oh, I can do that, or I could go eat. Let me go eat.
Right.
You know, it don't have to be anything deep, you know, the priorities. But you're right. You just have to decide it is more important. I could eat in 20 minutes. Just give it 20 minutes, you know?
Yeah, because then we start scrolling or watching TV or something.
It's the TV mostly for me. I don't scroll because scrolling can take hours. Woo.
Right.
They have psychologists set up just to see how we respond to the scrolling. And they have it set up for our eyes and the pleasure and it's like the rats in the trap. They have it set up for us to stay there as long as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they do. So what else you got for us, Dr. Zine?
Hey. So you mentioned movement. Well, we were both talking about movement. So one of the things that I birthed along the way is hip hop burlesque sensual healing dance. So I've been dancing my entire life.
Oh, you sure have.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom took me everywhere with her. We started a dance company in Houston, but I always had this resistance to feminine movement and just really feeling comfortable doing sensual type movement.
Okay.
And I had to dig into that. So when I was, studying in Antigua, I went to go play mass. I was dancing in the dance academy down there.
Okay.
And interacting with Black women that really own their bodies.
Yes.
And it triggered something in me. I'm like, wow, I've always been like this big. Like I've always had a nice body, but just not really comfortable with it or moving it in ways that women move their bodies.
Right.
What is that? I had to ask myself, what is that? So being outside with women of all shapes and sizes, and they're wearing little tiny outfits, and they just own their bodies. I'm like, girl, you have nothing to worry about. Look how beautiful everybody looks. So that just prompted me to just really start getting in the mirror, dancing with myself, taking that time to dress up for me.
Yeah.
And then eventually I got to the point where like, oh, I need to make up this dance style. I need to develop this workshop so that I can help women to do the same thing. So that's how I ended up birthing Hip Hop Burlesque back in 2021.
Wow, you know what? I wish we had got you have a film of it that you can post up here, right? I mean, that we can click and show us right now. I know you nursing. I can tell the look.
Actually, I do have a bunch of videos on here. I don't know how to use this thing, but
well, know what you could do is that plus mark right there. You push that plus, and then you could start the video because it'll just split us in half.
I don't see a plus mark.
It's under your face, at the bottom of your face.
It doesn't give me that view. I think because I'm on my phone.
Oh yeah. Phones don't do the same thing. Yeah, that's it.
I'm gonna send you something. Where should I see?
You can send it to me at any of my emails. You know.
Okay. I'm gonna send it to you real quick.
Okay.
But the last
herbsister@gmail. I'll have it right now. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was doing a workshop in Antigua, so I went to Antigua over the summer, and it was just such a full circle moment to be there and teaching that workshop there. I actually partnered with a somatic stretch therapist, so we went through a whole stretch and meditation, and then we got up and started shaking something.
Okay. Well, that sounds like something that is absolutely necessary, you know, and I think that maybe that'll be something that women feel like they can do, even if they don't really like dancing, if they know that it's taking care of tightening and toning and energizing and doing circulation in that whole reproductive area, because that's exactly what we need, is that, you know?
Yeah. Oh my God, yes.
Yes. And you know what I'm going to end up doing too? I'm going to play your video at a time when there's just a little bit of a break so people can see it, because I appreciate you being here. I'm happy to meet the baby girl.
Oh yeah. You know what? I want to tell you two things. So back to the dance. My second daughter, she is like the sensual dance queen. When she was like 3 years old, she was moving, and I'm like, this little girl. Okay. And you know, most of the time parents will be like, stop that, that's not for you, and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, oh no, I'm going to preserve this and make sure that she continues to feel comfortable in her body. So I always make a safe space for her to be able to do that. Yeah. To the point where sometimes we're dancing together.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
There's that. And then I wanted to tell you, so my last two pregnancies were like almost a breeze.
Okay. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I didn't have that morning sickness like the other three. Remember, we were taking that anti-nausea tonic from you during my pregnancy with my daughters. I didn't have to do any of that. I didn't throw up. I was functional for the most part. You know, you still feel tired or whatever. And then even the labor and delivery was so much shorter.
Okay.
Last two. Yeah, I was down to 8 hours of labor and birthing the baby. To the point where the youngest baby, I caught my baby that time.
Oh wow, you had to catch it on the way somewhere, huh?
Yes, I
did. Look at her. Yeah.
So this my free birth baby.
Okay. Did they try to charge you anyway?
Actually, we had her in Jamaica, and the public hospital down there, they don't charge for the births. It's just a lot of weird stuff that I don't like necessarily in terms of like the control factor in the hospital. But other than that, they don't charge the women unless you're in a private hospital.
Oh wow. Okay. Wow. Yeah. And you know what? And I'll say what that is they know that everybody is going to need this service. So they taking down the barriers, you know, and that's why we are doing this event today, because women don't know what they don't know.
Right.
And we want to make sure that they have access to the truth, because there's so many lies and misrepresentation out there.
Oh yeah.
And I was just saying that, we got, circulating that fibroids cause cancer. And I know it's out there on social media, and that cranberry juice heals fibroids. I mean, I am starting the Wombniverse Wisdom Collective.
Okay.
Yeah. And what that is, it's a global professional organization devoted to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions from around the world. We're going to exist for women who value depth over trending things, wisdom over performance, and accountability in womb-centered work. We want some ethics. We want to be able to call people out if they're using emotion and fear to try to trap women in their web. We're not going to go for that. We're going to call that out. We need to do it, or otherwise there will be an organization put over us that will do it.
Right.
So we have to do it, So applications are open now for womb-centered workers, and it's going to be a continual thing. And I want you to join. Everybody that's here today on this panel, I want them to join. And we already have women, Native American women have joined. I mean, we have some African women who have already joined. We got women from everywhere, because we do need to share. We do need to be in connection. We'll have a website with everybody's information on there, and people are saying that they want to learn more about your dances, Zen. That's coming up in the comments.
Nice. So I am gonna do a virtual dance class. I haven't set the date, but it's gonna be right between the end of January and the beginning of February. But I definitely want to do something online, and then later on in the spring I'll be doing an in-person workshop.
Okay.
And then I just want to say that having that resource is so important. I've had so much backlash from women when I say you do not have to have period pain. You do not have to have period pain. That little statement makes women so angry. And they're like, oh, cite your sources. And what are you talking about? You're a fake Dr. Sebi.
Oh no! Oh no!
A fake internet doctor, yes.
Oh no!
And I'm like, wow, it runs deep. Women think that they're supposed to be in pain, and that they're supposed to be bleeding for a long time, and that they have to get a hysterectomy. Like, they just believe that
at a certain age
are
yep.
Man. Yeah.
What'd you say?
So whenever we come out here saying that women don't have to suffer in that way, they want us to have documentation and resources that to say that what we're saying is actually valid.
And you know what? And I've seen many women want to believe this male-centered idea that women do not have to have a cycle at all, and you're in your 20s. Why would that be a thing? I know. Just completely eliminating women's having cycles. And I saw this whole thing where this woman, she gets on and she says, I'm still having a cycle, but I'm still working on myself and detoxing so that it can stop. Don't you know the only way that your cycle is going to stop if you are a healthy woman in your 20s is that you got to be on a starvation. You got to be starving for your cycle to stop. Look at you. You got a confused look on your face like, what? Yes. There's this whole hotel concept that women who have a cycle are toxic and they shouldn't be having a cycle. I know. It is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I've heard that. That confused me.
It's confusing because there's no way that you're not going to have a cycle unless. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I kind of just lost my train of thought, but
Well, you said
essentially,
you've heard women saying this thing about.
there's an energetic.
Go ahead.
There's an energetic loop with our menses and the earth, and a lot of us don't know this part about our menstrual cycles, but we're supposed to be connected to the earth with our cycles in terms of actually where we put our fluids. When we throw it down the toilet or throw it in the trash, we actually break the energetic loop, and that's part of the reason why we're so tired.
So you are of the class of women using a menstrual cup and putting their menses into the earth.
Yeah.
It it's recycling. It's a good thing, it's a good thing. I remember during the time when I was having my cycle in the heights of my cycle, that menstrual cup wouldn't have did jack for me. I would have been out there every hour or every 2 hours pouring my blood down in the earth. That's how much I had. I was it was all disruptive, I got it together, but my mom didn't know what to do. And that's why I try to talk to so many women, because my mom thought she must have heard something about raspberry. And I was 14, and I would every second Tuesday at 1:00, my cycle would come, and I would go down by 3:30. I was in the bed balled up in a knot by 3:30, My mom would try to get some raspberry, and the only thing I guess she saw at A&P, which was a grocery store back in the day, is the raspberry jello. So she bought the raspberry jello. She didn't know raspberry. That was all they had in the regular grocery store, And she made it like before you make the jello, like a raspberry jello tea, and ain't nothing but sugar and artificial raspberry flavor. And she gave that to me in a cup, and it was sugar, so it was good, and it was warm, so I felt relieved, But she was trying, but the things weren't available, and she didn't have the right information, And so now when I see elder women and I try to give them information on no more cramps or any of the things that I'm doing, and they tell me, oh, I've been through with that, I don't do that mess no more. I'm saying, sis, the thing is now you're elder. You have to have good information for the younger women. Where else they gonna learn? That part. So it's none of that. I don't have nothing to do with that anymore. I don't have no womb. I don't have none of that. That's all gone. I was like, we still gotta know, So I had really bad cycles growing up myself. So I understand this thing you're talking about with the pain and everything. But that once I got a hold of myself and was able to handle my body myself, then I was able to learn and get better opportunities, Yeah. You had something else you wanted to say?
I'm just grateful that we've connected over the years, because it's been an eye opener. I didn't know about fibroids until I got the Parasite Cleanse and saw your flyer about it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm like, fibroids? So then I started to learn that most of the women in my mom's side of the family had fibroids and hysterectomies.
Okay.
So my mom was the only one that didn't get a hysterectomy out of all her siblings. And then my sisters and I, none of us have had fibroids so far.
Right. Well, I think y'all have made it. Yeah. Yeah.
We come from a long line. Even my cousins on my mom's side, a lot of them had fibroids. But again, the lifestyle, like we grew up plant-based.
Yeah.
And then she would always do different herbs with us. And then once I found you, I shared the information with my mother and my sisters.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, so you don't have any brothers?
I do have brothers. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I always hear about the sisters. Yeah. But I get that. Yeah. So, but the organic goddess Xenia is here. Thank you so much. getting ready to be a doctor for real in less than a year. Has all kinds of great things. I can't wait to see you send me that dance, and I am going to put it up, so that everybody's here can go and look at it. I'll probably put it on the same womb healing page, and I'll definitely put it up on the Wombniverse. I'll put it up on the Wombniverse Wisdom Collective, because we're going to have a directory. We're going to have all of that information being available for people all over the world. I can't wait to see how it continues, but Xenia, thank you for us staying connected. And I talk to her more than I talk to my own sister sometimes. So we're going to keep up with each other, and let me know if I can be of any assistance to you on any level. Always.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, then. Talk to you later.
Peace.
Peace. Xenia, this is Kim Kennedy. She is, I was saying to you guys earlier about, radical forgiveness. And she's a coach, Coach Kim.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, it has really helped me. And I want her to go ahead and give you the overview of what she is bringing to your forgiveness, to your healing, to your womb, to your life. Go ahead, Coach Kim.
All right. Well, thank you for having me.
Yes.
I've enjoyed your session so far.
Oh, great.
Excuse me.
No
and
problem.
Yes. Okay. All of a sudden.
Yes, of course. That's how it goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Soon as you get on, that's when everything will start. Long as, and look at it, Marilyn went over and got her stuff to drink too. She said, "Oh yeah, that's how it goes." Go ahead, Coach.
So this is all about forgiveness. Forgiveness is so important, not only to you emotionally, but physically. And you know how they say unforgiveness is like giving a person taking poison and expecting the other person to die.
Oh boy.
Because that's really what happens. You
say that again.
Unforgiveness is like taking poison and expecting the other person to die.
Yep. Such a good way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a heavy weight that we carry when we're sitting in unforgiveness. And it impacts our bodily system. It impacts us, our heart rate, our blood pressure. It impacts our
blood pressure.
Yes, our blood pressure. The stress response.
Mm-hmm. Fight or flight.
Fight or flight.
Yep.
Keeps you in that anger mode, keeping you in that fight or flight mode, which is very stressful, and it causes cortisol. Yes, you know these words.
Right, it's a cortisol response, and when you have that cortisol response, what happens is your body puts everything there to react to that.
Mm-hmm. 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 So it's very, very dangerous.
Well, what it does to you is you either have to run,
you
have to fight, and a lot of times you have to go have a bowel movement. Let's just tell how it works. That fight or flight wants your body to be ready to run and do whatever it can do. So you have to drop a load so that the body can be able to go. And and that's how you know when you're in a bad situation. If you immediately get bubble gut or your stomach starts hurting and you got to go have a bowel movement, that is not a good situation for you. You know?
Okay.
That's part of the fight or flight response. You know?
I never heard that put that way. Yeah.
And you know what I was telling women earlier is that I done had 3.5 husbands. So that is a lot of what women are dealing with when they working with fibroid issues, is that they are mad at their ex-husband, mad at their baby daddy, mad at their mama for letting them not go to college, mad at, I mean, they got a lot of anger for a lot of different things, you know.
Yeah. I know my dad died of anger. He was so mad at his wife at the time.
Yeah.
He was so mad at her because he had a heart attack because he was an angry person, and she was planning a trip to her hometown, which she did every year. They lived in California. She was going to Baltimore for her summer trip, and he was, well taken care of. He was recuperating from his heart attack. His stepson was there with him, but she was going to go to her normal trip, and he got so angry he died before she got back.
What?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, he fixed her, didn't he?
Yeah. How about that?
He fixed her. Wow.
So it's critical that we relieve ourselves of this. We don't want to go into, let's say, this new year angry at anybody about anything. We want to forgive everybody about everything. And what we have to realize is that everything that happens is for our spiritual growth. Despite what we want to believe about it, everything that happens is for our spiritual growth. So no matter how angry somebody makes you, you have to sit in meditation or journal or contemplation about what is the advantage of this situation? What am I learning from this situation? And realize God is still large and in charge. That means that if it's there, it's for your spiritual growth. And if it's for your spiritual growth, it means nothing bad really happens. And which is pretty radical.
Right.
Yeah.
The
other thing we have to know is that if you spot it, you got it. Meaning everything that happens is a reflection of something in you.
Right.
So we're mad at John for lying to us. Well, when do we lie to ourselves?
Yeah.
Right. When we took John on and we knew John wasn't really the one, but we
right. Yes.
Yeah,
but he want to be Mr. Right now, but you don't want him long, and now what?
Now you stuck with him, and you mad.
And you mad? Who you mad at?
Yeah. You're really mad at yourself because you knew better. You knew better.
Right. You knew the job was dangerous when you took it.
Exactly. Exactly. Like they say, and when you see stupid coming, cross the street. Cross the street. Don't let it come and eat you up.
Right. What is your next event? You still teaching the radical forgiveness courses online, or?
I am. I'm actually teaching one for Hillside starting Tuesday.
Okay.
This coming Tuesday.
Okay.
And so if people want to email me at kim@kimkennedy.com, and that's KYM at KYMKennedy.com, I will be happy to send you the QR code that you can register. It's a free class. It's 10 weeks.
Oh, wow. Yes, that's a great thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's free. We ask for donations, but technically you can take it for free.
Okay.
Starting Tuesday from 7 to 8:30.
7 to 8:30. Is there any suggestions that you have so that people can immediately start with some healing on radical forgiveness? Do you have anything that they could just start today, right now? Do you have an exercise or anything that they could do?
There's this 4-step process.
Okay.
That you can jot down. I'll recite it to you. Okay. It's like whenever you are in an upset, you want to repeat these 4 statements. First is, look what I created. And you have to understand that we create everything. Everything in our lives we create it. We may not consciously create it, but we create it. So step 1 is look what I created. And then step 2 is I notice my feelings and judgments about this and love myself anyway. We have to love ourselves through our healing. We can't assume that we're going to just jump up and be okay. We're going to work. We've got work to do, and we're going to love ourselves through it. So the second step is, I notice my feelings and judgments, but I love myself anyway. The third step is, I know that, let me make sure I get this right. I recognize the perfection in this situation. Everything is perfect. Everything is for our spiritual growth. I acknowledge and recognize the perfection in this situation. And the fourth one is, I know that when I'm ready, I can choose peace. It's a choice. You don't have to be mad. Nobody told you you had to be mad at somebody. That's something you're choosing. Now, of course, we're choosing it most of the time because somebody taught it to us. Like, right. I know my mother didn't forgive nobody for nothing.
Yeah.
God bless her. I don't think her mother taught her to be forgiving.
Right.
So, when you know better, you do better. So,
yeah.
Step one, look what I created. I recognize I am, senior moments.
Okay. You got to take my brain food.
Okay.
Yeah. I get you some right away.
Okay.
But, the thing is, you're talking about the, look at what I created.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is the most powerful thing involved in all of this, because most of the time people want to make sure that they are the victim. They want to make sure that so much stuff came that they couldn't get out of the way, and that they didn't acquiesce, or they didn't acknowledge and invite this thing into them. That's what I was just talking about. My 3.5 husbands. The reason why I have a half is because his representative left and I paid attention. A lot of times we do see other aspects of people and we think that's only for other people. Baby, your turn is coming. If they gonna do it on somebody else, they gonna do it on you, And so if you see characteristics and traits of things that you don't like, it's time at that time to do something about it. It's not time after they use it on you,
Right, exactly.
And I think that none of us want to be wrong. That's a big thing, you know?
But the other thing is, people don't know how to forgive, because they don't see it.
Yeah.
I mean, forgiveness, you look at TV, you don't see anybody being kind and forgiving to each other. If somebody stands you up, what are you going to do? That dirty dog, you don't even think for a minute about trying to see. Wonder if he's okay. Wonder if they hurt themselves somehow.
Yeah. Wonder if he having an episode.
I
know. Well, the thing is my daughter, she's 27, so you can tell me what group that is, but what ends up happening is I was taught, give people the benefit of the doubt. Treat people the way you want to be treated, which I still do, but that is not what people are doing, especially with the people that we have running stuff who are very angry and mean and nasty. Everybody thinks that that's cool. It's not cool. And, that's one of the reasons, that we're doing the Wombniverse Wisdom Collective, is because people think if you could get away with it, then do it. No, we're not living like that. We are in a society not of barbarians, but of people who care and love each other, and we all have to be here on the same planet, and you want your stuff to be good. Your stuff is not good if you thinking you gonna get somebody and you getting away with it. Like one of the sisters just came on, says, greetings and thank you for this discussion. What goes around comes around, and that's what I was taught. What goes around comes around,
Yeah, absolutely.
You cannot do stuff to people and think that you okay, that you clear.
Exactly. And the thing that gets to me is, for all the Christians out there who, say that they believe in Jesus Christ, and Jesus said, love God, love your neighbor, love yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
He didn't give a whole lot of stuff, to follow. It's not hard.
Right.
Love
it's not hard.
God. It's not hard. Love God. And so whatever is going on, you just have to find the love in it. And
Right.
and then the other thing being that everything that you do is mirrored in your world. So if you want to love, to be loved, you have to love not only everybody else, but yourself as well.
Right.
So the whole focus is about love. And then when you find yourself angry, say to yourself, look what I created. I notice my feelings and judgments about this and love myself for having them. I am willing to see the perfection in this situation. I know that when I am ready, I can choose peace.
It's so profound and simple. You
Simple.
know, I can tell you for myself is that sometimes, you know, women who are having womb issues and have had a lot of problems, and that's why they have the womb issues.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they take that stuff out on me, and I am here trying to help you, you know, and you want to be nasty to me, or you know, be snide or something, and I'm consistent, you know. I'm not gonna have my stomach hurt, and I'm not gonna turn myself into an apple witch being mad at people, you know.
Right.
Shrinking up my body and skin and everything, holding all that poison from toxic anger, you know. You know, and those 3.5 husbands, I let that stuff go so that I could continue to share what I have, you know.
Yeah.
If I hadn't let that stuff go, I wouldn't be here right now, you know. And that's the thing that some women don't recognize. You meeting the people that you are drawing because of who you are and what
Exactly. You attract who you are. You
like attracts like.
You know? It does.
And so the radical forgiveness, I've had to use it on a regular, you know.
Oh, it's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle. Yeah.
And they don't recognize it. The reason why they having the problems that they having, the way they talking to me, the way they treating me, the anger they have toward me, maybe, you know, humans could make a mistake or a misunderstanding or whatever. That is why you're having the womb issues. You are treating everybody like that. Not everybody is on, you know, your enemy or trying to do stuff to you, you know. I mean,
if they are in your face doing that, it's just a reflection of something in you. I mean, if you take a person that you think you don't like and write down 10 things you don't like about them, you'll see yourself in that list, you know. You will see yourself in that list because it's a spiritual law. It's the way of the world.
Right. Yeah. So I really I really believe in this because it goes along with what goes around comes around, and treat people the way you want to be treated, which I don't know too many people who have not been raised like that. At least it's been said, like you said.
Right.
I think that some of the tenets or ideas that we have been raised with have been damaged. And people have decided to take the damaged view versus the long view, which is the healing and healthy view, you know. And my daughter often says, Mom, why don't you snap back? Why don't you, you know what, if she's still feeling like that, this is why she's having the womb issues, you know. If she's still talking to people like that, and there's even some practitioners out there who want to say that they helping people, but they being nasty to people. And they want to say that they're healing, a healing force. What healing is, in my opinion, is I am a channel. I am not the heal, you know?
Right.
I am providing the information. It's coming from here, going through here, and coming out through my hands and going into you.
And you want that to be loving and peaceful and clear and clean.
Yes, exactly. And does anybody have any questions about healing and
forgiveness?
You know, radical forgiveness, you know? Because I was, when I first came up with this whole idea of doing this event, Kim was the first one. Coach Kim was the first one I thought of because of this profound thought that if you want to get rid of something, you got to let something go. You got to provide a space, you know, for there to be a opportunity for healing. You can't hold on to anger and think you're going to pull in more good stuff for you.
You know? You're right. You got it. You nailed it.
This one sister says, can you talk about mindset?
That's basically what we are talking about. Changing. Radical forgiveness is a shift in energy in your body brought about by a shift in perception. It's how you look at it. You know, it's like you choose whether you're going to blame your mother for the rest of her life or your life.
Yeah.
You choose whether you're going to, you know, sit in anger over that was been. You know.
Yeah.
You make a choice. My daughter chose a person for her life that I was totally against. Yeah. And it was, I think it was God's way of saying, oh, so you want to teach forgiveness, huh?
Okay.
You know, here you go. Here's your opportunity. And so I did, by the way, radical forgiveness includes lots of tools, you know, worksheets and letters you write. And so those are the things I teach in the 10 weeks, how to use the different tools. So I did a lot of work on this person. And he and I are good friends now.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. I would have I would have, you couldn't have told me it could have happened, but I shifted that energy because I shifted my perception of him. You know, I decided, first of all, he's a child of God. Really ain't much else to say. There's nobody that doesn't deserve our love, even Trump. And I'm going to say it. Yeah, I said it. You know, I mean, apparently he didn't get a whole lot of love in his life, and that's why he's the way he is. So all I do when I see, I can't watch him too much. When I see him show up on TV, I send him love and prayers and ask him to be blessed so that he can come back to his natural self, because we're all born in love. So I did that with that young man, and like I said, we are good friends now.
Okay.
So it's a shift in perception. That's your mindset. It's a shift in how you look at it. Do I look at it like I have to be mad, or do I look at it like my job is, especially Trump, hope for him to return to love? Exactly. Dr. Marilyn Johnson did put a message in here that says, especially Trump. Hope for him to return to love.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, that's one of those things is that, sometimes if you can't hold enough love for someone, then you need to go no contact, you know?
Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, because with that whole situation there, I'm just now getting back into it. That was how I protected myself.
Yeah.
You know, is that I stayed out of that news cycle and that whole thing because I was too angry, you know, and I don't like myself like that. And I know that it will consume me and I won't be able to do creative stuff.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't watch it. It depresses me. It just sort of, you know, you see people getting shot that are, you know, have nothing to do with anything that deserves to be shot for.
Right.
You know, they don't deserve it.
But that's what bullies do.
That's what who?
Bullies.
Ghoulies?
Bullies.
Oh, bullies. Yeah.
Yeah. Bullies. That's what they do. It doesn't, it's not, none of it is deserved. It's just what they come up with.
But you know what? When I find myself getting upset, I have to say, where's the bully in me? You know? I mean, and some of it is not current, but there was a time I was a bully. I was a bully to my husband. I was a bully to my adopted daughter.
Okay.
I confess this was all pre-radical forgiveness.
Right.
But I spent a lot of time getting that energy out of my body.
Okay.
That negative energy, that
Okay.
bully energy.
Okay. Well, I guess, with you bringing it up like that, I guess that most people who are a subject of a lot of anger might want to look at what they've been putting out too, because they still doing it, they still doing it.
Absolutely. I have a lot of things, but I don't have anger issues with people.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I could get angry anymore. But I've been working on radical forgiveness since 2008. So it's been a minute.
Okay.
Almost 20 years.
Okay.
And I spent many a day just, because we want you to get that energy up and out by crying or screaming or whatever as you're doing your work. And I spent many a day crying it out. But I don't have to do it anymore because that energy is gone.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you work it, it works.
Right. That's it works when you work it. That's
exactly.
True. Works when you work it. Well, Coach Kim, I appreciate, and I'm going to put your information on that page so people can click so that they can go to your QR code or whatever it is so that they can get involved with your 10-week radical forgiveness class. I think I might even show up for that because, learning is ever ongoing life-wise. You never finish learning, you never know it all, and sometimes you need a refresher on something. And I think this radical, I bought the book, I've done all the exercises, but I know that every once in a while I look at somebody out there and say, I wonder, and then I go, okay, you know what, you don't know them. Peace.
Right.
I had to start my own. Okay, you don't know them.
Your own mantra.
Yeah, your own mantra. It's like serenity now,
So, do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Thank you so much, Coach Kim, for
my
coming
pleasure.
on today, and really appreciate it.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Okay, then.
I hope to see some of your participants come to be my.
You will.
All right.
Okay, then.
Bye-bye.
Ovario, as I should say. That's my word. Ovario. Dr. Marilyn, you ready? Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to say this is wonderful. I tell you, I am in here contorting and figuring it out in my little space. It's like I'm so grateful for it. I am so grateful. I'm so grateful to be here. We have a lot to work on, or just to thoughts and things that have come to mind that I just wanted to say. I'm just so grateful to see everyone, and I'm getting ready to put this thing on here so I can video myself.
Okay, and you'll get this video too.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and I thought I was going to go ahead and get started. Turn this thing around. Come on, there we go. Okay. Hey, everybody. It's so wonderful to be here with you today.
Okay.
I'm excited. I just can't tell you how excited I am. We're in the new year, and listen, everything is going to get fixed in 2026, okay? Y'all say that after me. Everything is fixed in 2026, okay? I want to see your mouths moving. Everything is fixed in 2026. So listen, I hope you all have time. Okay, take time. We're going to do a little mirror work today. I probably should have told Eshe this before we started, but it doesn't matter. But anyway, this is my first time doing a StreamYard like this, but there's many more that I do want to do. So I am grateful that she trusts me enough to come and talk to you all. It's exciting for me. And I was putting everything together. There's so many things that I wanted to say, wanted to do, but I've narrowed it down to where we're going to spend some time in that mirror, or if you don't have the mirror in front of you, I'm going to you still will have an opportunity to go within and do what Dr. Kim, Coach Kim said before, is the forgiveness and the self-love. So before we start anything, I always have to give homage to the ancestors, to these sisters and brothers that are with us, our angel team, our team that's with us no matter where we go. I have some references for you, and my mentors, my board of directors. Angel Numbers. This book gives you the information every day on what's going on. And then also when you go to the grocery store or whatever it is, when you look at your receipt, the number that's on your receipt is an angel number, if you look at it that way. So today is 11. 11. You are in a state of expansion and getting to know your true self better than ever. Know you were born to shine. So every day I check my angel number. Okay.
What book is that? What book is that, Dr.
This is by Kyle Gray. The Message and Meaning Behind 1111 and Other Number Sequences.
Okay.
This book was done when you still had, remember when you used to have digital clocks, and you still do have them on your, like mine says 1249 right now.
Okay.
I would go in the book and look and see what 1249 means. Now, it might not have it just exactly. It doesn't have exactly every single one of them. But what you do is you look at 12 and then you look at 49 and you get the messages. And this is extremely encouraging and inspiring. So what I'm doing is I'm giving you like a daily kind of routine that you can do to start your day. And we're going to do some breathing, and we're going to look at our chakras, and then we're going to do some movement, and then we're going to be able to close it out. Okay. So this is one of them. Now, this one here, Reverend Ike's Secrets to Joy, Health, and Prosperity. You should have a board of directors. Now, that board of directors doesn't have to be alive now. That board of directors is people or persons or things that bring you a sense of joy. Reverend Ike pulled me through so many things. And actually, when I was a kid, people used to talk about Reverend Ike because, he wound up with, he had 17 Rolls Royces back in the day. And I am an elder at this point. And so when I was a mini kid, people were really, I think Reverend Ike had a whole lot to do with helping us move from the closed mindset into the middle class, because this book gives you a weekly something each week, like 4 steps to get what you want. I would take all my whole half hour just reading to you. But anyway, I just open it up. See, I like things that are 52 weeks or something like that give you something every day, your food every day. 4 steps to get what you want. You have within you the infinite power of God to bring into existence whatever good you want to do, to be, to do, and to have. Now, you can reinforce this by just going on YouTube and looking up Reverend Ike, or you can go buy things from his, from his, what do they call that? From his archives. All of that. His son is now taking over, and they are doing amazing things. But back in the day, Reverend Ike had the biggest church. Actually, it works if you work it, which came from Johnny Coleman. Yeah. All of that is all in the Reverend Ike lineage. And
I know what they said, that Reverend Ike was one of the first prosperity gospel.
But this is really
he
the
started
point.
A whole genre.
This is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
And we're looking to go back to the source. I could go back to the source further than him, but for today, this is good enough. Yeah. Actually, our source is always the creator. But this one here, everybody copies him, nowadays. Yeah. But back in the day, he was really it.
Right.
Okay. Now, also, I have a big trust issue because I lost my mother very early. And throughout my life, I've always been a creative. I've always wanted to do things that everybody wouldn't do. I never had time for small talk. I don't play cards. You know how our people love to play cards and drink and smoke and talk about people and all of that. I never, and growing up, that was it. That was what they did.
Right.
And in fact, even and it's so funny. I'm glad you're laughing because I'm working through this right now because I really do. My goal is to be a comedian. So that's something that I'm really interested in doing because Mom's Mabley is my girl. I want to be an old lady comedian, and that's coming. Trust me, because you all are giggling. It's good. It's working.
Right.
So anyway, but it's always got to be with God in it. Because I spent like 2 hours in the morning and I would have never thought this. I used to think, why are they keep on talking about God? My grandmother had me going to church, Jehovah's Witness. I was preaching when I was 3 or 4 years old because they would send me out to sell those watchtowers in the wakes. I didn't know. Anyway, but this one, trusting God. Guess where I found this?
Where?
I live in Sandy Springs now. That's another miracle. But anyway, we have a food bank out here, and the food bank is so prolific that I feed 3 or 4 families. I can really take the food and give it to a lot of people, which I do. But this book, Trusting God with Today, this I found at the food bank. Now, this one has a daily inspiration, and I just opened up the book. But my whole thing with trusting, I have a big trust issue. And that brings about fear, that messes with your worthiness, all of that. So all of these things are things I've been working with. And now when Source provided me with this book, I was just amazed because every day, and I'm not going to read them to you, but I'm going to tell you the 2 that I opened up the book to, because this is new. I just got this one, but this is worship by listening, and also it's personal now. So the point of it is that when you begin to trust your intuition, you're listening. And I always tell people, I don't do anything the Spirit doesn't say or that I don't get inclination or information to do. And it's personal now. What it is that Source wants you to depend upon Source. Whatever it is that you want to do, be, or have, which is what the message was for today, Source wants you to have it. So there you go. So it's personal. So these are just a couple of things I wanted to share. Now, if it's okay with everybody, I am a certified soul coach. And what I want to do is Esha, you remember when we were over there at not the Georgia World Congress, but the place out there by the airport. I was doing soul coaching sessions.
Congress Center, World Congress Center.
No, it was the one by the airport. International. Yes. Yeah. Our booths were next to each other.
Right.
And I was doing those soul coaching, but I didn't know I was going to do this. I just, you plan stuff and all that. And then
Spirit takes over.
So Spirit said, oh, they need a soul coaching today. Okay. All right, then. Well, here we go. I am just going to give you 3 cards, which is just the past, the present, and the future. And that's kind of nice because it is the beginning of 2026. So like we said, everything is going to get fixed in 2026. So let's go ahead and see. Now, anybody there, Esha, you could do this. You tell me when it's time for me to stop shuffling the cards.
Stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to go and I'm going to pull out the 3. If we were together, I would have you with your little crystal pointer. I would give you the crystal pointer and you would pull them. So I'm going to go ahead and get this. Mother, Father, God, which is one thing I did not do. Excuse me. I did not invite you in and I'm just preaching and talking and all that. I know that you're here. That's the thing. I know you're always with me, but still I want to give you the acknowledgement. And I'm pouring a little libation, even though you can't see it right this minute, but I'm pouring it. Okay. So all due respect to the ancestors. So y'all come on in. Come on in. You was already here anyway, but you know, everybody likes to be acknowledged, and you know, you come through the door, you're invited to the party, right?
Right.
Okay, so let's pull these three, just the past, present, and the future.
Right.
And we'll see what we're working with today. Now, I'm going to show you truth. I say my truth. Okay? So this is what we're working with today is our truth. Now, isn't that I just love how God works. It all goes together. So that's truth. Didn't I say we were getting ready to do mirror work?
You're right.
What's the girl got in front of her? Can you see her?
No.
She's got a mirror. She's got a mirror in front of her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, you can't see her because of the way I'm standing.
Right.
I can see what you can't see.
Right.
Yeah, she's got a mirror. And I didn't know we were going to be doing mirror work until I got ready to get started.
Okay.
And then the next one is wisdom.
Okay.
All I truly need is within me. Right?
Right.
And the reason why I love this soul coaching, because this is really what our souls want us to know. So there's never any bad news. It's always good news or there's never any stuff to rock you, you know. It's always good things that tell you, okay, all I truly need is within me. That's the present. Now we're going into the future, and the future is an adventure. Ooh, yeah. I love that. Woo! Adventure.
Okay.
Wonderful new experiences fill my life.
Okay.
So we went from truth, telling the truth, knowing that we have everything within us that we need, all the way to wonderful new experiences fill my life. And that's how we're going to get fixed in 2026.
Yep.
So
somebody said profound and simple. You know,
I'm glad they did, because that's exactly what the soul coaching is. And there's a whole system that goes along with it. But I like to keep it simple because there's so much grabbing for our attention all the time. So now the next thing I want to do, we went through how we
what I was going to say when you said the wisdom, that reminded me of the Womb Diverse Wisdom Collective.
See?
You know? Yeah.
See?
This new organization that I'm starting, which is a global professional organization devoted to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions from around the world. And I just came up with this whole name on Thursday.
And you know what? That was because when the portal opened on 12/12.
Yeah.
That was when we left everything behind and we moved into the fifth dimension.
Okay.
See, we were in the third dimension, which is what we're in now. We're in these physical bodies, but our spirit has gone on to the wombiverse.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
So it's gone on. So that's why you were gifted with that, because this is what you've been working on.
Yes.
You know, and so it's a big deal for me. I've always been a little hesitant about being as spiritual based as I am. Yes. And my spirit saying to me, girl, you better get out there and tell these people now, work on their souls, help them to do these things, because we got you. You passed all the tests, and you have passed all the tests, which is why you get to do the whole wombiverse. I mean, that's a big deal. A global organization. Right. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, let me run through this, and then we're going to start on some of our mirror work. But anyway, this one, I wanted to do slides and upload them and all of that.
We'll get you to do that another time, and then we will upload it to the Womb Diverse Wisdom Collective.
Exactly. So anyway, but this is my signature program, which is called 49 Days to Fabulous.
Right.
And it works on it helps us to reacquaint and really understand, overstand our 7 energy centers. There are many, many more energy centers, but
turn it to your left so we can see it. Turn it to your left so we can see it.
Right here?
No, the other direction, your other left. Yeah, right here. Now we can see it. Yeah.
Okay. So and then what this is, if you notice the lady, she's got the energy centers and what emotions they really work with. So when someone comes to you with a womb issue, we automatically know that that is the second chakra, and that's her creativity, which is what we've been talking about all morning. Women's creativity has been pushed down to where we are machines and slaves.
And birthing systems.
All of that, all those things. So now that we are having the courage and the support to come forward, this is just this. And I'm just going to really not talk about it that much because you can't even see it that good. But your heart, that's your lack of love. So the number one issue that people have is heart disease. They die of heart disease. It's a lack of love. Then also, that's where the breasts are. So the breast cancer, all of that, because we're over nurturing. So you really, really and truly, everybody's sucking on our breasts, sucking the breast dry. Black women die of breast cancer much more than other ethnicities. And that's because all of these things, we have been made to feel ambivalent about our bodies because our wombs and our bodies did not belong to us.
Our bodies have always been political.
For somebody else to benefit from.
Yep.
And so, I mean, even down to, you know what, even down to right now, you know, that big thing about the pastor and his wife that was wearing the dress that had the name.
Jamal Bryant, Reverend Jamal, Pastor
exactly.
Jamal.
It's a big issue about that. And you know, you could take it either way, because as far as he said, he tired of women being objectified. I like what she wearing. She like what she wearing. Leave us alone.
Yeah.
But then when I looked at it, God wants us to stop being judgmental. God wants us to do the things that are what we're supposed to be doing, basically like what Kim just got through talking about. So anyway, oh Lord, somebody's calling me. I'm gonna let me turn that off. Okay. I'm in a conference right now. I have to call you back, okay? Okay. Anyway, I'm really learning, y'all. Even though
what you're saying that you know what he said, he liked her dress, and she said I like it. So mind your business. That's what he said.
But that's it. That's it. So anyway, the discussion about that is, you know, and he said nobody mentioned all the money we raised for UNCF or the big deal that he has done with the Target stores and the Dollar Generals for us to be able to know that those are the people that aren't caring about us.
Right.
Anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit about that.
So you said the heart chakra, the breast cancer, you know, and then the lack of creativity, the orange, you know. Yes. Okay.
And then our blue, the blue right here. This is not this is our throat chakra, and that is dealing with the thyroid.
Yes.
The thyroid, that's dealing with and you know, if the thyroid get off balance, everybody out of balance.
And that's one of the reasons why women have so many fibroids. Their thyroid is not working like it should.
And that's because they're not speaking their mind.
In both ways. They're not talking, and they're not the thyroid isn't operating like it should, you know.
I just, you know, Eshe, I feel so grateful that through all the way up to these 72 years I have right now, that I just never had a fibroid, never had a period problem. I grew up in the country drinking well water and eating fresh vegetables, and definitely eating fried chicken, because we went out there in the yard and got the chicken. Exactly. So the thing is, but now that stuff, oh my God, it's you can't really do that. But anyway, what we do is that we journal. We write our way to wisdom, wealth, beauty, and health. And then we use our pen and we use essential oils because the nose is the first and the only direct opening to the brain. Yes. So when you smell an essential oil and you have a prompt, it in a way it's like using our own personal chat GPT.
Right.
Because when you get yourself quiet and you smell an essential oil, and that's a whole nother class, but anyway, for that, it's a whole nother certification, actually. I've only been doing it for 35 years and still feel like I have, you know, really just scratched the surface. And it's true because plants have been here forever, but the plants, the blood from the plants, which is the sap, the juice from the plants, all of this, the herbs, all of those are there for our healing. And that's what we have to focus on and learn more of and be very aware, because now they can take almost anything and copy it with a chemical and expect you to believe that it'll work. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, and then they want to make us,
especially women don't question what they are asked to put into their bodies. They do not question it.
I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It's unbelievable. Yeah. It's unbelievable, but it is happening. And we're the ones who are made to feel like something is wrong with us. Yeah. Okay. So that's just, what we do in the program is we write our way to wisdom, wealth, beauty, and health. And we write a letter. We write to these chakras, every single one of them, for 7 days. Well, actually we can do 1 hour, then we can do a full day, then we do 7 days, then we do 49 days. So you can't do all this at one time. You have to get used to it, and you have to be able to kind of see where are the changes that are coming about. Finally, this is our balance wheel. So these are the different aspects of the emotions. And with those emotions, you are learning to correlate those to the organs in your body. The objective of this is for you to, there's the days of the week, the color, the scent, the sound, the foods, all of those aspects. So you are never lost as to what's going on, what day of the week, even down to the time of day. So, and with that, we're going to move on and start a little bit on our mirror. But one thing about it is that what really makes it full and holistic for you is that we can look at the time of day you were born, and we can even tell you where in the world is the best place for you to live. Because a lot of times you're not feeling right. That's because you're not in the right environment. But one thing I will say about those of us that are in the Atlanta area, that's the reason why we flock here so much. And that's the reason why there's so many beautiful, beautiful Black women here in Atlanta, because it is a safe space for us. Yeah. It's a safe space. And I researched that. And that's why everybody wants to come here. Everybody wants to come here. It's going to be really interesting this year, because when this World Cup thing comes, they're expecting 300,000 more people to come. Where are they going to go?
I think I better have something for them.
We already, my son and I started a business this week. Okay. And one of the reasons why I'm busy working on the business we're working on, but the thing is yes, you want to have something for them, because they are coming here fully loaded, and they only got, the game don't last forever, so they got things. So anyway, this is these, and what you do is you look at these and you want to see where you're out of balance, and there's an exercise we do with that, and then you can see when you're coming back in balance. And this is holistic, because we're looking at everything, all the 4 elements: earth, wind, fire, water. That's part of Chinese medicine and Ayurvedic medicine, which as a functional naturopath, I help people with those things. But one thing I don't do is that I don't do codependency. We work together 1 or 2 times. And after that, if you're not moving forward, then you got all your tools. I call them tools to transform trauma into triumph. We can after you continue, we can work together. And I have a Facebook group called the Total Life Reset Soft Life Sanctuary. That is for people to come in, women to come in and discuss whatever they have going on, and they can develop and grow and feel comfortable while they're going through that process. And that's why the Wombiverse, with all of us working together, we can do that. And one last thing about this before we start the mirror work and the movement. The last thing about this is that we are developing an army of women who have, of these 300,000 women that have lost their jobs. They don't necessarily see it, but right now that was a prison release. So now what we're doing,
prison break. That was a prison break.
It's a prison break. And people are, you're so used to that that check, but now that check is only like this. When you're really like this, you're much bigger. So what we're doing is that through AI, we are looking at what is your strength. And through that strength, you develop a course and we work together and we do affiliates. So if I've got a group of 1,000 people on my mailing list and I put your information on there, I make a commission off of what's sold from that. And we're working together. So you're not going to tell us that 300,000 of us and more every day cannot work together and everybody be good. Everybody is good. Everybody can do whatever it is they want to do. So those kinds of things I'll be talking more about because I'm working on it and learning that now. So finally, with this, now, if you don't have your mirror, it's okay. But we're going to do a little bit of breathing and then I'm going to put on some music. And the music, this is some wonderful stuff I found on oh my goodness. I found on YouTube. Okay. Yeah. And this sister, I don't know if it's a AI generated, whoever it is or whatever it is. But anyway, it's wonderful. So the thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be working on each one of those chakras. And I'm going to take my glasses off at this point. So what we want to do is we want to get with our feet flat on the floor. We want to bring our shoulders up and back, and we want to and if you're in your seat, that's okay. If you're in your seat, that's fine. And I'm going to put the music on. Everything is going to be done by an 8 count. So what we're going to do is we're going to slowly just turn our head, and we're envisioning a figure 8 the whole entire time, okay? So the figure 8, we're looking to one side, and then we are bringing our head around, looking over one shoulder, bringing our head around, bringing our chin forward, and doing the same thing. So what we're doing is we are deeply, and your whole body will sway too as you do this, but we're doing this, and then our breathing, and I can't necessarily talk at the same time, but I'm bringing us through that figure 8. And a lot of stuff collects in our shoulders. And this will do this. So then now we can take this and we can bring this forward. And before we bring out the rest of us in belly dance, you always are covered up until you get ready to show the people what's going. It's called reveal. So okay. I'm not doing it properly exactly, but I wanted y'all to see some part of it. So now we're going to bring our shoulders around and we're going to pretend like we are just doing that figure 8 with our head, and we're bringing it forward. And then now our shoulders will do the whole thing. Your arms don't have to be up. I just automatically go into that because holding your arms up, for some people, if you haven't been doing it much, they get really tired fast. So don't worry about that. But just bring it forward, bring your head around, and bring your... Now I'm going to try to put some music on to go with this to see if I think I can do it. I think I can get the music on, and then we'll do some movement. And we're doing it to the count of 8, okay? So we're going to do it. Now I got her right here. And we, as long as we can see her, that's the thing. As long as we can hear her, that's what's important. And I thank you for all of your patience with me while I'm pulling. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Let's see. This may be it. Here we go. Frequency. Oh, did I lose you?
No, we're still here.
Okay. Can you see this?
I can see you.
Oh, you can still see me. Oh, wonderful.
Right. Okay.
Wonderful. Yeah. If you can see me, that's great, because I'm going to put on this first one, This lady is Aria Sage, and it's called Frequency. And so
Okay.
I'm going to play that, and we are going to. I don't see you. I'm going to demonstrate it. And can you hear her?
Yes, yes, yes.
Good. Okay, now, so what we're doing, you're going to be taking your head and bringing your head around like a figure eight. You don't necessarily have to bring your arms up yet. In fact, I'm going to do it without the arms. But if you look, what I'm doing, and you're breathing, you can breathe through your nose.
And if you do it in a figure eight, I think it works out to do it in a figure eight. You can keep up with an eight.
Well, that's the reason why we do it this way. You know who does this a lot? When you see Stevie Wonder singing, what does he do? He's doing this. And that's that figure eight. Okay, so now I'm bringing my arms up, and then I'm going to bring my shoulders up. I don't know if you can see my whole
Yes, we
arm.
can see you. We can see you.
Okay. Now you're going to bring this forward, and I'm doing figure eights all the time.
Okay.
And then our fingers are like this. Our fingers go like this. The thumb and the whatever this fourth finger is.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you bring that out. And now I'm doing the figure with my belly. See, coming forward and coming back. And then now we're going to do this a few times. And you're breathing. And actually, in a class, we would make sure we counted to 8, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then bringing up one arm. And then we're going to be lifting our hip up, down, bringing one arm up and down. And then, let's see. Now, up, and then bring our arms together. And bring our hands up. And then this is our figure. This is the forward figure 8, right? Then now we go to the side.
I'm gonna get up over here.
And you breathe. Arms down. And we're raising our frequency. And then we can take our arms toward the front. Tuned in and turned on to our frequency. Okay. Now, I'm going to stop it for a minute. Then, this one's important. This is the soft life. And this is what we're working toward is our soft life. So now, let's just go ahead and do a little bit for our waist. And all of this actually brings our digestive organs. It's an exercise for them. And this is called the camel. You rear back, you lean back, and you lean forward. And you bring back. What the soft life feels like. It's an experience. No more fighting just to feel right. And then we can bring our hips into our figure 8. Bringing your body all the way around. And then this is just so good for your hips, your thighs, because you are moving and you should be feeling. Now listen, if you don't feel like doing it this way, you do what you want to do. This is totally freestyle. Give you an opportunity, you can bring one hip up and then bring it around. And smile. Smile.
Oh, we're smiling. We're smiling.
Good.
I'm over on the side doing it.
You're on what? Now, okay, we want to do a little bit of shimmy.
Okay. Get a little vibrato going on that shimmy.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And that's really good for you because they used to have those belts at the gym where they would put your butt on it and you would.
Oh, yeah.
But I think they took them out because I think that was too much on your kidneys.
Okay, yeah.
You don't see them like that anymore, but you'll see them from the you'll see them where you stand on it and it does the vibration. Okay, so now let's take this hip. Now just you're actually curving your body and you're moving around in that circle. And then you're coming out, coming around. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think that was 10 minutes. So
okay.
Let me let her stop because what I wanted to do and what am I doing? How am I doing on my time?
You got it just a couple seconds. We have our other guests is sitting here dancing too.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
solid.
That's awesome. Well, I tell you what, then let's go through this and I'll stop this. But
okay.
Look at this. This is the mirror work. Listen to her. Just take that mirror when you get an opportunity to look in that mirror and see that beautiful, beautiful sister looking back at you. Looking past her. The queen is standing there, crown on her head. Mirror work. Every day when you get up in the morning, get in that mirror and tell yourself how much you love yourself. Tell yourself, you the ish. I love you. I love you.
Yeah.
I love you. You know what? I love you because I love you for who you are. I love you because I know what my ancestors went through. For me to be able to be in this mirror, for me to be standing here with a device recording me, and for me to be with people who love me, and even if they don't know they love me yet, I know I love you, and that's what's most important.
Right, right,
you know what? The more you love you, the more you're going to draw that to you. So that mirror work is very, very important. It might be a challenge when you first start doing it, but you keep this little music going behind you, know your worth. I love you. I love you.
Yes.
Say it until it's true. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just appreciate you all so much. And nothing you can't do. Don't lie. When you look with all you can, I don't lie. I look at me with loving eyes. I love me and I love you. And thank you so much for allowing me to share with you all.
Yay, Dr. Marilyn.
All right.
Your woman.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know what?
Namaste.
I used to have a mirror, you know, the college mirrors that you have, the tall ones, they cost $5.
Yeah.
I put those at the head of my bed, and that's the first thing I see in the morning, you know. And that's when I do my mirror work for years and years, you know. Just talk to myself first. And smile and tell myself all the great things I'm doing today. I didn't think to do a hand mirror because you know me, I'm into big. I'm into big.
But you know what? I'll do them while I'm still laying down.
Well, that's where that mirror is. It's right there next at the head of the bed.
It doesn't matter.
I wake up and I look at it. You know,
it doesn't matter the size. Just what matters is you're consistent with doing the
Yes.
mirror work. Because
Yes.
see, that's the thing. You can't lie to yourself. You can't. You
Right.
look it in your eyes and you, oh my goodness, I need to do this, I need to do that. Well, maybe you do, but the most important thing that you need to do is to love you no matter what. And I got this red on because that's for the root chakra.
Right.
And your root deals with your legs, your all of everything below the hips, and then also your ability to pass your stool, your ability to get rid of everything.
Right.
So that's why I put some red on with this today and painted my nails red so that it would go with that, and the lip. Yeah, because that's the root chakra. That's our blood. That's everything. Yes. So that's why it's so important to focus on that root chakra and that womb. Oh my God. But all of it works together. And if one of it's out of balance, all of it's out of balance. So
right.
Anyway, I know that Eshe is going to give me a list of everybody, and I'm going to send you some things and so forth. And I just invite you to join the Soft Life Reset Show Sanctuary, because there is a podcast coming and it's a group on Facebook. Okay. And so we're working together.
Okay.
And I appreciate you so much. Namaste.
Yes.
Yes.
And Ovario. Yes. Because, we are going to start, it started already, the Wombniverse Wisdom Collective. All womb workers and women who are involved in, it's a global professional organization devoted to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions from around the world.
Amazing.
And we exist for women who value depth over trend and honesty over dollar bills.
That part.
Yes.
Wisdom over performance and accountability in womb-centered work. And I had been talking to a few sister friends of mine about this, and I just can't take it no more with people lying to folks to get them in their quarry about fibroids causing cancer and cranberry juice healing fibroids. These are lies that cannot stand, And we are a circle of women, whether we like it or not. And we are the ones who need to check them before somebody checks all of us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
We will get an organization put on us if we don't have our own, And it is we are powerful beings. We all have created incredible things. Classes, courses, mindsets, babies, people, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, we create everything.
We create everything. We are creators. And we need to have the accountability back where it belongs.
Yes.
And I see all of this coming about because on Instagram and YouTube, I'm seeing men say that, the more you give to a woman, the more your life is going to be. And I'm seeing that more and more because I guess that's what the algorithm is bringing me. Because the more you give, the more you care, and the more you nurture the women, the better your life is going to be.
Oh yeah.
We definitely are the plug.
Yeah. And we create everything, but don't have the confidence to take credit for what we're doing. So we allow other people to take the credit of stuff that we have done. And, just like we were talking earlier about our bodies have always been political. We need to make the politics around whatever we want now versus us being the object. Yes, we'll be the protagonist, I guess we could say,
And that little young doctor that died like last week, who was a doula and a RN and all of that. That was so sad to me. I was like, what? She was 31 and she died in childbirth.
Black women have a higher propensity than any other woman on the planet in this country to die from childbirth, simple childbirth, I mean, even when I saw a woman who was a doctor was telling the doctors what was going on with her and they didn't listen.
That's my point. And that's what I feel. I feel that was very, very political because she was raising the consciousness of everyone else. So they just, like, okay, that's one less we got to worry about because she messing up our apple cart.
Well,
I hate to think of it that way, but you can't not think of it that way.
Right. Well, you know what the thing is that's why I said our bodies have always been political.
Mm-hmm.
We can't shirk from what we know is happening. That's why we're here in this situation that we in, you know? What's her name? Serena almost died. Same thing. She knew what was happening and they wouldn't listen to her, you know? They do not listen to us. And we got to change that, you know? And I wanted to keep you right here and introduce Priestess, the womb preacher. That's what I call
the twerking womb preacher.
Yeah, girl, go for it. But I have been calling her the womb preacher because she has a special gift, and she was getting up at 5 o'clock on Sundays and taking everybody that want to go to church to the womb church. You know? And it was phenomenal. I was there once, and it's really something else, you know. She and I have known each other for many years.
Over a decade now.
Over a decade now.
Over a decade, yeah.
And I like her style. I like her ability to tell the truth. And I wanted her to be here right here with you, Dr. Marilyn, because she and I were talking about how sometimes because you're dealing with women who have any emotional issues because they got hormonal imbalances.
Yeah.
Sometimes they come at us and we trying to help them. And they talking bad about us, and, saying all kinds of stuff. And you're going, well, sis, I just met you. I'm just trying to give you some stuff to help you, And you're taking all the anger from all the husbands, the mama stuff, just everything.
Yeah.
On me. And I'm just trying to get you out of this, And I grew up fighting. And I used to fight boys, Golden Glove boxers, because they didn't like us because they said we thought we was white because we was smart, and they thought being smart was white. What the heck?
Terrible mindset.
That was that's a ghetto mindset, But I don't fight now. I'm grown. I refuse to fight. But this one right here, spiritual womb power goddess, Thema, she will fight you.
Yes, I will. And I only need one hit. I only need one.
She will fight you. I'm not trying to fight you, But I wanted to see what your take on this, Dr. Marilyn, on, women, particularly because we're working with women primarily, even if they working for their husband, they doing it,
Yeah.
On the attitudes of women in being negative and nasty to their healers that they depending on.
I'm gonna let her say this, but I tell you what, now I have decided, unless they ask me, I am just going to be the example, because when they find out that I'm 72 and I look like I do.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's a lesson right there, huh?
Something, well, what do you do? And I'm like, you know what? It's a long story.
Yes.
However, that's why Spirit told me to start the Total Life Reset Show Soft Life Sanctuary, because it's a sanctuary. And before anything else, you gotta love yourself. Why? I showed you, basically, I call them tools to transform trauma into triumph. And if somebody does not ask me, I don't go there, because it takes too much out of me as an empath. Because I'm like you, I'm not gonna fight you for it, but I'm gonna try to do the best I can to be an example so that you can look at it and you can see it. Maybe, all your friends ain't doing this, but you want to come over here and ask a sis about, how do you know how much herbs to take? What herbs do you know to take? Then that's an opening. But one of the things about us, unfortunately, we have had such a negative experience with the outside, all the other things, that the only people that we feel safe with to express ourselves is with one another. And that's why Kim Kennedy's work, the radical forgiveness, is so important, because that's where they're coming from. They'll look at you and say, well, sis can't know this, or I can do this with sis. That shows you how much they don't love themselves, because you should not think that you can do something with me that you wouldn't do to yourself, but really you are doing it to yourself.
Yeah.
So the thing I know to do, and I can't wait to hear her theory.
Oh, you gonna jump up out of your chair.
That's what it's been for me now, because after 35 years of trying to tell people, I don't know, 35 years trying to tell people, just smell this oil, you'll be a little better. Just write down what you feel. You got these things. I couldn't even talk about chakras, much less yoga or belly dance, those types of things, but now that's all coming full circle. Yeah. People actually want it. And one thing about you too, your silence speaks louder than a lot of words you could say.
Okay.
And so I'm ready to listen.
Yeah.
Well, first, I just want to honor my sister, Ashay. You know how much I love you.
Okay.
And I am so excited about the Womb Marathon, because it's so needed. We needed this space. We needed these conversations. And Dr. Marilyn, you are my kind of vibe. I came in here, I saw that belly rolling in the camera. I said, yes, this is my people, my crew.
Right.
I appreciate your dedication and commitment to sewing into women the way you have, as long as you have. Deep bow to you. And so, Ashay, you ready to let me loose? Because I got some things.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
I got some things.
Yes.
So let me just get straight to it. And for those of you watching with us live, I want to greet all of you as well. Thank you for being a part of the Womb Marathon. I've been doing this work. This August, Ashay, is going to make 14 years.
Okay.
And compared to the two of you, it ain't that long, right? I'm still
You're doing great work, sis. Yeah.
We're happy, because sister get tired. We need somebody.
No, we have to create a legacy of womb wisdom. And it's important that our daughters and our sons
my son
know what it looks like.
Yeah.
So let me say this. Part of the reason, and let me start with giving the mantra for the context of this conversation. The mantra I want to offer is "Nuck if you buck." Come on and say it with me, everybody. Nuck if you buck.
Okay.
There needs to be a sacred rage around mistreatment at every level in sisterhood and community.
Amen.
There needs to be a sacred rage around mishandling your healers. There needs to be a sacred rage around clients and those who are seeking support being mishandled. And there needs to be an infrastructure for how we handle when we need growth collectively. And part of the reason that we're having so much difficulty and people are getting burned out, running out of resources, running out of support, wanting to quit, is because our community in particularly is in a collective identity crisis. And part of the reason we are in a collective identity, I'm stirring up now. Part of the reason we are in a collective identity crisis is because we've been groomed to spiritually bypass. And when you're groomed to spiritually bypass, it is a signal that the women are not in their correct position collectively, because spiritual power sits in the wombs of the women.
All power, really, seriously.
You can't even get here without the womb.
Yes.
I mean, really.
Yeah.
So most women,
we create the families, the churches,
everything, the culture, the swag, the trends. We are
everything.
The embodiment, or like it says in Proverbs 8 by Mother Wisdom. That was my introduction to the goddess traditions. Proverbs 8. She says, I am the architect. What do architects do?
Yeah, build everything.
Not the construction team, sisters. The architect.
Right.
And that's the misalignment. If you spend your life in a chronic mode of constructing and building,
yeah,
you don't know what to do with yourself, and you really don't know what to do with the woman standing next to you.
Oh.
So what we're looking at is what happens when women stay disconnected from where the identity is formed, the womb, too long.
Mm-hmm.
Not only are we dealing with emotional, physical imbalances, now we're looking at neurological, psychological, intuitive disease.
mm-hmm.
Amen.
When a woman is always emotionally dysregulated, she can't even hear your invitation to support. This is for my healers. I need to talk to the leaders in the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wait to be invited. Stop inserting yourself. The way of the Holy Mother is not to force anything. I learned this through orgasms. They're not forced. They just roll in. Perfect practice of surrender. I had a few yesterday. Right. So let's just go ahead and honor the wisdom that the science has shown 7 a week counters dementia, arthritis. So I don't care how you get there, just get there if you can, okay?
Yeah.
So listen, back to the core. I'm gonna just slide that in because I know how I am.
Well, you know what? I'm into it too. We talked about it earlier before you got here. I'm glad you brought it up again.
Yeah, 7 a week, ladies. That's 1 a day.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
And keep your edges. Don't you want your edges?
You need to keep your tissues going, whether you got a partner or not.
That's
no
one of the
shame
things.
in the game, baby. Keep them going.
And you don't get dry. I hear them complaining about they dried up.
Dryness, and I don't have none of that.
You're not walking around looking like a linebacker. You got a little sway in your hips because your pelvic floor is mobile. Right?
Yeah.
I could tell when I'm dealing with a woman whose life is not the way she wants it to be just by how she walks.
Mm-hmm.
The body keeps score. So my point is, we are not safe with one another until we get healthier. Until we get personally healthier. And we're dealing with a plague of women who are not happy. They just simply, healers, those of you that took swings, don't even take it personal, because your lesson was to understand your significance in the world and your value. And when you have these disappointing experiences, it puts you in a position to be able to recalculate your vetting of who gets access to you. See, when you stay in a state of self-rejection, you don't even believe that you are the blessing that you are to people. And that's why you make yourself too accessible. But when you know who you are, and I'm truly a woman who knows who I am, I will not bless you if I know you can't hold the blessing.
That's exactly what I was just really experiencing and sharing with you in somewhat of a different way.
Yeah, you said the same thing.
It doesn't make sense because it'll have you where you all messed up. And that's the time you need to be working on yourself to show that this is what it can be for you. Now, whether you want it or not, that's up to you.
And people need to know the difference between passion and alignment. Because every idea is not your assignment. So just because you're passionate about fibroids and womb work, just because you're passionate about financial literacy, that does not mean that's in your destiny card. You got to really do the work internally, get yourself in a state of overflow of wisdom so that you are properly positioned to serve. The mess that we are seeing in the womb marketplace right now is because we had too many womb healers that got enthusiastic about the work, but not properly prepared for it.
Yeah. I know that to be true.
It has to be, because I sent out 700 invitations. I sent out, I text people all of that. And I'm looking at our burgeoning crowd here.
Yeah.
And so that it has to be. And I think it's because people they are too afraid to look at their shadow side. They're just too
But
afraid.
where's the container to do it safely and consistently?
Now, see, well, I love it. I'm taking notes. Where's the container for them to do it?
Where's the space for that? Like, even with the Womb Sauna University, as Shay knows, I certify and train people in the art of yoni steaming, the womb sauna method. And it's what took my brand international. We're in 17 countries right now, right? But even in that, I damn near say almost 98% of my students struggled with my curriculum and finishing it. Why? Because they thought they were coming to do something trendy. But the way I structure my program, you must heal before you touch anybody else's womb. What's going on with yours?
Right.
What's going on with the womb of your mind?
Right.
The womb of your body, the womb of your spirit.
Right.
Are you a whole woman? Because going out here to host like that, I don't think they understand. There's been times I've had women on my pod. I had to open the windows and the doors. I do exorcisms. This stuff is real work. You can't get into this work broken and shattered, trying to feed your ego through being able to pull some clout and then think you're going to stay intact. You're going to start losing your mind. You're going to start losing your resources if you're not careful. But those of us, me included, who've been doing this work for a long time, we didn't know how to structure the net, the safety net, to catch all of these people who are genuinely passionate, inspired, and want to do this work, but need help and support in a safe space that's non-competitive.
Non-competitive.
Okay.
Well, you know
that's
what else?
Integral.
Sometimes they don't have the resources to take care of themselves.
Which means they're not ready for the work.
Yes.
You shouldn't be doing, you should be taking care of yourself, not anybody else.
Right. And that's
not a conversation that I think is had enough. People who know my brand know you don't get to represent the womb sauna and you don't work on yourself. But then when what I do hit reality TV, it became a trend. And you could go on Udemy and pay $30 and get a certificate as a yoni steaming practitioner. Okay. So now they think they know something because it's popular. But I want to talk to the women, whether you're on the healer side or the receiver side. I want to talk to all women about our value system and what we're actually looking for in life and from each other, because it's becoming more and more obvious that our values aren't helping us collectively.
Right.
And so because you're looking for something, or how Marianne Williamson says it in Return to Love, you wouldn't have gotten God if you weren't looking for a cheap thrill. So because you're looking for superficial success, see, success is the symptom of who you are. It's not something you can go buy. It's not something, it's the symptom of who you are. So because you are not clear on your identity, because there's too much space in your relationship with your womb, and you haven't fully activated your power because you don't even know how. You are just piecemealing together your identity. And after about 10 years of that, you get lost.
I seen that. I seen one of the sisters who took my course. Everybody that she saw their video, she tried to incorporate an aspect of what they were doing into who she wanted to be. And so every other month she was somebody else, you know? And she's never really gotten to, I think maybe now she's finally figured it out, but it's not good for us, you know?
Yeah, we got to raise the bar. The healers, I'm going to challenge you. Listening right now, your bar is too low, your standards are too low, you're too accessible, and stop giving certificates to people that aren't really ready for it. Like, we got to stop. We participated in this too, in the mess, right? Because we didn't even understand our own significance. And you can't give anybody what you don't have. And so if you're limited in the embodiment of your significance, now we're seeing the fruit of being too easily accessible and just dropping the wisdom on anybody.
Yeah.
Right. So my lesson in that was to take.
empowerment, but it was false empowerment.
It was the empowerment of the dispensation of time we were in.
Yes.
This is the age of Aquarius. All the shit blew up. Right? So I won't say it was disingenuous. It was just a different time.
Yeah, we were trying hard. That's what we, trying to put it out there, trying to get this juice in the universe,
But imagine what's happening now as God makes it clear that the power is within.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So for the healers who are recognized, I don't have as many clients as I used to. Like, what's going on with my conversion rates? Like, I don't understand why people aren't opening my marketing emails and all of that, right? So you're like, say more, you're on my street. So I said this, I prophesied this 3 years ago.
Okay.
I put this prophecy out on social media and I said, healers, the next powerful wave is going to be energy medicine.
Uh-huh.
I said, because capitalism realizes that the holistic health wellness industry is a $1 trillion industry.
They realize that.
We're looking at this administration, and I'm happy about it because I remember the days we was asking for validation that these vaccines are harmful, that they need to use our tax dollars to fund more natural medicines. Well, we're here, literally. The policies have changed. Doctors no longer are getting paid to incentivize vaccines. This health administration is interested in insurance companies allowing doctors to write prescriptions for gym memberships. People can get paid for gym memberships through their insurance today. It's happening. They're getting paid. Watch what I said now. I prophesied it. I said they're getting ready to write prescriptions for lavender oil, herbal teas. I said, and what you going to do because you didn't understand manufacturing and how to scale it at that level? How is your small business going to survive in this climate? The one thing they can't duplicate is your vibration, your signature, your energy. So when we look at the medical studies that are being published right now around neuroplasticity and the ability, or my testimony of being diagnosed with cancer and having 2 tumors in my body, and the only thing I did to remove it in less than 30 days was decide that it must go. Now we in a different kind of medicine. The people are waking up. And it can be traumatic for a healer who has dedicated decades of their life and designed their business to be needed. And so God is asking you to heal your codependency with the marketplace and go to another level and how you serve and embody the wisdom and how you offer it. It's not nobody's fault that it's not working the way it used to. The age has changed.
On December 12th. I just have to make one comment about it. You validated me so much with that because didn't I just say?
You just said I was going to say it.
I don't do codependency.
I heard you when you said it. I was clapping.
I'm going to say you twice.
Yeah.
And from there, we're gonna move on. I like comedy because I love endorphins and serotonin and feel good. And you're right. And I am a sacred sexuality. I'm trained in
I could tell how you was moving your body.
But the thing is, you know what? I don't even talk about it that much because see, it's like as if you know how a squirrel, you give them your little nuts and you got them over here. But when they're ready, then I can bring it out and pull that out. But that has just always been a part of me because that's life.
That's life.
But I'm so glad that I'm getting a little chills because I'm like, somebody understands me. And it's been
that's what she said when she came on and saw you and heard you. Oh, my people.
These my people.
Somebody gets it. Yeah, we do not cast our pearls before these people. And we knew, you know, the whole thing was not to be running trying to see me every week. You put your order in for your oils, and you put your order in, and you're writing in your journal, and you're doing that, and you're traveling, and you're eating well, and you're having the quality of life.
Mhm.
Okay, I just wanted to take
No, I love it. I love that you feeling all of this. I love it. So here's where I think our blind spot has been. Let me just tell you what I think we didn't know what we needed. We gave them the information.
Mm-hmm.
We gave them products. You know what I think was missing?
What?
True community.
Oh, absolutely.
I think so.
And
That's what we're ready to do. Yeah. True community.
I've been saying for years now,
Yes.
community is the next major healing for all of us.
Yes, it is.
And
Yes.
it's so now we need each other. We've always needed each other, but especially now. And we have to get over our personal trauma, our personal limitations and with resources or shame. You know, we've adapted to a chronic trauma response called ultra independence.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
and so now you can't now the cultural pulse in our community is you could be sitting in a room of over 20 Black powerful women and leave there and still feel alone.
Empty.
You could be in a car with 6 people and all of y'all except the driver is on their phone.
It's a strange time where people are trying to supplement the power and value of human connection.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lost skill for our community in particular. Staying connected to each other came at a high cost at one period of time.
Sure did.
But at some point, we have to close that chapter collectively and begin to tell a new narrative because we can only live the story that we tell.
Mm-hmm.
So even when I'm in rooms and they want to rehash, like I had this conversation with one of my friends about my daughter, Zariel, she's 10.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, so are you going to teach her the history of slavery and the trauma and all of that? And I said, well, before I answer that, what would be the purpose of programming that into her consciousness, knowing that she does not have to live that trauma? Do I want her to have an awareness of the history? Yes. Do I want her to live through the energy of that history? No.
Mm-hmm.
And because we've been in a collective identity crisis, collectively, we have been surviving off of who other people say we are. And we function as a community in a reactionary. All they got to do is trigger us. And now we emotional and sensationalized. That's the only way we get massive collective movement. But what about when we calm? What about when we finally getting out the hood? What about when, you know what I mean? So we got to find the balance, and it's happening in real time. So the healers, the womb keepers, the one who creates every human being on the planet, we have got to reinvent how we create the thread.
Mm-hmm.
And bring all of these experiences together and tie it off. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And raise this vibration so that we can survive this shift.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's going to change how we work. So people aren't going to just be interested, and this is why you got to be whole to do this work. People aren't just going to be interested in your products and your services. They want you. Are you whole enough? Have you grown your capacity enough? Have you recovered from your entrepreneurial trauma enough that you can serve in this next dispensation of time and what's needed? Your community needs you. Come up off the internet and get back in these streets.
Get in the streets,
Exactly.
But you don't like your people that you called to serve no more because they wore your ass out.
And that's why.
But you got to replenish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every day.
Get back up.
Every day I do it. Every day.
You have to, and it's hard. I'm not gonna pretend like it's easy. Let's say you not be cussing these bitches out. I am sick of the mistreatment. But to whom much is given, much is required. But they will wear you out. Black women, what? They will wear you out.
And that's
why? Because like Marilyn said, Dr. Marilyn said, they are comfortable with you. They are, it's the child that knows you love them that's gonna clown you the worst.
Oh
and
my
that's
God.
what we dealing with. You know,
You about to make me speak in tongues on this live right there. Off of
so that's what we dealing with. And
It
sometimes
is.
I have to just say, you know what, sis? I understand how you feeling. I understand you got a lot going on, and I'm gonna step back and you call me when you ready.
Or don't call me at all. I do believe in the principle. I move in my anointing of the Holy Mother as a big mama. I'm big mama energy.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are times where big mama says no more.
Yeah.
Because I have to weigh the cost of you misusing the energy.
I've had to block some people. Yeah.
So there are, and our community needs the women, those of us who are receiving the mantle of eldership and the changing of the guards is happening, is being passed to us. We need to reinforce boundaries. It's not enough to communicate our boundaries if we're not willing to enforce them.
You got to enforce them. You have to enforce them. And I tell you, because let's see, the senior center I go to, these girls are in their 80s. And I'm telling you, they are more aware that, well, I guess God put them in my presence because I needed mentors. But these couple girls that I'm dealing with, rocking with every day at the heated pool and pool class and all that, they are really conscious, and it's exciting because they know that they are on the they know they're getting ready to move on, and they have daughters. One of them tells me her daughter is she's a medical doctor. Her daughter is a medical doctor, and she's telling me that she's got this spa that she done went to China and got all this stuff, just what you just said, because she's in that, but she's still going to need the community. She's going to need that community. I guess there will always be people who want to have stuff done to them so that they don't have to realize what their inside is going on. I guess there will always be that. But I'm just so grateful to hear you say that, because that was just a discussion we had yesterday. All these big 500 and 600 groups of people don't want that. They want to have, if it could be 10 people, 5 people, like we got 6 people. That's a one. We have to research that number. That's a good number. So 6 people. All of that means something. It means that we are able to get into the conversation so much more deeply and
intimacy.
Take the time to listen and hear each other. And
or even simple things. I love that you're sharing this. Even simple things like, can I call you without being invoiced? Like really think about what's happening amongst our community of Black women right now. Like we've gotten so immersed into the mentor, coach, life coach, that like all of the interaction has been housed as transactional.
Absolutely.
And then combine that with the social media climate, it's gotten very weird. And I'm very concerned about the social skills of women.
I and particularly the ones that's coming up, you're right. They're all on that.
Everything is about, well, get on my calendar, do this. And I'm a mobile woman. I do live by my calendar, but I am intentional about letting people that are my friends know I love you. I'll do these love blasts. Even if I don't have time to call, I'll send a voice note. I'll make sure you know that I'm here. I'm present.
Absolutely.
I'm a witness to your life. What's going on, sis? How you doing? I'm just checking in real quick. You good? You straight? Okay. But we don't have enough practice of that anymore. And it makes it easier to betray. To be trifling. Familiarity breeds disrespect. Too many healers don't have a solid circle themselves. One of my clients, she called me because I'm her mentor. She said, I want to launch my own sisterhood community and I want your advice. I said, I got a question for you. What does your lifestyle of sisterhood look like right now? Where's your tribe? Before you go try to build one. Because if you don't have one, sis, I love you enough to tell you your clients are going to become your tribe, because there's a vacancy that you're trying to fill through the work
Mhm.
And that's how you get trauma bonded with the marketplace, because you ain't got no friends. Okay. Why you laughing at me? It's true.
All of that is true. All of that is true.
So we have to like pause. We have to go deeper within and really more deeply connect to our womb, because the womb has cyclical intelligence. I was preaching on that this morning on the womb healing call.
And one of the other sisters said the same thing about the cycle. Cyclical, she sure did.
Cyclical intelligence.
Dr. Zen, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's time for us to reconnect to our womb work. It's time for us to take that womb intelligence and let it influence how we interact with each other and what we do next.
Absolutely.
And you know, I have the containers for all of that. I want to offer to the sisters an opportunity to do that while I'm here, if that's okay, Shay. Let me know.
Yes. Everything.
Okay, because I really, there's two things I'm doing in this dispensation of my work. Mm-hmm. I am showing women it's so easy to heal. Mm-hmm. You know, one of my students on the call this morning was like, I made one statement and it cracked open the whole call. And I can't wait to see Shay's reaction to this. I said, I don't care what y'all say, I'm always more powerful than food. Right? And it was like, okay, wait a minute, what am I supposed to do with that realization? Okay. Because some of the sisters are doing their New Year fast. You know, so I'm like, that's cool. I'm not saying don't be mindful, but what I'm saying is the power source is going to always land with me.
Okay.
So even if as a community, like when I hear people talk about why we always got the worst food in our neighborhood, I came from a grandmother who would pop my hand if I touched my food before putting my ashe on it. It was called saying grace. Mm-hmm. There was a whole powerful clarity that my grandmother had about the relationship between her spirit and her food. Mm-hmm. I come from ancestors who had they didn't get the luxury of going to the supermarket to decide if they could read the label to see if it was GMO or not. They had to, you get what I'm saying? So I come from that.
Uh-huh. Right. Well, I think we just discussed that one earlier.
Yes, few minutes ago. I know Shay done covered all of it.
No, we not. No, we waited for you, girl, because we knew, you know, the womb preacher was going to break something open. We waited.
So my experience with that cancer taught me how easy it is to heal. I stopped telling my clients it's hard, that healing is hard work. Actually, it's harder to not believe you are whole and healed than it is to stay unhealthy. Like you can heal everything. You really can heal. You really, I'm saying it for my listeners. I really want y'all to feel that in your body. Mm-hmm. You have it in you already. You are powerful enough to heal. And I'm going to decree and declare, and I'm going to challenge you to decide if you will align with it or not. I'm going to decree and declare that you're healed already. You're just practicing your power. Mm-hmm. You're just coding it in your life. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I just want us to take a minute, put your feet flat on the floor, and just attune the vibration of what I just said. I want you to take your left hand, place it over the center of your chest. Take your right hand, place it over your womb space. Just breathe. Just breathe. That breath is the evidence that there is a power inside of you that wanted you to get up today. It wanted you to be here in this moment right now. You didn't have to perform for that power. You didn't have to pay for that power. That power woke you up, and it is real, and it is God. So as you inhale through the nose, I want you to push your belly out. And as you exhale through your mouth, I want you to pull your belly button towards your spine. I just want you to breathe for a moment and feel the presence of God within you. I'm going to ask you a question, and I just want you to register your answer and see where you feel it in your body. What do I feel here now? What do I feel right now in this moment? And as you register that answer, note where you feel it. Is it in your shoulders? Is it in your legs, your neck? What do I feel right now? Where do I feel it? It may present as a sensation, a warmth, a cooling. Take a really good, deep cleansing breath. As you inhale, I want you to hold it to the count of 4. So, and then release through your mouth. And I want you to say to your body and to yourself, I release who I had to become to survive. Just breathe. I release who I had to become to survive.
Yeah.
Take another good, deep cleansing breath in through the nose. Hold it to the count of 4. Then release the exhale through your mouth. And then say, I welcome who I am when I am safe. I welcome who I am when I am safe.
I welcome who I am when I am safe.
Yes.
Continue to breathe. And I want you to take that right hand that's over your womb and just press it into your womb space like you're holding your womb. And I want you to say, I trust what I know and I trust me.
I trust what I know and I trust me.
Yes, I trust me.
I trust what I know and I trust me.
Yes, I trust me.
And just hold that clarity. Just hold your womb. Just breathe. Just release and reset. Relax your shoulders. Relax your jaw. Just breathe. When you feel complete, I want you to take the tip of your tongue and place it on the roof of your mouth and hold it there for 5 seconds. You will gently contract your yoni. They call that a kegel. Hold that vibration in your body, seal it up. When you feel complete, you can relax. Place your hands in a position that feels nourishing to you, good to you. And come back to this space. Let's take a good deep breath one more time in through the nose. And on the exhale, we're going to make the sound ha. So it's going to go ha. Ha is the sound of the heart. Let's do it again.
It is. Yes.
This exercise stabilizes your identity. So whenever you feel like, I don't really know what to do, just come back to this exercise we just did. This will stabilize your identity. The only disadvantage, I don't care what the government's doing, I don't care what Boo Boo the Fool did, I don't care what the haters did. The only thing that could alter your destiny is if you forget who you are. That's it. A Course in Miracles, my favorite book, says, the greatest miracle you can ever experience in your life is to see yourself correctly.
Yep, it's you.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Don't lose yourself. Don't let the adversities of life, don't let all of these fluctuations. I know life be life and it can get hard, but I promise you.
But it's okay.
You're going to make it. You already are.
You already made it.
And if you're serious about community life, I got to tell y'all what I got going on.
Okay.
And so I don't just put women on the pot anymore. I now have created a 1-year self-development program. Why 1 year? Because I started tracking the data, and women who made themselves their undivided focus for 1 year, every area of their life transformed.
Yes.
They leaped in their power and changed the trajectory of their life. And so in this program, you get access to my integration lab, where every week we're talking about, it's a 4-phase framework. We release first, then we restore, then we rise in our energy, and then we radiate it out into the community. We make sure we're intact and we're whole and empowered and fully activated before we try to do anything else for anybody else. And so you can schedule a free 15-minute call with me on my website. Just go to thewombsauna.com/appointments. Let's see if we're a good match. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I have to be your witness. And if you know anything about me, I come in and go straight to the back of the closet and start sweeping. That's my anointing. And I am a part of this collective. And Shay knows I'm here. Anytime she calls me, I'm on deck. And so you'll get more of my energy if you also become a part of what we are organizing and putting together. But I do want to let you know, if you're serious about being like, I need community, I need tribe life is the advantage. I have a safe space. I have a program to help you work on yourself and become the woman you want to be and be satisfied with your life, ridiculously satisfied. Okay. So thank you, Ashay. I wanted to share that exercise because self-concept is everything.
Yes, it is. Yes,
it's everything.
Yes, it is. And I love the program that you have set up. I think that it will help a lot of women. As I said earlier, you know, whenever you're working with children, you can see a difference in them in 30 days total. With adults, you need at least 90 days, and then you need to give yourself a runway. You know?
Yes.
Most of the time, people don't want the runway. They want it all over with in a
The
week.
microwave mentality.
Amazon.
No, invest in yourself. It's true sisterhood has saved my life. I don't say that like to make it sound cute.
You're right.
Real sisterhood has saved my life.
Yes.
When you find something that's working for you, why would you not want it to be present? Right?
Yeah.
When you find that, man, these products really transform me, man, make it part of your lifestyle.
Right.
And women, you know, they come into my containers and within 30 days, they start seeing the transformation cement in their lives. And then I'm like, girl, your 1 year is up. They be like, give me another year. Is there just a never ending plan to just put me on? Because they realize, it's working. I am happier than I've ever been in my life.
Yeah.
My coochie's no longer dry. You know what I mean? My edges grew back. The blood pressure's regular. You know, I'm not hiding anymore.
Right.
My money has changed.
Yeah.
You deserve, don't you know you are worthy of everything you want and that there's nothing in the universe trying to give you a no. Everything is a yes, but can you receive the yes?
Right.
Do you have the capacity to receive what you've been praying for?
Right.
Or are you standing at the ocean with a thimble asking for a bucket of water and you're at the ocean?
Right. Yes.
So I just want to encourage the people, like, don't shut down. I know when you have a lot of trauma and stress, it's easy to freeze.
Yeah.
That's your nervous system.
Deer in the headlights. Yeah. Yeah.
But keep moving, even if it's a small movement. Keep going.
Right. Keep movement.
Thank you.
Well, I love y'all. I'm so happy I got to be with y'all today.
Yes. And I am so happy that you were able to be here too, because I knew that conversation, we needed to have it. And I mean, because you and I were going back and forth like, what are they doing? Why? You know?
It's been rough out here for the healers now. I just did a post that was picking up momentum about abuse of healers. Like, we have to stop. We have to change.
Yeah. But I was saying too, what happens is that, as you said too, and Dr. Marilyn said, we don't realize our power. And so we always waiting for a leader when we are it.
That is the biggest thing.
We always gotta have somebody we think, and 9 times out of 10, it ain't one of us women.
Mm-mm.
But remember what I said earlier, that's that spiritual bypassing. So when your whole religious and spiritual ideology is about needing salvation, I mean, what do you expect? You're looking for a savior all the time.
And that's
you don't realize that you are the living Christ. You are the living Christ.
We got that mirror. That's true.
That mirror, because you are what you've been looking for and waiting
the
for.
Whole time.
And everybody else has to, and everything else, they will fall right in line when you acknowledge that within yourself, because that's what God and Source want you.
That's how God set it up. That's the formula.
That's why it's 6 of us here. It's, right now, that's what it is right now. And so then from there, it'll grow and grow as we grow.
Right.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it. I mean, this has been so wonderful so
she's
far.
Fabulous. I tell you, she's the womb preacher. I love her.
I love that. I need that on a t-shirt. I'm gonna go get me one, and I'm gonna get you one and send it to you. The womb preacher. I said, oh, you're so good with words and shit. That's one of the things I love about. I love the way you frame things. You're good with words.
Yeah. And I again want to tell everybody about the Womb Diverse Wisdom Collective. Thema and I talked about this because I've been wanting to do it, but busy women always doing something else, and I was trying to hold back, but it wouldn't let me hold back. Spirit wouldn't let me hold back.
No, not now.
Yeah, not in these times.
Not with all this stuff that's going on. And what I love about it is everyone is busily creating some type of community.
Isn't that beautiful?
You said the community is what's needed.
Yes,
it's so needed.
Stop the loneliness. Stop,
where you feel like you got. And see, I'm so good by myself because right now God told me I want you to by myself. I've been on my own this time for quite some time. But the thing is that when I sit around and I look, I'm like, oh my God, look what I'm able to accomplish. Look what you had me doing. And now, and I was told the beginning of the year was when you were supposed to get out and really start talking, start presenting. And then you called me. This day is very, very spiritually important too, because it's 111.
Yes,
it's a 3 day, and 3 is pregnant with creative ideas. 3 is the number of creativity, and 3 is my number.
Okay. And we got 6 people, you said? Nikola Tesla says if you want to understand.
At the bottom, it's 6 people on the screen at the bottom. Wait.
Yeah.
369, the keys and codes to the universe.
And so that's why, and that's the kinds of things when you look at that, and you just look at how nature is pulling it all together.
It has infinite numbers. Those infinite numbers like snowflakes and other things.
You're on the right track.
They work in nature in so many ways.
Oh, that's so good.
You are on the right track.
The Womb Diverse Wisdom Collective. And it is a global professional organization dedicated and devoted to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions from around the world. We exist for women who value depth over trend. Thema said that. Wisdom over performance, and accountability in womb-centered work.
Ooh.
And this whole thing, even though I'm talking to Thema about it, it all didn't congeal. Thursday, I said, this must happen because I'm sick of this stuff over here with this fibroids turn to cancer and cranberries can heal fibroids. I'm sick of this. This is not true. And we got to stop it. This is something that at least will put people in an organization that those people are ethical.
Yes.
If they're not in that, it's a reason. If they saying stuff that shouldn't be said, we say, you know what? As the Womb Diverse Wisdom Collective, we'd like you to check your facts, sis.
But
And
you know
that's
what? You know, and I don't think I said this to you before, Shades. You just said that. I think that's exactly what people want.
It's to be
I think
called
there's
out.
a real anxiety that happens because when I first started the womb sonnet, none of this was
Oh, yeah.
existing, and my industry didn't even exist in the West. And so I remember the anxiety I had about not knowing if I was advising people correctly, but knowing that my heart and my intentions were pure.
Mhm.
But I didn't know where to go to source certain information from the indigenous wisdom that my people kept about womb work. So, we're saying like, don't be out here missing hope, but some of the people are genuinely just trying to serve and don't know what they're doing. They
And
don't
at
know.
least we can have some stuff for them
Yeah.
to learn.
I
We're
have
gonna have it for you.
contact me.
A basic knowledge of body physiology is necessary
Yes.
to talk to people about their body. If you don't know it, you can't teach it.
Yes.
And they're coming, and they really do want that information. They want that information, and it's all a part of how you're going to do any kind of anything pertaining to health, beauty. How you going to do any of that if you don't know what's going on within
And how
your-
things function.
Exactly.
What's normal. You don't know what's normal and how function works. You can't do it, and we have to say something. But otherwise, we all will get shut down.
Or they'll be drinking that raspberry jello, like you said.
My mama was doing her best. She didn't know.
was.
And now that's why we gotta make sure these mamas know. You know, my mama was getting that raspberry jello at A&P, and she was really proud of herself. You know,
You had no idea.
she had no idea, but she heard raspberry from somewhere, and that's what that's all they had in A&P. You know?
Yeah, I know. I remember A&P. A&P used to be down the street.
Yeah. Well, sis, we gotta come up with some more stuff. I want to be involved in, and you know what? With this, the Wombniverse is gonna have everybody on the site. So I'm gonna start putting my sister girls colleagues on there immediately. Their website. I know a lot of people like you do who could give us discounts on containers, on herbs, on essential oils, on everything that we need that we use,
and the certifications, right? Because we all have certifications.
Have all of us in here doing certifications, and so we want to make sure that nobody can police us. We got to do it
because we're organized.
And we will be so positively impactful that even if the institutions that wanted to police us wanted to know what we were doing, we would be compliant.
Yep.
Because we actually know what we're doing.
Not a problem.
Here we go. Exactly.
Not a problem. We're doing good work over here.
Yes.
There's nothing to fear, but there is an opportunity for massive collective growth. And there are still too many women on the planet who are suffering in their wombs. We have work to do.
Yes. And like my sister friend, Dr. Shay used to say, there's plenty of sick folk out there.
That part, yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna let you guys go because I know y'all got a million things to do. We're gonna stay in contact. I'm gonna put a list together of everybody who showed up, all of us, so we can stay in contact with each other, and we can contact the women that came here because they were interested in what we were saying.
Absolutely. I'm so happy that y'all are here. Thank you for tuning in. Those catching the replay, we love you too. Put your comments and all of that so we can see what your questions and thoughts are as well.
Yeah. And we got people in here. I'll tell you some of the comments. I welcome who I am. That's Gina. Another one says that part, Monica. And then another one up here, TL. Ashe. So we got a lot of people who are interested and committed to being part of the solution.
So do me a favor, if those of you who are commenting and you're really catching this vibe, tag 5 other women in the video so they can see it too. We need more visibility of this conversation.
The lies are very
rampant. Yeah, tag some sisters and be like, get over here and get in this conversation, okay?
Yes, because we're gonna be here for a minute,
So, all right.
If you have another chance, come back. I love you all. Take care. And I am so happy you are here. We're going to bring up the miracle mama, Wana. I call her the boy mama, so she's ready. And you ready, boy mama? She got so many boys. I would have almost been in that situation. There we go. The boy mama.
Hi, everyone.
How you
sorry.
doing? And then we're going to go to LA. Yes. Hello. I wanted you to give the people an overview of your wonderful story and how you became the boy mama. How many boys is it?
It's 4 boys.
Yeah. That's a lot.
It is 4 boys.
Yeah. Marilyn got 1 boy, so she know. I got 3 boys, so I know. 4 boys is a team or a band, one of the two.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
It's a band. Okay, good.
It's a band, and they even know how to sing.
Good. We got them in the band. That's good. So,
yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and give us your story on how your life became boy mama with 4 boys.
So, just starting back from a girl when everybody starts their menses, I was a menses that didn't really exist or kind of existed. It came on for the first time, then I didn't see it. It disappeared for like 6 months.
Okay.
And then thereafter I had it, but then it disappeared again for like 6 months.
And how old were you?
I was about 15 or 16.
Yeah.
About 15 or 16.
Mm-hmm.
And I, at 15, wound up having fibroids, and I had to get those surgically removed. And I used to always have extreme pain. It just would.
You know what? Somebody said they can't hear. Can you talk louder or turn your volume up or something?
Let me turn it up some.
She said she can't. Yeah, there it is.
I would have extreme pain. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. She can't. Maybe you turn your volume up, Elay. Because I can hear her fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me know when I'm good.
Okay, you good. Go.
Okay. I used to have extreme pain when I was a young girl. Mm-hmm. And it would be to the point where my legs would be numb.
Oh,
I could not walk.
Wow.
And it turned into the fibroids. They found out that it was fibroids. Yes, baby. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys.
We know how it is. We just had a mama on here nursing. You missed that.
So fast forward, I wind up getting on birth control to get my period on a regular cycle. But then the birth control would cause so much irregularities in my mind that I had to always get off of it.
Okay.
And so as I became an adult, I would still have these cycles of irregular periods, and then it turned into irregular cycles, irregular periods, irregular everything. I went to the doctor. Everything was irregular, always irregular.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Then I wound up getting married. Shortly after, I found out that I had ovarian cancer. I woke up one morning.
How old were you?
I was 21.
Okay.
And my stomach looked like I was 4 months pregnant already. Had never been pregnant in my life. Mm-hmm. And a young lady at my job told me to go to the emergency room to get myself checked out. I did. And in fact, it was ovarian cancer. Thereafter, I had the surgery, went through all the chemo, and the chemo was very extreme. It was stage 4B, which is pretty much the last stage until death. It was pretty much didn't know, felt fine, but I just knew that my body was not working properly. Mm-hmm. And I understood that, I could possibly not have any kids. They told me to go through all the procedures to freeze my eggs, but that was extremely expensive. And I just said no. I said, if it's in God's will for me to have kids, then I will. Mm-hmm. My chemo treatments were every day, 5 hours a day.
Oh my God, really?
Yes. And on Friday, they were 7 hours a day. On Friday, they were only 5.
Oh, wow. For how many weeks?
For 3 months.
Okay.
For 3 months.
Okay.
Go back, baby. Mommy's on the Zoom. No, give it to your brother. Go give it to brother. And so thereafter, after my 3 months, they told me, you know, I was fine. But through the course of my chemo, my blood would, you know, be crazy, and I would have to stop the chemo, try to get my blood back regular. And a friend of mine after the chemo, a friend of mine went to one of your events at the Prime I was born. And she was like, friend, you need to check this lady out. She does womb stuff. And I was like, womb stuff? I don't need that. She was like, yes, you do. She was like,
that's a good friend too. I hope you're still friends with her.
Yes, I am still friends with her. Yes. And she said, you do need it. And I said, because she was like, you want to have kids, right? I was like, they told me I couldn't have kids. And she said, well, check her out and see if you know she can help. And I got in contact with you, and you told me that I needed to do a sarsaparilla detox. I got that detox. And when I say the detox revealed so much about me I did not know, I would excrete clots of blood still, like things that I didn't know that could come out of your vagina.
Oh, wow.
My skin felt like it was on fire.
Oh, wow.
I had such of a awful smell that used to come out of my skin from the toxins that were in there.
Okay.
It was just all, I felt like I was nasty.
Mm.
But what the detox did was help my body excrete all of the toxins that were in my body. And ultimately, I really believe that the detox reset my womb.
Mm.
And had I not had it, I don't even know I don't even know how to think had I not taken the detox, honestly, to be completely honest.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the first thing that I did. As I took the detox, that's the very same year I took the detox. I believe my chemo treatment was ended in July. I took the detox, I believe, in August or September, and in December, I was with child. And they told me could not have kids.
Right, right.
They said that it would be impossible because I only had one ovary. And if anybody knows, individuals that have one ovary, it doesn't cycle every month. It cycles every other month because the egg drops from
takes turns.
Yeah, they take turns.
Alternate, yeah. So
had I had 2 ovaries, I would have more babies. So it just saved my life. Honestly, it saved my life. And I'm so grateful for you being obedient to the things that you know and you do, that you operate in your gifts that God bless you with. Because going through that process of me knowing nothing about my womb, I didn't have any education. My mom had problems with her womb.
Right.
And she didn't know anything about wombology, knowing how to really heal her body from the things that she suffered with, because she also had fibroids and she also had a hysterectomy. And thank God. The crazy thing is, when I went through surgery, he made me sign papers to get a hysterectomy at 21. He made me sign papers to get a hysterectomy. He would not do the surgery if I did not sign those papers to get a hysterectomy.
Yeah.
I had ovarian cancer 4AB, and he would not do the surgery if I did not have a hysterectomy, because it was too detrimental for him for me to not have the surgery.
Uh-huh.
He said if he went through the surgery and he said he saw that it was cancer, then he would do the hysterectomy. Mm-hmm. This is the miracle. Went through the surgery. They found no cancer in the lab at the surgery. They sent it away and dissected every part of it and then found the cancer.
Okay.
So that's the miracle, because had he found the cancer in the surgery room, I would not have an ovary, the other ovary.
Yeah.
And my womb would be completely gone.
Oh wow. Yeah.
So that was God's plan. That was all in God's plan, because there's no other way that you can describe to me that I thought I didn't have an ovary. My first question out of the operation room: did you give me a hysterectomy? Am I able to have babies? That was my question.
Yeah.
I didn't think about pain. I wanted to know, was I ever going to be able to have children?
Yeah. So
after the first one, 2.5 years later, the second one came. 3 years later, the third one came, and 2.5 more years later, the fourth one is here. And I have been able to breastfeed all of my kids without any challenges. I've had 2 of my children at home, 3 of them with no epidural.
Oh wow.
And I've been able to do a lot of woman work to heal my chakras, heal my body, go through all of the things that I needed to heal from. And it's still a journey to be able to heal from all of the things, because I used to go blind from the chemo. And I have so many dark scars on my body, and it's just left so much residuals from the chemo itself that I used to think I was crazy, because I'm like, I can't remember anything. My mind did not work from just the chemo alone. It did not work well.
Okay.
So reading.
And you was 21.
And I was 21.
Yeah. That in itself is a big deal. Mm-hmm. You know? Yeah.
And it was a lady that was in the surgery, in the chemo, doing chemo with me. She passed away.
Okay.
And I was the youngest at the time in Florida with that type of illness that actually overcame.
Oh, wow. Wow. And how long ago has that been?
Since 2012.
Oh, wow. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well on your way.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And now you got all of those little hard legs to keep you on.
I do.
You got a house full of testosterone and testicles.
Oh gosh, don't remind me.
I tell men the same thing. I say, oh, you in a womb house, nothing but wombs and ovaries. You just gotta do what you do. That was my brother-in-law. He was in a womb house. Yeah. I think that, I'm always amazed by your story. I'm always amazed by all of the little band members, and I just think that it's just so heartwarming. I am happy for you. I'm happy you came to the Natural Hair Show. That's what I used to do that all the time, because people were looking to change their lives go natural. That's the first thing Black women they think is to change their hair, And so they go to the Natural Hair Show and they get all of the whole body, because we all there, I'm so happy that because I used to do Jacksonville a lot, So I really, really am happy that I was able to stand in the gap. That's what we call it,
Yes.
Stand in the gap between, the here and the Healing Channel, Yeah.
And the more awesome thing is I've sent so many people your way.
Yes.
Just from my testimony alone, people don't understand how powerful herbs are. And I didn't even know anything about herbs at the time.
Yeah.
And just getting through the journey of learning about how there was no medicine as we call it today back then.
Yeah.
And so the only medicine that we had was to know that, hey, you better go get some sap off the tree so you can heal your body.
Right.
And, put it in the pot, boil it, whatever you got to do, and drink it. And you do good.
Yeah. Right.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I used to hear all of those old home remedies. People used to put a piece of salt pork on the bottom of their foot, if they had got a nail or a splinter or anything, and it would work it out. You know, you could put garlic in the bottom of your shoe and it will come up through your breath. And take care of a lot of stuff going on in your body, you know. But of course, now your breath stank, you know. But you know, which one you want? You want to be healed, or you want to smell a little bit for a little inconvenience, you know?
Right.
I mean, and then of course we had all the patent medicines, because this is what I grew up hearing. My daddy talking about the Big Mama in Mississippi and all of the different things that they would do, you know, and the 3-6s and all of these different patent medicines and the acidity, you know. That's why I have Aunt Henrietta's lung tonic, because my great aunt was the town herbalist for Utica, Mississippi. And I will be having connections with her in my sleep, in my dreams. I sleep with a book underneath my pillow, and I would write these things down in the middle of the night. And then other times I would go and just open it up and go through it and see if there's anything new in there, because I don't remember writing the stuff down, you know. And I know that I've been, you know, touched by the legacy of working with herbs in our family. So, you know, that was the only way that we was going to grow up, period, with the cod liver oil and the lemon tea and all the things, lemon and whiskey, I have to say, you know, for the cold, and just all of the things that we grew up with. You look at it, and that's the traditional and elder wisdom. I always look also at the JAMA, the Journal of American Medicine, to see how these studies and things going, so I know what to tell women. Don't do that. This is what they found in the study. You know, they ain't gonna publish that on first page, you know, or, you know, whatever. So I try to take it all, because healing is a whole thing. That's why we say holistic. It's your mind, your body, your spirit, your energy, your everything. You just can't pull one thing out and work with that. You got to work with the whole thing.
Right.
And I know you be deworming your boys, because I be sending it.
and do.
Because them boys, they know they be extra wormy, because they all on the ground and they driving the little trucks all over and they doing all kinds of stuff. So they be into all of the dust in the soil of the worms and stuff. I mean, if you got dust mites everywhere, you got parasite eggs, you know? So that deworming is something that you cannot jump over, you know? But I am so happy that you're still with us, that you are thriving. You look beautiful. And
thank you.
Yes. And I am just very happy for your outcome. And you never know who you're meeting and who was telling people about you and all of that. So I really appreciate all the referrals, because I get referrals from all over the world. You know, I turn my ringer off at 6 or 7, because the UK African sisters about to start calling me, you know. They about to start calling me. And I love talking to them, just not right now. I can talk to you tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's 6 o'clock your time or 5 o'clock, you know, but not at 10 o'clock my time, you know. So, sis, I'm so thankful that you always are available. This is a wonderful conversation, and I really am happy for you and the 4 boys. And that's what I call her, the 4 boys mama. And that's probably what everybody call you. Yeah.
And that's perfectly fine. They keep asking me, am I having a girl? I said, I'm done. Please. I will allow somebody else to take care of that. You know, I'm good.
Yeah. I had the 3 boys, and then the girl just slipped in there, you know. So that was the only way I was done too, you know. Yeah. But her name is Nia, because she was definitely on her purpose, because she came on through, you know.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Yeah. So thank you, sis, for coming. And
thank you for having me.
Soon, and I'll be looking forward to that deworming order, because I know
ma'am.
I come back there.
They do need more.
Thank you so much, sis. I'll talk to you later.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I love those kind of stories. We got a million of them too. I'm going to bring up Elay, and I'm going to tell y'all how I met her. Elay, thank you so much for being here. can you hear me? You have yourself on mute. I saw that. I was trying to put you and it said you were on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. That's what it was. I was checking to see what it was that you couldn't hear and everything.
Happened when she left.
Okay, yeah, it was just two of us, so that's part of it. But I tried to stop it, but it wouldn't. But Elay is an author, and she has written lots of books. One of the books that I happened to get from.
I can't hear you.
I
can hear everything up until the moment that she left, and then it shut down.
It shut down. Okay, let me see.
My mic is on. My video's on.
I can hear you.
I see that there.
Unmute mic. Yeah, well, I can hear you.
And I cannot hear you.
You got your volume up and all of that?
So.
Or she can't hear me with the
I'm
volume.
not sure what to do. I don't know what else to make this work since it was working fine until just a second ago.
Okay. You know what? Why don't you hang up and call back?
Let me try stop.
Yeah. So she's gonna come right back. I love the boy mom and her story because them boys is running her too, you know. 4 boys is no joke, you know, and that's just one of those stories of people who were told you will not ever have children, and they got with me, and look what she got. She got 4 boys, not just 1, 4. I love that kind of thing because, you know, possibilities are something that we absolutely have to always maintain for our mission in life. If you start believing that it's done, that there's no more for me, I can't move past this, then yeah, you might have some extra challenges because you do need to be on mission and to keep growing. You never stop. And that's one thing I love about Elay. Yes, she looked like she went outside to see if she's gonna get a better signal. Yeah, we never stop learning, we never stop growing, we never stop being on our mission. And this is part of the mission here for me because there's so many women who don't know what they don't know, you know? And what ends up happening is, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. I just reconnected in. I went out and reconnected in. So here I am. I can hear you just fine.
Okay, yeah. I was just saying the reason why we're even doing this is because women, we don't know what we don't know. And there's, like we were saying earlier, so much misinformation, and we want to be a stop for that. And we are the ones who will stop it. I mean, we don't want anybody else to come in and tell us what we should think and who we should listen to, etc. We have to control that, you know?
Yeah.
We have to decide if this information is healing and healthy for us. And when we notice that it's not, we got to stop it, you know?
That's right.
So I met Elay because she wrote an incredible book that I felt like I had obviously wrote in my sleep or in some kind of state that I didn't remember. And, you know, Earth is
your sweet spot.
Earth is your sweet spot. I love that book. And now she just written Earth 101. Yeah, Earth is your sweet spot. I know it's right over there on my, I should have one right here. That's it. Earth is your sweet spot. Book so profound for me. I found so many things that I have been thinking that I may have not even written out into my journal yet, but they came so clearly in her writings that I decided, let me get in contact with her. Now that's a pretty bold thing to do, as my girlfriend says, that's who I am though. I contacted her through Amazon and say, I like what you said. I do a lot of different things with women and I want you to come and talk. She says, I got a family situation going on right now, but as soon as I resolve it and it's settled, I will get back with you. And she and I have been friends ever since. So again, you just got to take these chances, take these risks, go after what you want. You want to talk to somebody, go talk to them, you know? And she and I have done several projects together, and we will continue to do more in the future. I want to welcome Elaine Ellenwood to the Womb Healing Marathon, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Ishay. I just, we just have such a wonderful friendship, and you're the best thing that came out of that book. Just our friendship and what that's developed, and the worlds that it's opened up to me it just means the world to me. So whenever you invite me to come and participate in something, I always want to do it. But I'm somehow not cool on getting on the computer. So I was sitting on the wrong, I turned you on at 7, and I did my housework and all this stuff, but I was in the observing part. It wasn't until I went back and checked the message I had sent to you, and I saw that you had an attachment.
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
So I touched the attachment, so I missed my time when I was supposed to be doing things.
Oh, that's okay. And, we all been running over, and I had to switch people. I mean, you know how we are. Women, we have to be flexible and make it work, and that's what we're doing,
Well, it worked out.
You
gave
perfectly
me an opportunity to see 3 amazing women.
Yes.
Which I would have missed before because I would have hung up right after my presentation.
Oh,
so
right.
It worked out just perfectly.
Yes.
And each one said something that's so relevant to me. I think now we're learning how to be individuals and not rely on the world to tell us who we are and who we should be and what we should eat and what we should drink. And we're learning how to take complete responsibility for ourselves. And that is a very big deal.
Right.
And each one of the women that came and spoke to you was so clear in what her commitment to what she's doing and how she's doing it. And it was just wonderful. So I apologize for you having to put me in at the last minute, but I'm very grateful that it happened like that.
Yes, I get it. I get it. Those women right there, they're profound,
Really, it was great.
Yeah.
So let me I am the earth person.
Okay.
Everyone is talking about all the things they do and they love and what they're struggling with. And I am the person that says, yes, but we're all overlooking something, which is a woman's body is an antenna between heaven and earth.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And that antenna is not strong unless we are connected to earth. So at the very beginning of the day, you want to reconnect to earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we don't live in a world where that's just automatically a part of life. Some of the beautiful native people in our country live like that still. But for most of us, we live in towns and areas where even if we're working with the ground, we're not surrounded by a community that's earth-oriented. So we have to do this by ourselves. And the reason it's so important for women is earth is female. And so are we. So our bodies have an instinctive connection to the truth of earth, which means earth and you, earth and me are one. She speaks to you. She speaks to me. And you and I speak for her. Otherwise, her voice is weather. It's diseased animals. It's things that don't work on her. But if we speak for Earth, what we're doing is we're speaking from knowing instinctively how she should be balanced. I just saw a video of a famous tennis star who stopped her match because a butterfly landed on her face.
Wow.
Now, my guess is that most people, and certainly a masculine, because in male lifetimes we're not connected to the earth, would have brushed it away. No, she reached up to her nose. The butterfly got on her nose, on her finger. She took it over to the edge of the court. She released it, and she went back into her game.
Okay, okay.
Now, to me, that's a woman who is an antenna between earth and heaven.
Right, right.
So it's you know, we live in a world that, and it's certainly happening now in our politics, where the voice of what we express is becoming more and more muted for now. It's more important than ever to wake up in the morning and ground into earth first, and then to maintain that grounding through the rest of your day.
Mm-hmm.
If you do exercising, yoga, you can do the same thing, because yoga is particularly good because it came from a culture that was earth-oriented.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what I'm suggesting is that all of us, and I'd love to join your group, and I want to be able to present this to the group as well, because I think
that'd
it's
be
so
great.
fundamental.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We start first by waking up in the morning and letting the gravity of earth pull us down in the bed. So we're not thinking, we're not planning, we're not doing anything busy with our brain.
Mm-hmm.
We're sinking into the gravity of earth. And when you feel yourself releasing to that downward, let the peace that comes in from that and the groundedness from that join you.
Mm-hmm.
When you get out of bed, you may feel that the openings in the soles of the feet are taking in earth energy more, which gives you feet this wonderful light sense of being, but it also connects you into the mother.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these are things that you do for your own health, for your own welfare, for your own state of being. But honestly, I think each one of us, as we come to terms with where our species is going and all the ups and downs that it creates, that if each one of us was earth-based in our lives, not only would we be more centered in who we are, and a lot of the questions of who am I wouldn't be there because we're earth-based.
Okay.
We know who we are. But it also would deeply enrich how we are connecting to life.
Okay.
I personally believe that a smiling woman can change a man's day.
Okay.
And that in male lifetimes, for whatever reason, we're just more destructive to earth than in female lifetimes. For whatever that you might say that comes from. And that if a woman is grounded and centered in herself, and she knows who she is, and she's just pleasant and warm to be around, it helps men be less destructive. And this is a huge problem that we have now.
So you don't think they're being macho with this destructiveness? And also we got these red pill guys out here who think they're teaching men how to be with women by disrespecting and wanting to be abusive toward women. And they think that that's a philosophy that they can sit on their podcast and promote. And I have to tell you that it is seeping into the consciousness of most men, thinking that this crap is really how you go about getting a relationship, when they don't realize that's why you by yourself, dude.
Yeah. Well, the archetype of the fear of all men is inadequacy.
And that's exactly what they're playing on.
That's right. And if you tuck that away, you can see that that's the underlying fear of our president. It's the underlying fear of these men. It's how men keep themselves and others in control by making them feel inadequate.
Yeah.
If you understand that that's what's going on, then you don't buy into it. And
but these guys are young. They're young. They don't know. You know?
This is a little different than the direction I was planning on going, but I think it's timely. That understanding that not being connected to Earth, they have a concern about adequacy. Women, our archetypal concern is rejection, because there's no rejection in Earth. So rejection doesn't make any sense to us. You know, there's always grist for the mill. There's always something that can be learned out of this. And but it's much more difficult for men to be the way I think a lot of women would like men to be. But you remember that as a woman, you have something every man needs and wants, which is a connection to earth, which is your body. You also bring him his children. You also bring him your wisdom. You also bring him the nourishing of who you are. And men need that.
Yeah.
Desperately need that.
Yeah.
So be that. Don't fight it. That joins the masculine. Be feminine. And join with your sisters so that you have a group of sisters that strengthen you. And all of us move out together, not to dominate the masculine, but to expand the feminine. And then that goes back to becoming an antenna between heaven and earth. Now, you're not going to do it, I wouldn't think, generally to improve your relationship with men. You're working to bring yourself into a connection to earth where you feel completely who you are and grounded in the peace and gentleness of her. And you let your dream life and all that you've accomplished and done during the night, you let everything sink back into earth when you wake up in the morning, and then you get up and you're clear and fresh. Okay, so Aisha, I've just been talking. Do you have things you want to comment about that?
No, when you weren't here earlier, but Dr. Shea and I were talking about healers, and I said, how fabulous her healing presence and abilities are, and I said, and I just feel like we have this at the top, the earth, sun, sky, energy, spirit, then it's me, and then come through my hands and my arms is the healing, and then down my feet are connected to the planet,
Yeah.
And that's how I feel about how I work,
So
I am a channel for healing.
Right. So I'm just suggesting that you experiment with the energies drawing earth up first and letting it come through your legs. You can imagine that you have 3 prongs, a belt of 3 prongs across your abdomen, low on your abdomen. And you bring that flow up over the first prong, under the other 2, and you send it out the top of your head. And you
grounding and running
body,
energy.
Yeah, you feel your body come home.
Yeah.
And that's what your work is all about, is the body. You feel your body come home. Then you bring in the universal energy. You run it over the top rung, under the other 2, and out the legs. And then you focus on the center rung that's exposed. And you just feel the balance in your body. But I just always feel that we want to connect with earth first.
Well, I think that, I used to do, before I had kids on a regular basis, I would do that on a daily basis, what we used to call grounding and running energy. As you end up being like Juana, the boy mama, and you got 4 boys, or, your practices, they become a little bit more flimsy to the point where sometimes you forget exactly why you're doing things, And that is why, sometimes it's good to re-examine your journals, your ritual pages, or even recognizing it's time for me to reorganize my rituals, Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. And let me read from one sister person here. She says, I have a grounding sheet. However, I don't know that it does anything. I used to live in New Jersey and had a garden that I used to walk in, and it gave me so much energy. What do you think about the grounding sheet? That's what she wants to know. That's Gina, Sister Gina.
Well, there are lots of things now that are put out that are supposed to replicate. Basically, what they're replicating is something called the Schumann pulse, which is a scientific measurable vortex. They call it a resonance that moves from Earth to the universe. And it's how the Earth and the universe communicate back and forth. It's why you feel better when you go outside, because you step into that resonance.
Right.
And many very grounded people feel the resonance moving through their body all the time.
Okay.
And, you know, they'll look at us and our lives look crazy because we don't have that resonance.
Right.
So I would suggest, rather than working with the earth mat, I would suggest working directly with her.
With the ground?
If she's in an apartment, have some plants around her. There are 3 really wonderful exercises that I think everyone can benefit from to put themselves back in that resonance, which is really what we're trying to do always when we talk about healing and being good to each other and understanding life. And we're all talking about what the resonance gives us when we've been in it. So there are 3 different exercises. One is to remember that Earth is female. So if you meet a woman that you're interested in having as a friend, you have to figure out how to get her to open to you. This is a big challenge for men. To get attracted to a woman, they have to figure out how to get her to open to them. Earth is exactly the same way. She's female. So walking on Earth is one thing. Giving her a gift before you start the walk, and thank her for all that she gives us, which honestly is everything. God speaks to us through Earth, and everything comes from Earth.
Okay.
And then give that gift. Cornmeal in this part of Earth is traditional, but it can be anything that's organic. Give the gift and thank her, and then go on a walk and leave your self-absorbed thoughts behind and just simply admire Earth. Admire her. And then get back to the beginning, and you'll feel different. You'll feel cleared, actually. Okay, that's one. The second is that you say you're feeling, I remember, I think it was the naturopathic doctor talked about getting negativity out of her body.
Okay.
So important. And it's so important to get all the electronics out of our body. They cause huge problems, as I know you know, Aisha. So the second one is very similar to the first. You find a place in nature that's beautiful, that you love. It can be a walk in the neighborhood. It can be through the forest. It doesn't matter. But you have to feel safe. And you're there because you want to have something cleared out of you. A feeling state that you have. A sense of discomfort. Fear, which is a big one for me now. Just fear about where our country's going. And so I take that up. It's in my body. It's real. I walk to the opening place I have, and I give Earth the cornmeal, organic cornmeal. I thank her for everything she gives to me, and then I ask her to clear me as I walk. And once again, I try to leave my self-absorbed thoughts behind, and even all the self-absorption that's dropped into my body. I just try to leave that all behind, best of my ability, and then I turn myself over to Earth. And again, I admire her. I stand against the trees. I pet the dogs that go by. I look at the grass. I admire all the different elements of Earth. And then I get back to the starting point, and I have been cleared.
Okay. Okay. Well,
just by putting myself in her resonance.
I think people are looking for more natural rituals, you know, rather than just going outside, holding up their arms and spinning around in a circle.
Yeah.
You know?
And this is walking with the body, and this is a very powerful, and now one that is really powerful is more difficult for people who live in cities. But what you're looking for is a place of earth that hasn't been poisoned, where you can lay down on her as her daughter. She's your mother. You lay down on her as her daughter, and you just simply release to the gravity. That's all. And you leave your cell phone behind. It's very important. It's a safe place because you don't want otherwise your body won't relax. And you just let that gravitational pull you down. The places in your body that are tense won't let go. The places in your body that are wanting to participate with a larger whole instead of whatever they're holding on to they're the ones that need to let go. You can also imagine you have sand in those parts of your body that are draining down into the earth. It can be joints, it can be your womb. The earth you're directly connected to your womb. The womb and the earth are one.
Yes.
There's no difference. That's why the energy that's coming through your feet moves into the womb first and then fills everything else.
Okay.
So give yourself like half an hour, 45 minutes for that, and then you'll have a feeling of, okay, I'm done. It may come sooner than that.
Yeah.
And then get up and give the cornmeal again. Thank Earth for what she's given you. And you will be starting into the more engaged work of clearing your body and living as the kind of woman that you want to live when you're in that kind of relationship with Earth. And you'll be able to notice other women around you that walk like that. Native women on the reservation walk like that. They're just in the resonance. Now what this does, and this is so amazing, is that because we're connected to Earth, we have all of her gifts that can be ours to give, to receive for ourselves and to give. Every single thing that Earth is capable of that we see is something that every single woman can take on and apply to our personal lives. So that list, you might take them down. Take these down and write down. Reproduction is first. Even if your body is not able to have children, you still reproduce because you're female. You make things happen. You create. Renewal is the second. Something happens and you are no longer in that situation. We have the ability to renew in that. Either renew ourselves or renew the situation. Adaptability. If we can't adapt, we can't evolve. Sustainability. Endurance. Resiliency. Expansion. Spiritual renewal. And instinctive wisdom. Every single one of us has all of those. So something happens in your life and you feel spiritually challenged. Okay. So you decide you need some spiritual renewal and you need a little help from the mom. So you go out to your place, which can be in your backyard. You have a place where you give a little cornmeal. It's like her mouth is there. And you just sprinkle and say, I need some spiritual renewal now. And you lay down and give yourself to her. And you will feel yourself renewed in that area and maybe others.
Okay.
And this is what you do for men. This whole list of things that we have here, men can do one or two or three of these, but there is no man who can do all of these because they're not connected to Earth the way we are. Our bodies connect us to Earth.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
Earth is a mirror for you, for me. She guides, she renews, she balances, she inspires. Within her vibrates quietude and joy. And you and me are the gift of Earth. And when we're grounded in that, we don't need violence to prove our point. We don't need to be afraid of what's increasing. We are grounded in the truth of our home here. And we will get instinctive understanding of how to take our own personal lives and move forward in the life that we have, the gift that we want to share, and the life that we want to love with our deep inside of our hearts. Earth is the core. If we don't start with Earth in the morning, we're missing our root.
Okay. You said get into the real rhythm instead of the constructed rhythm, you know.
That's right.
And we have different constructed rhythms, TV rhythm, traffic rhythm, you know, all kinds of other rhythms. You saying get onto the Earth rhythm.
Right, and one of the rhythms we have is our own.
Yes,
that's the first rhythm we have. When I get up like when you got in contact with me, my daughter had died as a result of drugs, and I was raising both of her kids and helping her husband get clean and sober.
Yeah,
and that was my rhythm. So I could have that rhythm just take me over, which it was always trying to do that.
Yes.
Because it was a huge process to
right.
live her life without her in it. And
right.
I know many other women have gone through that.
Right.
But if I started in the morning with Earth, the day was different.
Okay.
Because like a good mother, she came in and supported me. It makes me cry. She became a living presence for me.
Okay.
I also learned something really important, AJ, which is Earth is always communicating with us as women.
Right.
Always. We just stop listening. So you can have a question. Like I would think, okay, what am I going to do with my grandson who really wants to fight this bully at school, but I don't want him to fight the bully at school, and how am I going to resolve this? And I would let my eyes begin to float over nature. And as soon as I was drawn to something, I would let my eyes light on that. And the answer was always there. And the answer was always right. And as a woman, I was always right in how I interpreted it.
Right.
So at a practical level, it just serves us in the huge challenges that we have to stay close to mom.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that everybody has really reoriented their mindset on paying attention to Earth Mother as a resource of recharge and power and support.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah.
I know that it's important for me because I would go outside every single day when the sun breaks to work in my garden, and that type of exchange had me in so many different emotional states every day. It was something different, you know, looking at how I was just like one of the ants, you know, in the scheme of things, looking at me moving the soil just like the ants picking up a little grain and moving it, you know. So many different realities and similes of what's going on in the world is representative in your space and time and energy working in the soil in the garden.
Exactly.
And it is something for me that is that keeps me not only connected, but it makes me appreciate life all over, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, and then you look at, that's why it's so much like the moon and looking at the, you know, the ocean recognizing that seashells and all of the sand has been all over the world, and now it's here, and I get to hold something that's been around for millions of years with all of this energy and power. You know, once you start looking at the earth and looking at your place in it, you start recognizing how many connections it's giving you to alert you to how you should be thinking about your space, your time.
That's just beautifully said, Ishi. That's inspiring.
Oh, yeah. Clip it. So thank you so much, Alay, for being here. I always love when you can come and give your calm, because you know, here I am. And here you are. Give your calm presence on how we can look at some alternatives, you know, and we're going to continue to call on you often and continue to heal and feel happy and, you know, be observant so you can bring it back to us who are moving a little bit too fast, maybe, you know?
Yeah, and remember that Earth, for Earth, we're all equal.
Yeah.
And the women that are participating in this, all of you have a genetic history to being deeply grounded in indigenous cultures. So you are way ahead of the Westerners as far as getting grounded.
I recognize that too.
It's not so much that you're not grounded, it's that it can be difficult to get that groundedness to work for you.
Right.
Not just to keep you safe, which is important. Not just to keep your kids safe, which is important. But first and foremost, it's for you.
Right, right. I thank you so much, Alay. It's great whenever you come on. I love your wisdom. And we're going to have, I wanted to do a book conversation about your latest book, Earth 101.
Yay. Oh,
yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Amazon, Earth School 101, a guidebook.
Yes. And we're going to have
love to do that.
Okay,
anytime.
fabulous. I was going to talk to you about it, but I like to just put it out there so we can let people know now rather than later. Okay. We're going to do a conversation with Earth School 101, and and then we will probably go back to the, Earth is your sweet spot. That one is a sweet spot, Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So thank you so much for being here.
Great to see you.
Great to see you too. Love you so much. And I'll be talking to you soon.
Okay.
Bye. Okay. Thank you. Hey, Lima.
Greetings, Dr. Eshe. How are you today?
We are absolutely fabulous.
That is amazing. Okay.
Yeah. And I was just saying Ovario,
Ovario. I'm wearing my necklace. I wonder if there's anyone else in the audience who graduated in, 2020 from your...
I was trying to talk to Joy about it. Yeah. Joy Allison, she's supposed to be coming up any second. And we were talking about that, who has was in your class,
Yes. Yes, yeah. I don't know about the other classes, but our class was fabulous. No, I don't mean it in a competition sort of way.
Oh,
but
you know what? It's always good. It's always good to kick some stuff out there, because you know what? The thing that I'm saying is about what we don't know. What we don't know is part of having a class that didn't really fit the graduation criteria. But as we were talking about it with Thema, we were trying to empower. It was a different time. Put as many people out there as possible who had this knowledge and who had the passion for it and who had leadership qualities,
Right. And before COVID of all time.
Right. and the thing is sometimes people use their talents in a way that's not helpful, And, so we're going to start this Wombniverse Wisdom Collective. And it's a global professional organization devoted to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions from around the world.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah. So you're automatically going to be put in there with all your contact information on the website. and we're going to have discounts and all kinds of stuff. So if womb workers should come on and apply and be in this, because we're going to do classes and help people get certified and all kinds of stuff, because these lies cannot be tolerated.
Yes.
Exactly. Telling women that fibroids cause cancer and that cranberries can heal fibroids, those are lies.
Oh, people are saying they cause, oh my goodness.
We are not letting that go,
Yeah.
We are not
it's
letting
causing cognitive dissonance. I'm trying to think of what, like, people are so confused what to do.
It's so much information.
Yeah.
And because it's so much information, people think they can legitimize themselves by coming out with something that's shocking, but when research is not when you put an @ sign in front of something. That's not research,
Exactly.
You got to go to, some type of either technical or medical or, traditional. There's a lot of ways to get information, but @ signs at, at coochie cutter is not
right. And going to AI is not going to do it either.
It's not it. So with this wisdom, Womb Diverse Wisdom Collective, we are going to actually collect information from all over, because we will have women from all over. And, I want everybody to join us so we can patrol ourselves rather than have somebody else come in and put a stop to what we're doing.
Yes. That's wonderful. We really need this.
So I want to let you go ahead, Lima, and speak on what because you're a comedic yoga practitioner, you're author, you're a womb loveologist. What else do you have to say to the sisters here who don't know what they don't know?
Okay, that sounds good. I have my presentation. For some reason, it looks.
Just speak from the heart.
I think I'm just going to speak from the heart. For some reason, it's not opening up. So maybe that's why, because I just want to speak from the heart.
Yes.
I've done this enough times that, yeah, you're right. I feel much better when I speak from the heart. And I think that's why I have trouble scripting in advance. I always had trouble scripting in advance because it's like I keep changing what I want to say. But when I come from the heart, it's much better. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do.
Yes.
Scrap the notes.
Right.
Okay. There's so much lighting in here.
It's okay, sis. Just speak.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good. So when I'm live, you can let me know.
You're alive. You've been live the whole time.
I've been live. Okay. Oh my goodness. I thought we were just chatting.
No.
Okay. Greetings. My name is Lima Pasha. I am a comedic yoga practitioner and the author of Activate Your Wellness, How Women Leaders Go From Drained to Reclaimed. My wellness journey, as someone who experienced several second trimester pregnancy losses before conceiving 2 healthy children, and then later on going to experience traumatic symptoms with fibroids, and then learning about Dr. Eshe's program and healing the fibroids naturally, is someone who really wants to support women on their journeys holistically. So as I know, everything is connected, right? With holistic wellness, there's no one shot or quick fix that's gonna help you to transform yourself. We must create a holistic lifestyle that works for us on a daily basis. And it's not about perfection, it's about daily practices and habits. If you don't practice these things on one day, just go back to your drawing board and do it again until it becomes a part of your natural rhythm and your natural lifestyle. The way we've been trained, indoctrinated, is to get off of our natural rhythm, our natural lifestyle. Like Dr. Eshe said, she plants food in her garden. That's something that probably 80 to 90% of us naturally did. right? Reconnecting to the soil, connecting our hands and our feet to the soil. That's something that we need for our bodies to feel well. And also going outside in the sun. Natural things that we need to do, we've been somehow cut off from them by being inside, by not breathing the fresh air, by being on an artificial schedule where we wake up at a certain time, we go to bed at a certain time. That's not conducive. And then we start to focus on things that are not gratitude, and we get off track. So today, I want to tell you a little bit about some of the 7 steps that I talk about in my book, Activate Your Wellness, How Women Leaders Go From Drained to Reclaimed, because I developed this book after completing the Womb Wellness Certification Program, after helping myself to eliminate fibroids and going on that journey of, you know, self-discovery, having 2 beautiful children. And once I got through the challenge of experiencing the second trimester losses. So that experience led me to just understand that we have to take our health into our own hands. We have to get to know our bodies and ourselves, because if we don't know our bodies, how can we go and talk to the doctor or talk to anyone else about what's going on with us? You know, somehow we have gotten a total disconnect from who we are and who, what our bodies need. And we're relying on outside influences to tell us what we need to do. And as Dr. Eshe said, we don't know what we don't know. So we're following misinformation. And not only are we following misinformation, like I indicated, we are not listening to the wisdom that our bodies are speaking to us. You know, when we have a pain, we may take a Tylenol or do something else that's disrupting our ability to feel and sense what's going on within our systems. Our bodies are speaking to us. You know, when you have a loss, your body's speaking to you. When you have fibroids, your body is speaking to you. When you're tired, when you have pain, your body is speaking to you. So what is the wisdom that your body is saying to you? Yeah. And, you know, it's so important to reconnect. First to ourselves, first to nature, like we talked about. And so there are certain practices that I'll demonstrate today that will allow us to get reconnected to ourselves. You know, sometimes I talk about combating stress, but that's not the core issue. The core issue is when we are stressed, you know, how do you come back to yourself? How do you regulate your system and create practices to transform yourself to the highest and best self, even amongst the stress that we may face on a daily basis, because things do come up. And it's important that we don't judge ourselves negatively for experiencing things that we can control, or even things that are outside of our control. Let's come to a level of acceptance and say, you know, I may have experienced stress, I may have experienced trauma. However, my body is a self-healing mechanism if I allow it to heal itself. And if I listen to my body will heal itself. If I listen to the wisdom of the elders, if I listen to the wisdom of nature, there are abilities. One of the most interesting things, I'll just say this before I start with the demonstrations, that I learned in the Womb Wellness Certification Program was about how our bodies are connected to the moon and the seasonal changes and all of those things. So sometimes we don't understand when we have changes in our moods or in our feelings and our emotions, because we don't really observe what's going on in the environment. If we observe what was going on in the environment, we'll say, okay, this is why I may have more energy now, or this is how I can work with the energy that I have in order to create the environment for myself that I need. So again, it's just a matter of creating a lifestyle that supports your natural holistic healing. And it's not about judging yourself negatively or feeling like it's a one fix. It's just creating that lifestyle. So that is what my book helps you to do with the 7 steps to activate your wellness. And I give you an example of 7 steps, right, to get you on that path towards healing yourself holistically. And you can also design your own practices. So one of the most key practices that I demonstrate with the Kemetic yoga and other is breath awareness meditation, because it brings us back to our bodies. It reconnects us to ourselves, because we're always breathing, right? If you're not breathing, you're not living. But sometimes we are clenching our bodies, we're holding our breath, and that creates a state or compounds a state of fight or flight. So I want to demonstrate today a 4-part breathing. Put your hand on your chest and the other hand on your womb. Breathe in through your nose, nostrils. As you breathe in, you want your belly to expand like a balloon for 4 counts. As you breathe out, release for 4 counts. Inhale for 4 counts. Inhale love. Exhale for 4 counts. Exhale what no longer serves you. Inhale for 4 counts. Feel the oxygen fill your belly up to your chest, and release for 4 counts. Breathe in love. Release what no longer serves you. Breathe in and repeat after me. I am this moment. Release. I am in this moment. I am this moment. I am in this moment. So this 4-part breath awareness, as I want to demonstrate that you breathe in through your nostrils and you're expanding your belly, your abdomen. As you release, your abdomen is contracting, going back down, and the oxygen is releasing back down to the earth. Sometimes we do the reverse, and that is not our natural state of breathing, but we do the reverse of that breathing practice because we've become accustomed to being tense. So we're contracting our bellies as we breathe instead of expanding, but we want to allow for that expansion. So I want to demonstrate, let you know that that's a breathing practice that you can come back to anytime you feel stressed. If you're washing the dishes and you feel your thoughts drifting or becoming not as positive, you can focus on your breath. You know, that helps you to regulate your nervous system and support your growth and your transformation, get you out of fight or flight. That breath awareness meditation, you can do that with some music tones. And as you practice breath awareness, it becomes a habit. You become like, you know, when you're stressed, okay, I can go back to my breathing practice, even if it only takes 5 minutes at a time. You can do it while you're walking. Like I said, you can do it while you're washing the dishes. You can take a pause during your workday while you're sitting at your computer and just put one hand on your chest. Smile to your heart. Fill it up and release. So that's one practice. Another practice that I talk about in my book that's very sustainable is a practice of visualization. And I recently did this visualization practice for a group of women, and they talked about how some people are not able to visualize. When they close their eyes and they want to visualize something, it's hard because their thoughts are racing and they're thinking about lots of things. So I've developed some guided visualization that can support you in getting back to yourself and getting back to your highest vision for yourself. Another thing that we did in the certification program was talk about our dreams. You know, we are often focused on what's not working for us, so focused on what's not working for us that we can't paint a picture for the future. One of the most compelling things that I heard, and that it sticks with me today, is that we go through different seasons.
Yeah, I love the season.
And yeah, Dr. Eshe talked about that.
Yeah.
The different seasons, and if we don't prepare for the next season, when we're in this current season, then we get stuck there. Can you talk about that, Dr. Eshe? I love how you talk about that. That was one of the things that grabbed me and made me want to sign up for the certification program, and it helped me through the process to get to the next phase in the journey, because it's like we're so stuck. I mean, I know when people talk to their therapists and when people talk to their coaches, they're always talking about the problem. But if you only focus on the problem, you will never get to the solution.
Right.
I've found that when people are doing their visualization, they start focusing on the problem, so they can't see themselves on the other side of that. And if we can't see ourselves on the other side of that,
right,
there's no way that we can get there.
Right, right.
I want to help you with the visualization, but let me really let Dr. Eshe expand on the.
Oh, okay. I'm always happy to do it. I'm gonna pop right here and get this little chart.
Okay.
See, can you see my chart?
Yes. Yes.
The thing about it is that it's, you know, we are always we have 4 seasons, in the spring, summer, fall, and winter, and they correlate to birth, rebirth, life, and death. Most of the time, when people are talking about their situation, meaning that something bad is going on in their life for a while, they are talking about the death cycle. Everybody has a death cycle, but the thing is most of us, I would say right now I'm in a birth cycle, because we're doing this whole womb healing marathon. That's a new thing. We've created a whole series of these types of events. That's part of the birth cycle. Most of the time when people are talking about their situation, they're in a death cycle. How you get out of your death cycle is that you look at your goals. And most women do not have their goals written. You need to have written goals so that as soon as you hit your death cycle, and let me tell you what a death cycle can signify. It can be an actual death. It can be divorce, a job separation, you fired or laid off. It can be a major illness, retirement, business slowdown, friendship ends, car problems, addiction, depression, or sadness. Those are death cycles. Divorce is on here too. Well, what if you are in that death cycle? You go to your list of goals, and that will immediately put you back in the life cycle, because you're starting something fresh. in the birth cycle, because you're starting something fresh. And birth cycle is actual birth, new job, marriage, new city, new house, new routine. This is how you change so-called situation from being desperate, bad, and negative into being something positive by going immediately into the new birth cycle. Now, it correlates to a lot of other things, your ages and all of that. We won't talk about that whole thing now because it's a whole thing, how you are in spring from 0 to age 24. That's your spring. Then summer is age 25 to 40-ish. Fall is 40-ish to 55, and then winter is 56 up. The thing is that everybody is in a season and a cycle. Right now I'm in a birth season, but my cycle is winter because of my age. I'm 68. And so everybody is in two different ones, the season and the cycle. So knowing what season you're in, the age thing, fall, winter, and everything, also gives you a lot of information. But knowing what cycle you're in, life, death, birth, and rebirth, helps you to change your life immediately. Because when you don't like something, you immediately go and put yourself back in the birth cycle. And we do that. We do that. When you letting stuff happen to you and you ended up being in the death cycle, your job left, you this left, your that left, you immediately got to go back to your goals and do your birth cycle. So that's what she's talking about. I have this poster up where I can look at it all the time because I want to always keep up with where I am. But also, a lot of times when I'm talking to clients on the phone, I immediately just look over and say, okay, you're in a so-and-so cycle. And when you explain it to people, most of the people that I'm talking to, 9 times out of 10, they're all in a death cycle. They're in a death cycle. So nothing wrong with death cycles. Good stuff comes out of compost, Yes.
Yes.
Good stuff comes out of compost. So
yeah, those death cycles happen so that we could realize that something new has to be birthed out of it.
Yep.
And just like in the fall and the winter when the leaves fall off the tree, like you said, those leaves are used for compost. We learn so that we can grow in the next season of our life. So that's what we're hoping today, that people will understand that people may experience pregnancy losses, people may experience fibroids. All of these things can be used to help you develop your holistic lifestyle so that in your later season, you can have an even healthier life. And then you'll be able to help your children and your grandchildren so that they may be able to have less challenges on their journey. But everyone has to experience their own set of challenges. So we're so fortunate here to be learning and growing in this way.
Well, you know what, Lima, I really want you to be involved in the Womniverse Wisdom Collective.
Yes. I'm excited about that.
We need your voice in there,
I'm excited about that.
And we want to, we have a couple more women that are here that are waiting backstage, and we want to have you again during our whole year-long series. One of the things that I told myself for this year, for 2026, is that I can do hard things, because we're getting ready to bring up our next guest, Brigitte.
Okay.
I can do hard things, because talking about doing hard things, there's a lot of things that's changing really quickly. You either bend or you break, and being able to tell yourself, I can do hard things, means that when something comes that's something that you don't want, you could at least say, I can do hard things, and go at it like you are going to succeed,
Right.
And that matters when you are already juggling 20 balls.
Okay. So I can tell people how to reach me. Reach me at
reach you, your upcoming classes, everything.
Yes,
Right? Yes. All of that. Yes.
So you can email me at Leema, Leema, Pasha, Pasha @gmail.com. You can pick up my book on Leema Pasha Linktree on my own personal Linktree, or you can pick it up on Amazon. My next class is on February 22nd in Daly City, California. It's a Kemetic yoga class in a wound wellness circle. I'll be demonstrating the breathing practices and visualization as well as Kemetic yoga during that class, that in-person class. And just email me, reach out to me if you want me to come to your area to host a class. And I'm, definitely pick up my book for more of the demonstrations. Thank you so much.
Leema, so happy to have you here. You always bring a different sparkle, because I know you come from that strong corporate world. And so you are always able to bridge the gap between the one and the two, Yeah. And it's important for people who have to do that on a regular,
Right.
And especially the techniques that you're showing and that type of thing is really good, Happy that you came, happy that you're here, and I'll be contacting you on our next thing when we get it together, it's going to be Women's History Month, right? March.
Right.
Yeah. So we got a lot of stuff coming forward. So we're going to bring forward, you can stay.
Okay.
We're going to bring forward our next guest, a world-renowned author of herbalism. It was my first herbal book that I bought. It was called Elder, and it was a tiny little book, like I think it was like 75 pages, And I learned so much, and people who know me now knows that I'm really into Elder. Elder is in a lot of my formulas for lungs and cough and, these kinds of things. This is the woman who wrote that book, and she's part of the guard of people who paved the whole way for us to come through. This is Brigitte Mars. I met her at Herbalissimo in Austin, and I've just tried to keep in contact with her to get her on the page with us and dabble some of her knowledge into our paint space, So Brigitte, that we're talking all about, make sure your volume is on. We're talking about wound wellness and healing, and we want you to put your stamp on this of what you consider healing. Love the thing behind you, the poster. It's really, really exotic. Love it, I know. So your volume is not on yet. Your volume's not on. Mm-hmm. I know that most of the time this is the thing that we don't want to happen. If you look probably at the bottom corner in where you have the little headphones and everything, you might want to push on the mic and make sure your mic is on. In the bottom where the time is, in that corner, you'll see a couple little things, and you will see a mic, one that says, one that looks like energy for listening. Yeah, it's right next to the time. And I don't have you on mute. So I know that's what it is if you look on that side right there, it is that there you are.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Well, I know, expect the unexpected. Well, Eshe,
that's exactly how that's why mamas make the world go round, because we can change it up no matter what. Go ahead.
We can do hard things. Well, I'm so honored to be on your podcast, and it was wonderful to hear you, Leema. So I'm delighted for this opportunity to talk a little bit about women's health. I'm an author of 18 books now, and one of the ones I want to mention is The Sexual Herbal, which is all about holistic gynecology and sexuality and menopause and fertility and all of those things. But I thought I would just dive into some of the ways that I think that women sabotage their health because of the programming that they're getting from the media. Yeah. And I just want to share something. You know, when I was a teenager, I had elder friend, and she told me she didn't wear deodorant. And I thought, like, what's the matter for you? She said, I believe that commercial deodorants contribute to breast cancer. And I thought, Madame, the American government would never allow something that contributed to breast cancer to be on the market. Oh, yeah. And then a few months later, I was away at school, and I broke a bottle of the leading deodorant, and it shattered and broke, and I had to run to class. But when I came back later, that deodorant had hardened into a sheet of plastic. Oh, no. With all the glass in it. And so I remember thinking, well, maybe that, eccentric old lady was onto something, because I remember we would shave under our arms. Yeah. And then we would spray this stuff that like really stung a lot. Yeah. And then what do women do? They encase their breasts in polyester foam filled with underwires that doesn't allow you to breathe. And for me, that was a big aha, that maybe that's one of the reasons why breast cancer is so high in our culture, because we know that we absorb the chemicals that we put on our skin. Look at how many drugs are being delivered transdermally, whether it be hormones or, progesterone or diabetes medicine, heart medicine. So, and that also brings us to that our bodies need to breathe. And right now I'm finding it challenging to find natural fiber clothing. And so not only are women's breasts encased in polyester foam fill with all of that, what we wear, our skin is considered the third lung. And so I just want to put in a plug for it's worth it to find natural fiber clothing and natural fiber bedding. I'm so surprised, because we spend a third of our life in bed, and a lot of times the sheets are made out of microplastics, which doesn't allow us to breathe. And plastic is from the petroleum industry, as well as a lot of other things. And this also makes me think of all of the products that we put on our bodies, whether it be sunscreen or lotion, that are made from petroleum or petrolatum. And I remember learning in massage school that when we use petroleum products, it clogs our pores and it impairs the assimilation of fat soluble vitamins. Mm-hmm. So we again, it's easy to do. It may mean that we shop at the natural food store, that we, seek out, put cotton or hemp or bamboo or natural fibers. But, this is a simple thing we do, because, very often I love watching these TV series where people are dressed in, Victorian clothing. But when you think about the corsets, but even now when we wear, belts, it's blocking our lower chakras. So, when we try to cram ourselves into tight jeans and, belts and make our waists, I thank God girdles are not a thing right now, but I know
they are. Think about it. The Kardashians, she brought back girdles with that whole waist training thing. That's a girdle,
Okay. Well, just say no to that. Okay. Right. And then like all the carcinogens that are in the makeup. And, one of my daughters, who's an actress, she was complaining the other day that her vision was not as good as it used to be. And I said, have you thought about the eyelash glue? That she's wearing those fake eyelashes. Right. And this is just a very thin bit of skin. Do you really want to be putting glue over your very precious eyes? I know. And so we're being bamboozled, like waterproof mascara. And again, I like to wear eyeliner and mascara sometimes, but, we could be supporting natural products by shopping from the brands that are often at the natural food stores that are using herbal things like, so that's a simple thing to do. Mm-hmm. Another thing is like how many women are wearing their cell phone on their body all the time.
Oh my God. You don't know how many women I'd stop in the grocery store because they got their phone in their breast, in their bra. And I'm saying, sis, you will get breast cancer from that. And you know who has a lot of breast cancer incidents because they radio is on their chest? Women police officers.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's a simple thing to do. So again, we love our cell phones, but could we keep it in our purse or a backpack or on the desk, not on our body? And for men, they're wearing them near their prostate and their, their genitals. And could that be affecting their fertility? So, I just want to say that what is considered normal is often one of the reasons why we have so many health issues. Mm-hmm. So I thought, and I realized that some of us are in the winter time of our lives, like myself. But I remember, another thing that has come up is, how many women have problems like endometriosis and fibroids and extreme cramps. And another thing that we've been marketed is the use of tampons. And I know it's come out in the media recently that tampons have lead in them, but also the fact that they're bleached white. What is that bleach made out of? Carcinogenic things. We know that cotton is one of the most heavily pesticided crops on the face of the earth because it's not considered a food crop. And our yonis, which also means our vaginas or our sacred space, to put things in there gets absorbed into our bloodstream. And so, I learned years ago, and again, I'm way past the age of bleeding, but something I tried to teach my grandchildren and children and friends is what if we unplugged from that whole thing, because the media is saying, oh, you're on your moon, just plug yourself up, wear tight white jeans and go horseback riding. No.
Or swimming.
Or, go play tennis in your little white shorts or something. So, no, I'm saying that when it's your bleeding time, cramps are going to be a lot lessened if you wear external protection. And, a little secret might be, you could save yourself $10, $20 a month by cutting up old pieces of flannel or your husband's t-shirts or something and use them as a menstrual cloth. Mm-hmm. And this is, I know what my grandmother used to do. And then you soak the cloth in water and you give that mineral rich water to the plants outside. Maybe you don't want to give it to the lettuce because people say, don't eat salad at her house. She's a little weird, but go give it to the apple tree or something.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that we would heal a lot of our disconnect with our wombs if we would say, hey, this is blood that would be used to nourish new life. Mm-hmm. And, people think nothing of going to the hardware store and buying, cow manure and sheep's blood to put in their garden. And we should really realize that this blood that could be used to nourish our own babies, to give it back to the earth, can help heal our relationship with our menstrual cycles. Because a lot of us grew up, calling it, the curse, like all these bad things. So let's improve our language about it. And, I think that it's really quite miraculous to give it back to the plants. And, I also love the idea. I heard you and the lady before me, Lena, I think was her name. Lima, talk about our connection to the moon. Yes. And, I love the idea of, paying attention to where the moon is. And that might mean taking a walk outside. I love to, go for a walk with my partner on the full moon, or we kind of plan something. And just like our ancestors planted their garden, we're going to plant our garden when the moon is in a certain phase. And it's a really ancient tradition. And rather than thinking it's a woo-woo, we know that, the moon affects the tides, and we are made of like 70, 80% water. Right. So it certainly makes sense. So again, my grandmother used to trim my hair because I wanted to grow faster when the moon was in a water sign, like, Cancer or Scorpio. And then she would get me to trim my nails when they wouldn't grow so fast. So when the moon was waning. So, I love that lunar connection. And then, maybe we even want to think about when we're using herbal formulas, whether it be for fertility or healing some aspect of our reproductive health, maybe starting when it's a full moon or starting when it's a new moon. I love that novel, The Red Tent by Anita Diamant, where women really, paid attention to that. And so there's such a focus right now. Women go to their gynecologist and they're always talking about, we need to do something for your hormones. Your hormones are out of balance. And I just want to say that it would be much wiser for us to start with looking at the health of our liver, because our livers help to break down hormones. So rather than before you start adding like, I got to take this hormone and that hormone and more pills and all that, why not improve liver health? And a really simple thing to do is start your day with lemon and water, because the sour flavor gets the liver to help break things down. It's so simple. My grandmother did that, the lemon and water. And, I know it's a very American thing to start your day with coffee and sugar and all the things. But if we start our day doing something healthy, that's going to be great. And our liver also loves it when we eat greens. Green leafy vegetables. So one meal a day, could we include, cabbage and celery and arugula, because greens are very detoxifying. So I'm a big believer in eat all the colors of the rainbow. The American diet is quite beige. So a really healthy thing we can do, go for the purple cabbage and the pink grapefruit and the black rice. I mean, wild rice and black rice are so mineral rich. And by eating more black foods, that's going to be good for our bones and our teeth and our hair. Seaweeds would be another example. So making our food more colorful. And, I know that organic foods can cost more. But yet we're also voting for the future of our children and grandchildren and the health of our planet. And one travesty that a lot of people don't realize is a lot of the commercial animals that produce meat, milk, eggs are being fed hormones so that they will get fat faster, produce more milk, lay more eggs. And a lot of the animals have cancer. And it is not illegal to sell animals for meat, milk, or eggs that have cancer, because they say it's not proven to cause cancer in humans, but something is up. And we know that, you can go into a health food store and find things like thyroid capsules or adrenal capsules or things to nourish your thyroid and your adrenals. But what about, if you can get the virtues of those, what about the detriments when we're eating unhealthy animals? So again, if you do eat animals, and I think most of us should be eating a lot less of those things, there's plenty of, vegetable things we can eat. But if we do eat animals, we want to support the farmers that are doing their best to treat the animals, give them a good life while they're here on the planet. Everything's going to die eventually. And so to support the organic, the pasture raised, the grass fed, all of that's really important. And, the other thing is getting away from the plastic water bottles, because plastic mimics something, it mimics our hormones. There's something called xenoestrogens with an X. So so our bodies think that we're getting hormonal overload. And every time we put our water or our juice, including for our kids, in a plastic bottle, we're getting a hormonal overload.
Right.
So I think that's really important to look at too.
Yes. And the thing about the xenoestrogens, as you're saying it, and one of the things that I make sure of is that I put things in my formulas that red clover is one, is to help that xenoestrogen get cleared off of the estrogen receptors so that the red clover can be there. Natural estrogen can be there. So women who are Googling their health are telling me, well, why do you have red clover in your formula? Well, that's because all the plastic that your body is already taking as estrogen. We need to get that off and put on the right ones, So it's very good that it is Xeno, Xeno estrogens. Yes.
Yeah. And again, if water and plastic bottles are a problem, then what about our olive oil? What about, the beverages that we buy? So it's simple things. And the information is out there, and bless you for doing a podcast like this, because if we just listen to what's marketed on TV, or maybe even what our doctors are telling us, because I know I grew up where the doctor said, what you eat has no effect on your health.
Oh, God.
Take this pill. And so, again, I'm not trying to diss all the wonderful virtues of modern medicine, but I'm saying that ultimately we need to be our primary healthcare people.
Yes,
everything else is secondary and tertiary. And so, I heard someone at a party say, well, I have high blood pressure, but my doctor's going to get it down for me. And I said, well, don't you think you should be taking some action, drinking less coffee, maybe meditating, maybe praying more, maybe, using a better quality salt. There's so many things that we can do.
Right.
So I love that you're using red clover in your formulas. And I want to say two of my favorite herbs for women, and I'm sure they're on your top 10 list too, but stinging nettles, I love.
Okay, yes, nettles, love it. Yes.
Nettles is going to be so good for our bones and our teeth and the hair on our head. It's very alkalinizing. So many minerals. It even has lysine in it, which inhibits the replication of the herpes virus. So I love nettles. I just wrote a book on nettle power. And the other herb I love, raspberry leaf is a boon for pregnant women. It's high in calcium, magnesium, and iron. But there's so many wonderful plants that we can, tap into. And I had a really bad accident a couple years ago. I fell and I like 15 feet and I didn't break a single bone. Wow. And I remember thinking to myself, it's the nettles.
Right,
It's the nettles. And so, we kind of buy into like, oh, I'm getting old. And, if I fall on the ice, which happens a lot here in Colorado, like, blah. So there's things that we can do. And, I remember to think about the resiliency of the herbs, because they grow wild very often without anybody planting them, without being watered or weeded. I mean, look at the dandelion, because hardly anybody except for weird herb people plant the dandelion. And yet, it survives the lawnmower, it survives being stepped on, the dog pee. Like, we need to be resilient like the weeds.
Yes.
And it's really a beautiful thing. And, I had a chiropractor friend over here the other day and saying, oh, but, there's so many problems out there, the chemtrails and the 5G towers and the toxic media. I said, you know what? A lot of that is not going to go away. We're going to have to evolve and adapt. We're going to have to adapt. And the weeds constantly adapt.
Right.
They do. The dandelion, they come back. They survive the frost, the 120 degree temperature days, the snowfall, the drought. And so I think as a culture, we've become very dependent on eating annual plants that might die with the first frost, oh, cover your tomatoes, it's going to frost. But yet the tomatoes die and the dandelions are still producing. They might even fall a second time. So again, isn't there more research on that? Because you can't patent a dandelion. We could sell you some chemicals to kill them, and cancer, and we'll make more money. So question authority on that one.
Question authority, right?
Absolutely. And because this is about women's health, I would say something about sexuality, because I think a lot of women are saying like, well, my libido's not just like it used to be when I was in my 20s and I wanted to sleep with everybody.
Yeah.
Good for you. But I wanted to say that, something my partner says is there's hundreds of ways of making love. Yeah. And to think that it's got to be this or that or the orgasm, or that's like the word tantra means weaving your lives together. And so, finding a partner who wants to support you on every level, like let's eat healthy, let's make a beautiful home together, let's have a dinner party together, let's grow a garden together. And again, things like massage and snuggling, trading hand massages, going for a walk, doing yoga together, learning about things like partner yoga. These are very healing things that we could do because, when we're not trying to make a baby, libido might change and it becomes quality rather than quantity. And so I think that's important. Quality.
Yes. But you know what? If you're doing that book that you have there that you need to hold up again, if you're doing a class on that, I think that that's a class that I can help you get a lot of people to that, because I did a thing on sexuality, because a lot of times women who have issues with their womb have shut down on the sexuality thing. All of the bleeding, all of the never knowing when you're going to go off your cycle, the relationships that have been lost because you never stop bleeding or you always got some kind of issues. I think that has made a lot of women decide that, you know what, that's not important. Oh, yes, it is. It is important. It's just a hunger. Just like if you were telling me that you no longer want to eat food, I tell you that's a lie. You do want to eat, So there has to be balance in that, because, I'm having women telling me about the dryness and, the fact that their tissues are tearing. You got to keep it going. You got to keep it exercised. Muscles don't last on their own. They have to be worked.
Kegel. Kegel. and having, I love coconut oil as a lubricant. It's edible. It contains caprylic acid, which is antifungal. Yes. It doesn't stain the sheets. Again, how many women are using chemical lubricants that are going into their bloodstream somehow? Right. So we want to watch out for that. Right. So, well, good for you, Eshe. That sounds wonderful. I would be so honored, and I loved that topic. And
you know what? We all say here that we are grown-ass women. So we use the words, the physiological words, We're not, because a lot of women have been raised on saying down there. There's no down there, sis. What down there are you talking about? Your knees, your ankles, or your vagina? Let's speak like grown-ass women, So.
Absolutely. And, so many people suffer from trauma.
Yes, they do.
Trauma. And, I hear that a lot. And that's something I address in my book, The Sexual Orbital. So I see that it can be an impediment to be like totally loving and trusting and sexy and orgasmic when you've had trauma. And I want to say that we're traumatizing men by circumcising them. To think that they don't feel it. Yeah, they feel it, and they can't give them anesthesia because it's too toxic, and it is a trauma. And I know we've all seen those pictures of how the face is a map of the body, the hands are a map of the body, the feet is the map of the body. So where the foreskin is corresponds to the pineal gland. Okay. So it's a disconnect, and they sell the foreskins to make breathable bandages.
Into what? Breathable bandages?
Breathable bandages. And it's $1 billion a year industry. They sell the placentas too.
I knew that for hair conditioner and stuff. Yeah. I didn't know. Well, none of my sons are circumcised.
Good for you. Yeah.
One of my friends, he says, I don't believe in ritual torture of babies.
Yeah. And if you want to get circumcised, do it when you're 18. It shouldn't be done for you without your consent. But I think that begins some of the disconnect between the masculine and the feminine. We really need healing between the sexes right now. I think a lot of trust has been broken. And I'm also a psychedelic sitter, so I hear trauma coming up for people, like repressed memories, and it's really painful. And how do we move forward so that abuse and these things don't be part of the lineage that so many people carry with them for decades afterwards?
True. I have one sister here, Sister Gina, who says, what about the breast sensitivity? That's the question. I don't know,
For extreme, well, one practice that I do every day is it's a Taoist practice from Asian medicine. It's called the deer. And so what I do every day is I wake up and I do this exercise. It's in my book, The Sexual Herbal, and I massage my breasts 36 times without any oil as a way of like moving, and not the nipples, but just, like this.
Right.
And it's a way of moving lymphatic congestion.
Yes.
I like that a lot. I also think it would be wonderful if we could get a little sun exposure on our breasts. And I tell women that have yeast infections, if you could get 5 minutes of sunlight on your yoni, your privates, your vagina, whatever, your labia, it's going to inhibit yeast overgrowth. And we often have these problems where the sun never shines. And of course, you don't want to be arrested for being a sex offender, but I live right downtown, and I sometimes put beach towels around my balcony, and I can lay out there for a few minutes because so loving our breasts, because so very often our breasts become symbols of like, oh, we got to look for the cancer now, or we got to do the mammogram, or
yes.
All of these things. But what if we found a way to love on our breasts every day, to get a little sun exposure, to wear natural fibers?
Yes.
And then I know some women like to massage a dandelion flower oil into their breasts. So finding ways to love and honor our breasts, I think, is really important. And if someone's breasts are really tender, it might be a sign to back off of caffeine, which could include chocolate and black tea as well as coffee.
She says she means when her breasts are touched, she doesn't feel anything. What do you think about that? That's what she clarified it.
Oh, I would want to know more about.
I know that's a lot.
That's a lot. But it's really the nipples that are very sensitive. And again, what's causing the lack of sensitivity? Probably because we've been conditioned to like be afraid and not touch ourselves. So doing this like honoring breast thing, and like getting a little sunshine, and when we walk, letting our arms swing, I think we can increase our sensitivity by tuning in and finding ways to love ourselves. And so even the act of like massaging a dandelion oil into our breasts is like kind, loving, non-threatening. And, again, a lot of women, you're nursing a baby and you've got something pulling at your breasts all day long. Like, don't touch me. I've had enough.
Well, I think too that what you said earlier has a lot to do with it, because I can tell you the last time I wore a bra was pre-pandemic, way pre-pandemic, because I recognize, one, my breasts look better and feel better without all of that stuff tied around them. And they have become more sensitive because they're not in the bra. Part, I think, of what the bra is to keep your nipples from getting hard, from cold or anything else. It is to diminish the sensitivity. That's what the bra is there for. Is to stop reactions,
And to stop men's lustful thoughts is what my mom said.
I know. And if you're going to lust over that, you're going to lust over a cow, teats. You're going to lust over anything, You just visualize what you want to lust over and you got it, But I know that is something. Is how, if you keep them all tied up, what are they doing? They staying tied up,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your question.
Anybody else have any other questions for our guest, Brigitte Mars? Well, I put your book up there again. When is your class?
Please go to my website, BrigitteMars.com. I have lots of online classes, as well as, 17 more books besides this one. I'm writing a racy 60s memoir. Ooh.
Ooh, can't wait. Ooh, sounds like we know what happened in the 60s,
Yeah, I was there.
I know you were there. I was a little kid. I was wishing I was bigger, but it was too late.
Hey, you know what? You're in your 60s now. You get to live the 60s now.
Oh, yeah. I watched the Woodstock documentary the other day, and I was like, wow, I wish I had been there. I was only 12,
Yeah. Well, bless you. Thank you so much for the wonderful work you do. Please reach out to me. Sign up for my really cool newsletter, BrigitteMars.com. lima.com. Peace and blessings to you and your listeners.
Oh, thank you so much for being here, Brigitte. And you always make time for me, and I appreciate it. So
love you,
have
dearly,
a
sister.
fabulous day. And Ovario. I'll talk to you later. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Dr. Carey, thank you so much for being here. Do you have your volume on? We see you. Dr. Carey, she doesn't hear us or see us. You don't see us? She doesn't see us. Gina, did you get your question answered? You can post up. You guys, if you guys have questions, like Gina has been doing, you post them wherever you are. You know, you could be anywhere on Facebook or on, you know, on where YouTube. I see the Instagrams have gone down, but you know, all the other lines are up. So if wherever you are, you just ask your question and it should post here. Some of them are posting here. We are on StreamYard. I am just going to tell you that I am so appreciative of everybody who has shown up today. We will be doing some clips and, you know, some more lives coming up with some of the people that we just talked to and going into more depth, because the whole thing that we're trying to do is make sure that everyone is as educated as possible so that, you know, we don't have the issues that we've been experiencing a lot lately, which is there's a lot of misinformation on the socials. And they're telling women that, you know, fibroids cause cancer and that you could cure fibroids with cranberry juice. And all of that is a lie, straight lie. Do not believe it. Clip that, you know, because if cranberry juice healed fibroids, fibroids would not exist, right? Because, I mean, our mothers, grandmothers, women would be drinking cranberry juice as a rite of passage. And then we would never come to this point. But I've had women who have had fibroids, like you just heard, the boy mama, she was on here. She had fibroids when she was 15. 15, she had surgery for fibroids at 15. You know, now I know that in certain areas of the country, women are disrespected more. And I just have to say that. Why? Alabama, Mississippi, and, you know, those women who are there, as my daddy said, they got a hard road to hoe because the health practitioners are not looking at them as women who have a voice, who have, you know, mindset, who understand what's going on and who have a determination of what they should have going on with their body. It's just not as well respected. And I can say that because I've talked to many, many, many women. In fact, one woman that I was working with, she lived in a place in Alabama. There were two older white men who were the OBGYNs in that town. The sister that I was working with told me that her OBGYN, which was one of these old white men, he had practiced with her mother and her grandmother. Now, that is kind of absolutely amazing for me, you know, that you not only work on the grandmother, but the grandchild. So how many years is that? That's 40 years or so. That's a long time, you know. But this is the kicker to that whole thing. They offered a $25 Shoney's gift certificate to any woman that brought another or referred another woman there who got a hysterectomy. They gave them a $25 Shoney's gift certificate. No, that's not right. You know, $25 as they are doing womb captures, you know, not right at all. So I just like to, you know, say that you want to keep it. You know, it changes your life. It's your second brain. I mean, because it's not all physical. It's not all straight medical. some of it is spiritual, and who wants to go without their root to the universe? We're gonna see if Dr. Carey if she has that stuff. Can you hear us now? No, she can't hear us. She's still looking for
Dr.
Yeah. Got you. Okay, got you. Now,
are you seeing my slide set?
I see it right. I see it. There it is.
Beautiful.
Yes. So go ahead and start, because this looks really, really like something. I really want to hear this.
Okay, so thank you for inviting me to your Womb Health webinar. So today we're looking at the mind-gut-womb connection. I was really interested in what Brigitte and Lima had to say, some of what they were talking about. I was able to kind of capture in. Now, how do I move this along?
It should be an arrow. Yep.
So I want to look at I want to look at two aspects of our health. When we think about health, we have to look at holistically. Our sleep, we want holistic, we want restorative sleep, so that when we awake, we feel refreshed. So sleep, you can't substitute sleep for a pill or something like that. You need to get good sleep, some kind of movement, exercise, nutrition, good diet, good food, because it translates into good health, positive communication and relationships, and mind and emotions. But because of the time constraint, I only want to focus in on nutrition and our emotions. So,
yes, good ones. Yes.
Okay. So, and how it relates to stress. Now, stress and our fertility, stress does affect our fertility. It actually lowers fertility potential. And I'm trying to manage this. Okay.
You're doing good.
Yeah. How do I move the next slide?
Oh, you just the arrow going in the same direction to the slide you want to go to, or you might be able to move it by pulling your finger across.
Yeah, I did it just now. How is it not working this time? Yeah. Why is it doing that now? Okay. It's okay.
Oh, there it is. Yes.
No, it skipped a slide. Wow.
Can you tell us about the one that you skipped and then go right into this one?
Yeah, it's not moving for some reason. Anyway, so a lot of stress actually, there's 29% reduction in your fertility potential if you're not able to manage your stress. Let me put this big enough so you can see it.
We can see it. Yeah.
Okay. So women who have a high stress level, particularly the enzyme alpha amylase, they have a 29% reduction in the probability of conception. So we have to manage our stress because that relates to our fertility. And when we use stress reduction intervention, we can actually increase pregnancy rates up to 55%. So there's stress with menstrual disorders. So people who suffer from chronic stress are like 3 to 5% more likely to experience irregular menstrual cycles. And up to 80% of women who miss their periods, hypothalamic amenorrhea, they can recover their cycles when their stress is addressed. So PCOS is connected to mental health. Women who have PCOS, they have higher rates of anxiety and depression, endometriosis, and stress. Women who have endometriosis report significant higher rates of stress, significantly higher than those who are the healthy control. So using mind and body interventions can improve this significantly, up to 20 to 30% improvement in your progesterone levels. And so women who participate in these programs can show improvement. There is the trauma health, trauma and reproductive. So Brigitte was talking a bit about that just now. So I'll talk about how you can manage that later on. Okay.
So yeah, so stress affects your hormonal changes, it affects your ovulation, it affects your libido and their lifestyle changes. And so what happens when stress is increasing? Let me just ask you before I continue.
Yes.
Is there a way that I can look at my full slide? Because I'm not seeing it all.
What do you mean? We all seeing it.
You're seeing it?
Yeah. I see at the top root cause. I see a thing, how stress and emotions physically. But I guess what it's done is put you and I in a tiny spot, and it's made the slide superior. And so we see all of it.
Okay. So are you seeing this chronic stress and hormones?
Yep, in the middle.
Okay. So when you experience stress, whether it is work pressure, whether it is relationship conflict, financial worry, or unresolved trauma, your body activates the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, HPA axis, and that triggers the adrenal gland to release cortisol, which is your primary stress hormones. And what cortisol does is that it steals from your pregnenolone, or the body that produces cortisol, and sex hormone like estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, comes from the same precursor, pregnenolone. So under chronic stress, your body prioritizes survival over reproduction. Yes. And so this is called the pregnenolone steal. So when you have lower progesterone levels, this can lead to estrogen dominance, which can lead to irregular cycles, PMS, heavy bleeding, and difficulty conceiving. And elevated cortisol levels, so it suppresses that gonadotropin releasing hormone from the hypothalamus. It disrupts the signals from your ovaries, which prevents ovulation. So women experience irregular periods, missing periods, or missing cycles. And so I want to show how stress affects your reproductive health. Stress, it triggers the release of inflammatory messengers, inflammatory cytokines, IL-6, TNF-alpha, and C-reactive protein. And these compounds, they can affect the lining of your uterus, making it less receptive for implantation. So when inflammation, it contributes to the conditions like endometriosis, and the inflammatory process fuels growth and pain. So chronic cortisol elevation increases free radicals and oxidative stress in our bodies. This affects egg quality, uterine blood flow, and it can really damage the reproductive tissues. So oxidative stress is linked to fibroids, PCOS, premature aging. So the goal will be to manage stress. So studies show that women with high stress have increased fibroid development, stress-induced inflammation, and hormone imbalance, leading to particularly estrogen dominance. It fuels fibroid growth. PCOS, cortisol increases, and insulin resistance, which is a key driver for PCOS. And stress elevates androgen, which is a male hormone, which worsens symptoms like excessive hair growth and irregular cycles. Stress increases dysmenorrhea, painful periods, because you have the increase of prostaglandins, so you have more pain sensitivity. And chronic stress also creates this pelvic floor tightness because there's reduced blood flow. High cortisol, it shortens the luteal phase, and so it affects the cervical mucus quality and the uterine receptivity for implantation. So learning stress reduction techniques can really help in terms of increasing conception rates. The good news is that cortisol can normalize, and when cortisol level normalizes, it allows your hormones to rebalance.
Okay.
It increases, inflammation decreases throughout your body, blood flow improves, your nervous system shifts from fight to flight, freeze, faint, fawn, to rest and restore. So your body can remember it's safe to ovulate and to menstruate.
Yeah.
And that's why an integrative approach is necessary. So I need to go through this. This will be huge to help you understand.
You know what this reminds me of, Doctor?
Huh?
I said, you know what this reminds me of? It's either people who are in a war zone who don't have time to be reproducing, you know,
because
or
it's stress.
It's too much stress and it's too much other stuff going on. You don't have time to care for all of these different things. Or people who are under severe stress because of their family life, you know, child abuse, or, you know, these kinds of things. All of this is coming to my mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is we have to do everything we can to come to homeostasis. It's not an option. It's not like an alternative. We must manage stress if we are for our bodies to remain receptive. If you're looking to become pregnant, there is some gut back. We've heard a lot about the microbiome. Not many people have heard about the estrobolome. The estrobolome, that's a collection of gut bacteria which break down estrogen in your body. So these bacteria, they produce the enzyme, and this is important, beta-glucuronidase, that demonstrates whether estrogen gets recycled back into your bloodstream or it leaves your body. So Brigitte was talking about the liver, cleansing the liver so that it can, we say glucuronidation of the estrogen, making it inert so that it can leave your body. But if your estrobolome, if the microbiome or the bacteria in your microbiome that breaks down estrogen is in limited supply, estrogen comes back into your body. So the idea is to have a healthy gut, so estrogen is properly metabolized or properly broken down, so excess is eliminated, so we can have balanced hormones and regular cycle. If you have dysbiosis or disrupted gut, either too much beta-glucuronidase, it reactivates oxygen that should have been eliminated, and we have this estrogen dominance. So instead, so your ovaries produce and other area produces estrogen. It goes to your body, goes to your liver, gets the process of glucuronidation. It goes to your gut where it breaks down the estrogen. And once we have the beta-glucuronidase in good supply, most of the estrogen exits our body. Some is returned, but if beta-glucuronidase in low supply, most of the estrogen comes back into your body. And what happens when you have estrogen dominance from poor gut, that leads to painful periods, fibroid growth, endometriosis, breast tenderness, PCOS, mood swings, weight gain, difficulty conceiving or maintaining pregnancy. And what disrupts the estrobolome is antibiotics. Even one course, it destroys indiscriminately good bacteria, bad bacteria, poor diet, high sugar processed food and low fiber, chronic stress, and even liver stress, birth control pills, the environmental, and you were talking about xenoestrogen a while ago with Brigitte, plastics and pesticides and dietary factors that can lead to the disruption or dysbiosis. I want to talk briefly about a pathway to help you understand the connection between the gut, brain, and the womb. Our vagus nerve is a nerve that leads the brain stem and goes to every organ throughout our body. 90% of our signals come from the gut to the brain and not the other way around. So these signals, they affect your mood, your stress response, your hormone regulation. So we can literally change our brain chemistry through our food. So the gut contains like over 500 million neurons, and that's directly related to brain and the nervous system. So the vagus nerve is the longest nerve in our body. It runs from your brainstem to all your organs, and it connects to your gut and your reproductive system. So it's this two-way communication. And once there is gut inflammation, it sends a distress signal through the vagus nerve to the brain, and the brain interprets this as stress, and it activates the stress response, through the HPA axis, hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, and this triggers the cortisol release, which disrupts the reproductive hormones, and so the cycle continues. And so the signs that you know that your vagus nerve is impaired, you have digestive issues, bloating, constipation, IBS, along with your menstrual problems. You have anxiety and depression, difficulty with stress regulation, poor sleep. You're feeling tired, but you're still feeling wired. There's a pathway, I'm going to put all of these together in a bit. The pathway of your neurotransmission, like I said, your gut is your second brain. I think there's talk in the scientific field now, really our gut is our first brain. But presentation, they say our gut is our second brain. 90% of your serotonin, which is your happy hormones, and 50% of your dopamine, where you get pleasure and motivation, are produced in the gut, not your brain. And serotonin is needed for mood regulation, so you can be calm, right? So you can mobilize and modulate your emotional being. So emotional well-being, serotonin influences your menstrual pain perception. So if you have low serotonin, you'll have this heightened pain sensitivity. It affects your sleep quality, so you get up feeling tired. It's low serotonin is linked to premenstrual dysphoric disorder or severe PMS and severe PMS. And also your common neurotransmitter GABA, which is also produced by the gut bacteria, leads to anxiety, insomnia, muscle tension for people who are experiencing pelvic floor tension. It also contributes to low pain or painful intercourse. So here is a cartoon drawing to show how inflammation, another pathway that affects your reproductive system. The cells in your gut are closely joined together by tight junctions. When there's inflammation, those junctions become compromised and undigested food particles and toxins get into your bloodstream. And so we call it like the leaky gut or intestinal permeability. And so what we need to do is to be able to digest our food. Those cells, we need to heal the gut inflammation so that your estrobolome can produce in a way that can help you get to your reproductive goals. So when there's a compromise or when your gut is inflamed, you're not able to absorb your food. So you can be eating a clean diet, a healthy diet. You can have herbs and all the good things that you put into your body. But if you're not able to absorb, you can't produce hormone, the hormone production that is needed. So vitamin B is essential for estrogen metabolism and neurotransmitter production, magnesium that is needed for progesterone production, and stress management and menstrual cramps. Zinc is critical for ovulation and hormonal balance. For people who have heavy periods, iron, that creates a deficiency, and you have poor gut health, prevents that replenishment, that omega-3 fatty acids. Our bodies can't make that, so we are able to ingest that through our foods. If we don't have that absorbed into our bodies, it continues to have this inflammatory process in our being. So poor gut health, poor nutrient absorption leads to hormonal imbalances. It worsens symptoms, worsens stress, and it further exacerbate your gut. Hang on, I think I missed one. Your gut damage. And so inflammation, we have to do our best to decrease inflammation, because the conditions that are related to womb conditions, as it pertains to inflammation, endometriosis, PCOS, fibroid, and recurrent miscarriage. So some people say my periods get worse after antibiotics. It's because you have antibiotics that wipes out the beneficial gut bacteria. The estrobolome is disrupted. You have this estrogen dominance resulting in heavy periods, painful periods. If you feel that you're often bloated and you have terrible PMS, we may be looking at gut dysbiosis that creates the inflammation. you don't have neurotransmitters, and you have mood swings and physical discomfort.
Okay.
If you say, I'm eating healthy, but I still have hormone issues, we may be looking at intestinal gut permeability or leaky gut, or maybe low digestive enzymes where you're not able to absorb your nutrients for hormone production. Or your anxiety is worse after or right before your period. You're thinking gut bacteria that affects your hormonal fluctuation. You have reduced serotonin and GABA production. Estrogen dominance amplifies, and it creates more PMS. So there's this quote: healing is a matter of time. Sometimes it's also a matter of opportunity. And so we must think of your gut, your brain, and your womb as three sisters that are in constant communication. And so when you support your gut health, your hormones naturally rebalance, mood stabilize, your inflammation decreases, nutrient absorption improves, and your gut gets what it needs to heal. And so I said before, we have to do everything we can to modulate stress, to manage stress. It's not an option, because it's absolutely necessary in order to modulate our stress levels. And we may not be able to do it alone. We would need to get some kind of support. So getting some counseling or mental health support. I think you answered a question from someone who said they were not able to feel their breast. There's this disconnect with their body. When you seek counseling or get a mental health support, when you're experiencing things like trauma that affects your body, history of sexual trauma or abuse or medical trauma, you had difficult births or pregnancy loss or some kind of invasive procedure, if there's a relationship, a trauma relationship affecting intimacy, PTSD, childhood trauma, anxiety and or depression, panic attack, you seeking mental health support will be useful. Grief and loss, work stress, relationship stress would be important to get in help. The disconnection from your body, your inability to feel your sensation, whether in any part of your body, it's a reason to seek some mental health support because you feel cut off from your body or disconnect, difficulty with the awareness, whether it's a pelvic floor, and with someone who was listening in terms of they weren't able to feel their breast, the relationship issues, painful sex with no physical cause, mental health support may be able to help you. If there's disordered eating, mental health support will be able to help you. And so what does counseling help with? There's trauma processing, there's EMDR, eye movement desensitization, reprocessing or MEMI, multi-channel eye movement integration, some kind of somatic therapy to help you process the trauma so it leaves your body, it neutralizes that negative charge, and it gives you tools for emotional regulation, to stress management. You can explore some unconscious patterns between your relationship with your body and your relationship with others, healing negative and dysfunctional beliefs and shame, processing the grief and loss, and building some coping skills and resilience, and relationship mindfulness and meditation training would be helpful. There are several techniques that for somatic release that can help your body that you can do at home, because you're responsible for your health. You live in your body.
Yes.
Don't outsource your to experts, right? You live in your body, so trust that. And
Yes.
so some techniques, I think some were spoken about earlier. I think Ellie had mentioned it, or Lima may have mentioned it. The pelvic floor breath work. You lie flat, you put your hand on your womb space and on your chest. You take a deep breath in for 4, hold it for 4, release for 6 to 8. The longer exhales activate the system, our nervous system, which brings us calm and relaxation. Is the parasympathetic nervous system. So it brings that conscious awareness, the blood flow to your pelvic region. It reduces cortisol by 20 to 30% when you practice it daily, and it brings oxygen delivery to your reproductive organ, and it creates that mind-body womb connection.
Yeah.
I like the 478. It can stop a panic attack in its track. Your breath is with you, so punctuate your day with breathing. And these particular types of breathing, you inhale through your nose for 4 seconds, hold it for 7, exhale for the count of 8. And there are some other pelvic floor release exercises where you can scan your body and do some pelvic floor release so that you can be able to relax. And with that relaxation, it brings a level of calm where you can be receptive for womb health. Then there's this vagus nerve activation. Remember, I said the vagus nerve goes to every organ in your body.
Yes.
Every organ system. So you sit straight with a spine and you take a deep breath in, and on your exhale, you have this low hum, and this activates the parasympathetic and the vagus nerve. So this can be helpful. And there are some other emotional practices. There's this one that I like, just the dive reflex. You immerse your face in cold water, as cold as you can, with ice possibly. Take a deep breath, hold it, then submerge your face for 15 to 30 seconds and lift your breathing, lift up and then breathe normally. Repeat that 2 to 3 times. This again brings you into calm. It reduces stress. It reduces your heart rate. It moves you from panic into calm. And then I think a couple of the guests earlier were talking about grounding, and I think you said something about the grounding sheets. But grounding, you can just expose yourself on ground barefooted, and you plant, right, Dr. Eshe?
Yes.
Your hands on the ground. So that exchange of electrons with the earth, it reduces inflammation in your body.
Yes.
And studies have shown that grounding reduces cortisol. Cortisol, we need it at a certain level, but when it's elevated, it's real corrosive.
Yes.
And remember that brings the cortisol steal from the pregnant alone, so you're not able to relax and be able to care for your womb and your reproductive goals. It reduces EMF. Just when you're on the ground, make sure there's no pesticides. If they spray the grass, maybe not. Ground where there's no pesticide. Kind of go through this quickly.
Yeah.
Because I want to get to the nutrition piece. You have you can sync your cycle with your stress management. So your menstrual phase, days 1 to 5, is during your period. Everything is at its lowest. So the stress management practice, you can do gentle womb massage, journaling, warm castor oil packs, and say no to extra activities, and avoid intense exercise and overcommitting. Days 6 to 14, that's after your period and just before ovulation, the estrogen is rising, your energy is increasing. So you can do some more vigorous exercise, connect to your social network, morning meditation, do some journaling and problem solving, or you can take on some creative project. This is your superpower phase, so use that wisely. Your 14 to 16 day, which is mid-cycle, this is your ovulatory phase. So estrogen is at its peak, testosterone is surging, you have maximum fertility, the stress management, connection and communication. So do some chest openers, Tai Chi, and some slow exercises, some dancing or stretching, some gratitude practice. Your body is primed for reproduction, so stress management is crucial here to conceive. Then you have the luteal cycle, 17 to 20. This is after ovulation. The luteal cycle is divided into early luteal stage and the late luteal days. You have the early luteal phase, days 17 to 21. You're still relatively stable. So focus on completing projects and maintain movement routine, increase your protein. And the late luteal phase, days 22 to 28, this is the PMS window. So cortisol is, the sensitivity is peaked, your mood, anxiety, and perception worsen. So use some of those practices that I mentioned earlier. So the the critical practices, you double down on your womb breath. Magnesium supplementation would be helpful. Use the glycinate form, 400 to 600 milligrams. Reduce caffeine. I think there's only one way to really take caffeine, and it's not orally. But eliminate caffeine. Use some Epsom salt baths. If you don't have a tub, try a foot bath. Cancel non-essentials. Eat commitments. Eat every 3 to 4 hours to stabilize sugar. Some gentle moving. And you're not crazy. Just recognize the cadence of your body and honor your body.
Yeah.
Can I run through the nutritional piece too?
Yes, please do. Please do. It's been really, really, really great. And we got to clip this, and we're going to do the rest too. Yeah, clip this.
Okay, so now the second pillar is the nutritional pillar. It was Hippocrates that said, let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. And I like this other quote, he who takes medicine, even herbs, okay? He who takes medicine and neglects diet, you waste the time of your physician. When diet is wrong, medicine is of no use. When diet is right, medicine is of no need. So nutrition is a huge, important part of being healthy for our womb health, as the case may be. Now, we often know of the macronutrients of carb, proteins, and fat. I think there should be a fourth macronutrient, and this is fiber. And fiber is necessary because it binds excess estrogen. So if you have excess beta-glucuronidase, that enzyme that reverses what the liver does, because the liver can make excess estrogen inert so that you can excrete that through your stool. But if you have excess beta-glucuronidase, it reverses that, and then you have excess estrogen in your body. So fiber can bind those excess estrogen in your intestines and carry it through your bowel movement. And the fiber, it feeds the good bacteria, the good gut bacteria, which regulates the estrobolome. The estrobolome, remember, is in your microbiome. These are the group of bacteria that breaks down estrogen. So it can create short fatty acids and things that would benefit your body. So without adequate fiber, your estrogen gets reabsorbed back into your bloodstream, and this creates this estrogen dominance. And what you can do to bring fiber in, you can just 1 to 2 tablespoons of ground flaxseed. Buy the flaxseed, and then you ground it when you're ready to use it. Don't buy the grounded flaxseed because it's already oxidized.
Right.
Eat cruciferous vegetables, broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, because that supports liver detoxification and of your hormones. And berries, raspberries, blackberries, they're high in fine fiber, low sugar, rich in antioxidants. Lentils, your legumes, chickpeas. People are concerned about when you talk about lectins, and you've heard some ads that they're anti-nutrients. The anti-nutrients in beans and peas and nuts and stuff like that can be neutralized with soaking and boiling. So don't get afraid of using these plant products that can really help you. So fiber is a good plant-based protein. And chia is a good soluble fiber, and that helps with illumination. So start your day with some kind of fiber drink, berries, flaxseed, or leafy green. Here is a product. I am not in any way an affiliate of Garden of Life, but I do like it because they have 14 sprouted seeds, grains, and legumes, and that can really support your body. So try it. It has the organic flax and chia seeds, and also probiotics as well. What to eat? Eat healthy fats. So I think it was last week the FDA or the Health and Human Services has reversed the food pyramid, and they're thinking about fats. Now, there are good fats and there are not good fats. So what you want to focus on is on healthy fats, especially omega-3s, because our bodies can't make it. Fats are the building blocks of your hormones, so you need it, including estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone. And what omega-3 does, it reduces the inflammation, and that prostaglandins, which cause your pain sensitivity for your periods, it reduces that. So what to eat? Wild caught fatty fish. Now, if it's not wild caught and it's farm raised, stay away from the farm raised. Then buy some things like salmon and sardines and mackerel and anchovies, and 2 to 3 times a day. And if you don't eat fish, there is the algae-based omega-3 supplements that you can still benefit into getting omega-3 into your body. Walnuts, hemp seed, avocados, and you want to have the ratio of 1:1 or 1:4, because our diet, or the American diet, is more saturated with omega-6, and omega-6 is highly inflammatory.
Yes.
Then colorful nutrients. It matters because you have, I think it's Bridget that mentioned that different colors, eat the rainbow, because you have different antioxidant, polyphenols, and phytonutrients, and they support liver detoxification of used hormones. So the tomatoes and beets and watermelons, the reds and the pinks, the oranges, the sweet potatoes and carrots and bell peppers, green leafy, it gives you folate and magnesium, and supports liver. Your blue and your purple, it creates so what are they? Berries, purple cabbage, your eggplants. You get anthocyanins, and those as circulation, when it circulates, they're anti-inflammatory. The white and tan cauliflower, onions and garlic, they support the immune system. So make your plate in color on your plate, and high quality protein. Eat pasture-raised eggs, wild-caught fish, organic poultry. And when you're doing organic poultry and it's pasture-raised, make sure that they're humanely slaughtered as well. Grass-fed beef, so you can get rich in iron, B12, and zinc. And plant-based options, lentils, quinoa, tempeh, hemp seed, spirulina. You have the collagen that helps heal and support the lining of your gut. So 1 to 2 scoops a day in your teas or your smoothies will be help. So eat food. And then probiotics. You have probiotics are the organisms themselves. We have trillions of bacteria living in our gut, and we have over 500 species of them. That comes to about 39 trillion microorganisms, and they are good bacteria, bad bacteria, viruses, fungi, and it weighs about 3 pounds and is the same weight as our brain in our head. So we need to take in probiotics. It matters because it provides beneficial bacteria to the estrobolome, and prebiotics is the food that the beneficial bacteria needs. It's like fertilizer for your garden. So you need prebiotics, probiotics, and probiotics foods, sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, and prebiotic. Here's a visual of that. Bananas, mushrooms. So that'll be helpful.
Fructooligosaccharides.
Beautiful, yes. Yes. Absolutely, that's resistant starch that is necessary for your body. Okay, beautiful, you got that. And if you want to supplement, I like this product because it has so many species, and I read the label, and 2 particular species is necessary in your probiotics. So if you have a different one that you recommend, make sure they have Lactobacillus helveticus and Bifidobacterium longum.
Yes,
and so this has those, and you probably want to. There's a new bacteria coming out, that they're researching, that is not yet included in this. I think I've seen it sold on Amazon, but there are more research that needs to be done. It's called Akkermansia muciniphila. It's a mouthful. So in terms of to condense it, eat different foods, eat fermented foods daily, prioritize fiber, reduce sugar, manage stress, and consider a probiotic. Reduce alcohol, because your liver processes both alcohol and hormones. But alcohol takes priority, and that creates a backlog, and therefore excess estrogen cannot be eliminated, and you have this estrogen dominance. And we know the sequelae of problems that estrogen dominance create. And so eliminate alcohol. It also disrupts your sugar regulation. It depletes your B vitamins. It disrupts your sleep quality. It increases the permeability between the cells in your gut, your leaky gut. So if you drink alcohol, limit it to 3 to 4. The preferred recommendation is to eliminate it as opposed to reduce it, but avoid drinking during your luteal phase, that's 2 weeks before your period. And if you do drink the low sugar options and drink a full glass of water in between. Eliminate caffeine. Like I said, the best way to take caffeine is not orally. It's a good way to cleanse your liver with a caffeine enema, because what caffeine does, it stimulates your cortisol production, your stress hormones, and we have to do everything to keep that low. It worsens your anxiety, especially during your luteal phase. It depletes magnesium and vitamins. And there are some studies that say about 2 cups of coffee a day is associated with increased miscarriage risk and fertility challenges, and it can worsen fibrocystic breast and breast tenderness. So why take it? So reduce it, and if you have to drink it, drink 1 to 2 cups a day. Limit caffeine after 2 because it disrupts your sleep. And better alternatives can be herbal teas, golden milk, matcha, green tea, as the case may be. And why that matters? Because it spikes your blood sugar, insulin surges, it increases inflammation, it feeds the harmful bacteria, it worsens PCOS and fibroids and endometriosis. So reduce white breads and sugar. Sugar is not your friend, and you would be hard pressed to find foods that doesn't have sugar, because there's so many ways that sugar is hidden in our foods. So if you have sugar in your home, use it as an exfoliant, but don't ingest. Then talk about the xenoestrogens. The xenoestrogenic, because it mimics estrogen. You don't want elevated and sustained estrogen. You don't want estrogen dominance. It disrupts your endocrine system. So if you're drinking water, use a glass bottle, in pesticides and plastics and food additives. Actually, plastic is so ubiquitous. You have to go out of your way to find foods in glass bottles, particularly if you're using oils. Don't buy plastic oils in plastic, because you have these plasticizers coming into the oil, and then you're using that. Reduce pesticide heavy foods. So use a Dirty Dozen, Clean 15. If you're eating the skin, then use the Clean 15. After you wash it, so apples and grapes and strawberries. Non-stick cookware releases these forever chemicals, polyfluoroalkyl substances. They're in your body. They disrupt your endocrine system.
Endocrine disruptors. Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
Then canned foods, they have that BPA lining, artificial dyes and preservatives. So buy organic, store your foods buy organic where you have to eat the skin in particularly. Store your food in glass containers. Choose foods that are sold in glass containers. Use a cast iron or stainless steel or ceramics cookware, and not the ones that have the BPA, because it leaches into your food.
You know what? Tell them straight. You cannot use things that are stick-free cookware.
Yes.
That whole coating is poison, and you eat it little by little over time. That's why it ends up being no more, stickless. And that kind of thing is affecting your entire body, eating that poison.
Right.
Yes.
And they're forever chemicals. So you're responsible for your health. So do the best you can. We live in a toxic soup. And in terms of the world, the things we breathe, put on our skin, on our hair, and what we ingest, we won't be able to kind of eliminate every single thing, but because we then be living in a bubble. But you do the best you can. Be like a ninja, go through your cupboards and use the garbage pail to get those things out of your system. Reduce or eliminate conventional dairy because they contain hormones, and of course that's going to disrupt your endocrine system. And even if you're not even fully lactose intolerant, it has this inflammatory reaction. So reduce conventional milk and cheeses and whey protein. If you tolerate dairy, choose organic or choose some of those plant bases and use from A2 dairy, the goats and the sheep dairy. Choose the low fat, choose full fat, versus the low fat, because the low fat removes the beneficial B vitamins or fat soluble vitamins. Yeah. Plant-based options, you can make your own almond milk or milk as opposed to buying with all these additives that are there. Your industrial oils, like we mentioned in terms of if the oils are in plastic, but when you're buying it and it's clear plastic, or even if it is dark colored bottle plastic, stay away from that. The industrial oils, they are high in omega-6. Omega-6 is highly inflammatory. So you have this systemic inflammation. Your body, your womb can't really respond and relax. So they're processed with high heats, and they're often oxidized or rancid before you even buy them. It disrupts that omega-3, omega-6 ratio, and it leads to painful period, the inflammation. It worsens endometriosis.
And wrist issues.
Right.
Wrist issues. People who are having problems with their wrist is because they're not getting enough of the 3s. They're so overloaded in the 6s, and that is a wrist problem, you know?
Right. Like whether it's arthritis or rheumatoid, you kind of want to manage that, what you're eating. You have the spoon or the fork in your hand, so you manage that. Particularly like when you're buying your snacks, you have fried foods, you have the processed snacks and crackers and chips. They're created with these kinds of oil. You see, it's literally done in a factory, so that can't be food that you would want to eat. The American Cancer Society said there is no known safe level for red or processed meat. Even one burger, sorry to say, but you have 26,000 unique chemicals that are found in these foods, and you don't want that in your body, because when it comes, it's already oxidized. You have reactive aldehydes. The endotoxins, and the toxins are not destroyed when they're heat stable, and they're carcinogenic. So you don't want that in your body. And the heme iron, it increases strokes and cancers. So I don't know, I rushed through this.
Well, you know what? I got so many people over here saying, love this. This is such a great list to support our body systems. Thank you so much. Yeah. And then, the same person, Pearl and prebiotics are so important and talked about for women's health like it should be. And I always tell women, your probiotics is like your daily vitamin. You need to do this instead of trying to figure out how you can use pineapple to make your vagina smell good. You need to use probiotics, and you don't have to worry about that sugar and possibly contributing to issues that you may already have. So many women have BV, and they do so many things to just cover that up versus trying to get to it, because they feel like this is how I have been all my life. And that all my life thing is a big deal when women have womb issues. They want to act like they tried everything. This is how I've been all my life, Well,
you have to change, because nothing changes if nothing changes.
Right.
You can change.
Right.
Just take one step. They say you can eat an elephant with one bite at a time. Your journey starts with 1,000-step journey, starts with one step. So you need to change. And I listened to a neuroscientist some time back, and they said we can rewire our neurons, we can rewire our palate as well. 63 days, this is a little over 2 months, just consistently, because you're worth it. So you have to, the dietary pillars work together. You have to stabilize your sugar, because that will lead to hormone balance. Eat protein, good protein, healthy fats. You have to focus in on your gut health. Make sure you have good microbiome, healthy estrobolome, so you can eliminate excess estrogen, reduce inflammation, liver support, and make sure that your gut is. I wanted to do this, but I think somebody did it earlier, and I think I'm really over time. So
Okay.
the treatment
No,
team.
you're right at your time right now. But I wanted to give the sisters that's here if they had any questions to put it up for Dr. Prince, because she have covered so much in a short period of time, and it was legible. You could understand it, you could hear it and understand it. So I really appreciate it. And I'm going to make sure that I clip this so that you can have this, and we're going to put this everywhere, because part of what we're here for is to dispel so many lies that's on social media. I mean, cancer, fibroids do not cause cancer. Cranberry juice does not cure fibroids. It is so many different things that are being perpetrated online, and people are believing it and calling me and want me to add to it.
Yeah.
I can't add to a lie, Yeah. So
did you see these slides, or was it stuck on one slide?
It was stuck on one, but we got the story.
Oh my word.
Yeah. I see they're fabulous, but we definitely got it,
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm glad you're putting them up, because it'll still be part of your presentation, and people will be able to see it in the replays, Yeah. So it's really important that that people have this. You might want to give it a little bit more time so they can watch it. So they can read it.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I thought I was trying
That's okay. It was going good. I loved it. And so did several other people over here. So it didn't take away from it. So obviously we're all audio people and not just audio and visual.
Okay.
Yeah. I know I'm very audio.
Yeah.
So did anybody else have any questions? It was a great presentation. I see that it did take you some time. Yeah. All good stuff. And that's 85 billion. And that's what I talk to women about, is wherever you are, get the highest number of probiotics you can within your product, Now,
and you want to make sure that it has those two particular
the bacteria,
Lactobacillus helveticus and Bifidobacterium. So I did the research for you, so I know this particular product has it.
Right. Yeah. But anybody that's, probiotics are expensive. And so hopefully anybody who's selling probiotics are putting the most important ones in there. But we already know people, the ethics are not always behind their money or their talk, Yeah. So did anybody else have, Gina, you have a question for the doctor? Gina has been here all day. I really appreciate you, Gina. Yeah. So anybody else? Well, we have really, a lot of the people are off. Like you told me you was watching on YouTube,
Yeah.
So
it was a pleasure. It really was a pleasure. And I know sometimes you have these hiccups with regards to time, managing different ones and different schedules. So that's perfectly understandable.
Well, you know what? We're women, and our lives are always somebody else's problem too, or issues, And so if your babysitter didn't come, so you can't talk, if it's a lot of things that can happen. And, we are flexible though. We can bend, we don't break. And so that's what happened. In fact, I'm fostering my son's little Frenchie, and I had him come get his own dog today. And he brought his own dog back to me right now, because I want him to do the best he can on his classes, because that determines his pay level and a whole bunch of other stuff, So
it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure being here, and I'm glad I was able to share.
What? Again, I want to tell everybody about the Wombniverse.
Yes.
We are starting the Wombniverse Wisdom Collective. And what that is a global professional organization dedicated and devoted to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions from around the world. And we are, valuing depth over trend, wisdom over performance, and accountability in womb-centered work. Right. Everybody here will be in there, and we will have a directory and discounts on herbs, on essential oils, on all kinds of things, because what we do is herstory. We are creating herstory on a regular basis, and that is a powerful thing, and we have to do it at the level that we really need it, Yeah. And I love this list that you have here, because I am always telling people, yes, I'm your naturopath. Get the x-rays, get the blood tests, get all of this, and then let me see it, and we're going to work with that, The same thing with the massage therapy, the exercise, the sister circles, and then we have our womb massage, who is coming up in just a few minutes,
Okay, I'll keep listening, because there's really good input from the speakers, and I really enjoyed. I took some notes when I was listening to Ellie and Lima and Brigitte.
Okay.
Very interesting too.
And we have a couple more great ones, So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate that you always respond when I contact you, in a positive way, because this was something that we all needed, and I think this is going to outlive you.
Okay. Yeah, true. Yeah,
I mean, it's great information, and that's what we always got to be doing, is doing things to outlive ourselves, because we got the nieces and the grands and all of these others. We need to make sure that information is not always behind a paywall. And that's why I think that we have such bad health, is because we always are afraid of the paywall,
Right.
And so we don't go in to get the help until it's late, and it's a lot of more work,
Yeah.
And we got to stop doing that.
Dr. Eshe, I bless you. You have energy for a day. I really bless you in regard to making sure you create a space for women to get the information so that they can manage their health and see results, practical results in ways that are meaningful to them. So I bless you. I bless that you have enough. You're going for another hour or two.
Yes. I mean, you know what? If I was working in my garden, I could do the same amount of time,
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yes, So that's why I ride my bike every day for an hour to two. I get my Epsom salt baths. I lift the weights. I do everything, because, unless something just fall down on me like Wile E. Coyote in the cartoons, I want to keep moving and keep doing everything that I have to do,
Yes.
So I really
right. Well, blessings, and I'll be listening again to your
information, and they'll get your information. Okay.
Okay. Beautiful.
Okay, then. Thank you so much.
You're
love
welcome.
This PowerPoint was powerful.
Thank you very much.
I'm definitely gonna show this again. I wish it had been here this morning and this afternoon.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that it got stuck. I was trying to navigate between.
It's good. It's good, and we got all the slides in here, so we'll see it again. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, then. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Have a great
Okay.
Ovario.
Okay.
Let me see. We got Joy is here. She's waiting. And Joy, and then we got Reed. And go right ahead, sis. You looking so gorgeous and so put together, like you're doing red carpet stuff, I don't hear your voice. Turn on your volume.
Oh, right. Here I go. I said, that's how
there you go. Ovario. There we go.
Ovario.
This is Joy Allison. And we just had Dr. Prince, Carrie Prince. She's a medical doctor. Joy is a coach. And tell them all about what you are providing for the sisters to help their womb health and womb world.
Yes. How do I get my presentation up? That's what I was trying to do backstage.
Oh, you're trying to get your presentation up?
Yes.
You see that plus right there underneath you? There's a pencil, then a plus, then a cog. You just touch the plus and you can put up whatever you have.
Got it. Okay, let me upload this file right now.
Okay. Okay.
Where is it? Okay, so what I'm doing, can you talk to the folks again about the cycles with death and life and renewal?
Well, you know, we could bring Reed up too, because Reed has a lot of stuff to talk about. You can put up whatever you have.
Got it. Okay, let me upload this file right now.
Okay. Somebody is reverbing. That must be Reed.
What I'm doing, can you talk to the folks again about the cycles with death and life and renewal?
Well, you know, we could bring Reed up too, because Reed has a lot of stuff. Is that you, Reed? Who is that that's doing the reverb?
Right now.
Okay. Somebody is reverbing. That must be Reed. What I'm doing.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear us, but we can hear your computer. Okay, she's gonna handle that. Okay, she'll come back in. So, can you start just, you know, kind of freestyling? Like I had Lima doing her freestyle. You know,
I sure can. Can. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so so I don't want to try not to distract myself in doing. My goal is trying to do one thing at a time this year.
Oh, not me. Did I tell you about the Wombniverse Wisdom Collective, you know, which is a group of professional women who are dedicated to the ethical preservation and practice of womb healing traditions and from around the world. That's what we're doing. I told you about it the other day, but we got to get the women into this because we want to police ourselves. We don't want anybody to come in and put down some rules on us as far as what we can do and what we can say. We have to tell women that's not true what you're telling sisters. We can't have you lying to them, you know.
Exactly. This is what I'm going to do because this presentation is not coming up, and I always like to make the most of.
You want me to put Reed on first and then you come back?
No,
on?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay.
I stay ready so I don't have to get ready.
I know that's right. That's how we have to do it. That's how we have to do it.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So got it. So for me, I am a burnout recovery coach. I'm also a wellness coach. And in terms of burnout recovery coach, I focus on Black professional women that are currently experiencing burnout or recovering from burnout or looking for ways to prevent burnout. And the goal is for them to now create a new life where they can sustain it, a new life, how to work, how to live, where there's ease. And so I think about something I heard earlier as I was listening, you know, in and out throughout the day to this marathon. It's just been awesome. And I think Thema, I had a chance years ago to go to one of her presentations in Maryland. And she stated, and I'm going to go back to this later in the presentation about, you know, I released who I was when I had to survive.
That's
and so
what she was just here. Yes.
Yeah, I heard her. I saw her.
Okay.
I saw her when she was speaking.
Yeah.
And this really resonated because in terms of what I'm speaking about today with this burnout, there's an old self that has to die, right? In terms of us now moving into that life of ease, because the guilt that may have been there or the way you were operating served the purpose, but now is really depleting you and you're paying attention to the cost that comes with. And so when I'm coaching women, that's something that comes up. And now when it relates to, as I mentioned, I'm also a wellness coach. And as a wellness coach, I work with anyone who's interested in focusing on sustainable habits and overall well-being to make some meaningful shifts as well. So a little bit about myself. I was in higher education for about 23 years, and I was capable, committed, very much committed and dedicated. And I was in leadership, various leadership roles. I would take my work home. I would work on the weekend. And it was quite interesting because I found myself having some sort of physical ailments and symptoms that I didn't understand. I had acid reflux. I thought maybe I was eating too fast. So I was allergic to some food. I was bloated. I'm thinking again, it's digestion. I would wake up and it was as if I didn't sleep and my face was puffy. And it wasn't until I went to a naturopath that I realized that there was something, I knew something was off, but I wasn't making the connections with the physical ailments that I was seeing as well. So looked at the labs, did some tests, and he just looked at me and he said, "What is the quality of your life?" And if you continue this way, you're going to find yourself with some short-term and some long-term health goals. And I knew I didn't want any more of what I was experiencing, and I definitely didn't want to see that long-term. And I knew I had to make a change in terms of how I was living my life. I had to make a change also in what success and well-being meant. And I knew my well-being had to be a part of anything that had to do with anything with my life and being successful as well. And so now, as I mentioned, I work with Black women. I reconnect them to themselves, help them to restore their energy, and create wellness practices that make it possible to overcome burnout in ways that stay true to their values and their identity. And so this gathering today, it really helps us to center healing, restoration, and culturally rooted wellness practices for the whole self and, for the womb. So you can't see my screen, so I'm just trying to enlarge what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Give me 1 moment right there. Okay. And so I also want to make sure I recognize some scope and boundary for what I'm talking about, what I'm going to continue to speak about today. So I mentioned this womb healing marathon. It centers healing, restoration, culturally rooted wellness practices for the womb and the whole self. My contribution today, fits within this intention by naming how chronic stress, overextension, and burnout live in the body, and how responding with care supports healing and restoration. This is not about separating the womb from the rest of the body, but about honoring how lived experiences show up in the body as a whole. And before we go further, I want to name the lane that I'm holding in this conversation. I'm not here to replace medical, therapeutic, or clinical care. My role is to help our listeners to recognize patterns of overextension and depletion, and to offer grounded ways of responding with care, whether that's early or after your body has already called for a pause. With that clarity in place, we can talk about where these patterns come from. Mm-hmm. So the cultural context in terms of where these patterns come from, for many Black women, these patterns don't come from nowhere. Overfunctioning wasn't a flaw, it was a strategy, a survival strategy, a way to stay safe, to stay employed, to stay needed in systems that did not offer much flexibility or protection. And naming that context, this matters because it changes how we understand what's happening. And the goal is not to think that you did something wrong or you're a personal failure. Recognize how your internal is responding to the external systems that are in place, and how you're responding, as a way to navigate it. And it comes with a cost. And we, start to realize that, and we pay attention to how our bodies and how we're thinking and how we're feeling and moving and loving and so forth in these environments. And so this cultural context, we also now have a permission to evolve. What once helped you to survive may not be what sustains you now. And that goes back to what I mentioned earlier in terms of that survival piece. I love that affirmation, that exercise. She said, I released who I was when I was surviving.
Right.
Because when we're still, I think about what you were saying earlier with the cycle, that when we're in that death cycle, how we get stuck. So who you were to survive is not necessarily the person who you are now to thrive. Who you were to survive with the information that you had, what you understood, it worked. But now in evolving and moving into that birth cycle,
right,
that survival you doesn't hold, she doesn't have that power or that strength or the capacity or even ready to.
I was gonna say that, you know what? That's it. The capacity. She's not necessary.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I think about when I was doing one of my master classes, one of the attendees, she said her therapist and a coach had mentioned to her, the way you operate during war is not how you operate during peace.
Yeah.
That's so powerful.
Yeah. And so just now when the doctor was talking, I said, everything that you're saying reminds me of somebody like a refugee, war and a refugee, all of these things that she was talking about, which I see clearly as things that women are carrying. And that's why they have fibroids. That is like a warlike state. And they are a refugee from a warlike state. I saw that so clearly, but it was because she said it. And I could just see all of the pieces coming together.
Definitely. Thank you for sharing that piece. And again, I want to make sure somebody want to put it in the chat. What once helped you survive may not be what sustains you now. And that doesn't mean you were wrong. It means you're allowed to evolve. And that evolution, as we're talking about now, begins with noticing why this conversation matters. And this conversation matters because many women don't stop when they're tired. We keep going. And we keep going.
We brag about it. We brag
right. About it. And award each other for it. And we also get awards for it.
Right.
You know what I think? Go ahead.
I just said right. You know?
Right. And we get awarded. I remember an award that I received for it was a very important, like professional. And one of the things that was stated about me was she burns the midnight oil. Joy will go above and beyond. And there's a time and place for going above and beyond. I totally understand that. But in 2026, there's just some places I'm not going. And sometimes above and beyond is going to be part of that list.
Yeah.
When it comes to overspending.
Burning the candle at both ends.
That too, exactly. And so you get rewarded for that. And if there's a monetary reward or just even that verbal award or that paper holder that you get, sometimes it just causes you to do more, right? Because that's the culture. Everybody's doing that. But the body is saying, I need you to calm down. I need you to rest. And it's like, no, I can't rest now. I got all these things that's on my list. And then I can't rest until everything is checked off. And then the body says, you have to stop. And there's no reward for that, so that just really got me, really thinking in terms of like when we just keep going and we don't stop. And endurance, how that's praised, and especially when you're capable and when you're dependable. And the cost of that endurance doesn't always show up dramatically. It can show up quietly. It shows up in the energy. It shows up in your body. It shows up in your emotional life. And one of the main places it shows up, as we know, is in that body. And stress lives in the body. And stress doesn't just live in the mind. It can show up as a constant tension. It can show up as shallow breathing. It can show up as, a clenched jaw. It can show up, the stomach feels awry or there's tension, other places in the body. It can show up as brain fog or you're not able to focus the way. And this is not an exhaustive list. There's just so much more of when that stress is in the body and how it can show up. And so these are not signs of weakness. These are signals. And a warm, centered healing space is important to acknowledge when and where the body holds this stress. For many women, the womb is a place where cumulative pressure, responsibility, and emotional holding are felt. Acknowledging this doesn't require medical explanations. It's simply recognizing lived experiences. Of course, medical explanation, clinical is important, but for you to just recognize what's happening with your body, I'm encouraging for us to have a practice at some point where you're in tuned, where, that headache is like, wait a minute, where's this headache coming from? I've not experienced headaches before. I shared my personal experience where I wasn't able to connect the dots in terms of the acid reflux, the bloating. I'm waking up and my face is puffy. It's because I was going on and there was no rest. There was no restoration. I just kept going. And my body was showing me so many different ways of, hey, we're screaming at you.
Right.
But, we need you to balance. We need you to get some rest. And so there's practices, in my coaching that I work with these women. So now we could get in tuned. We can start paying attention to our body and not ignore when these signals, come up. And so these signals, it helps us to recognize these lived experiences and these signals. These are connections between stress, safety, and what our body is telling us that it needs or what is, indicating to us. And so I always like to provide, there needs to be a working language because not everybody says burnout. When I was experiencing it, I didn't know the term burnout.
Right.
I've heard there was so many terms of being, I felt I was worn down. That's how I felt internally. It didn't show on the outside. So I want to provide a language bank because someone may not be aware of burnout. Burnout may not be a language. And so some women describe their experiences as feeling overextended, worn down, depleted, running on empty. Others say they're functioning, but they're tired underneath. And these words often appear long before the burnout does. So you have the vocabulary, which helps us to make that connection, of what we're experiencing. And so when we name this burnout gently, some women will eventually, they call it burnout. And long before that word appears, the experience is already there. And if this feels familiar to those who are listening, it doesn't mean that you're late. It means that you're paying attention. So I want us to pause for a moment, and I have a reflection question that I want to ask you. Take a moment to notice where you feel tension when you are under pressure. You don't need to analyze it. You don't need to fix it. Just notice it. So again, take a moment to notice, where do you feel tension in your body when you are under pressure? And I'm going to ask, and what happens when this tension comes up or this pressure is taking place and we ignore it? There are other things that are being ignored as well. They could be a persistent fatigue that doesn't lift when you get rest. So you need to recover just to function. Life starts to feel heavier than it should. And these are early signs that the body offers. Sometimes the body has to be more direct. I remember for me, it was back pain. That's how it put me down. I had to stop.
Yeah.
There was just so much that was just going on.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to invite everyone to pause again. Ask yourself, what feels most overextended in my life right now? And I'll ask the question again. What feels most overextended in my life right now? Where am I pushing through out of habit, even though I feel strained or tired? You don't need to fix anything in this moment. The awareness alone can help you make one small adjustment that makes the rest of this season more manageable. So the question again, what feels most overextended in my life right now? Where am I pushing through out of habit, even though I feel strained or tired? When your body says enough, when for some women, the pause doesn't come gently, it comes as deep exhaustion, brain fog, and we talked about this earlier, emotional shutdown, or an inability to keep going the way you used to. And this isn't failure. This is your body protecting itself. And if you are already there, I want to say this clearly. You're not behind. You didn't miss the signs on purpose. The body is responding to load, not weakness. And what helps here is different than what helps earlier. So where we're going now is in terms of recovery. Recovery requires a different response. Recovery is not the same as prevention. What helps before burnout is not always what helps during recovery. So remember, we talked in terms of what helped you to survive may not be what sustains you. What happens during the time of war, right, is not going to be helpful in a time of peace.
Yes.
So recovery often means pushing less instead of trying harder, stabilizing before optimizing, and seeking support instead of trying to, be hard on yourself or think that I'm the problem, I did something wrong. And earlier theme that's been happening throughout this marathon is support and community, and being in community with people who do care about you, people who get you, who want to assist you, not trying to remind you, you're Superwoman. And I heard you earlier, Dr. H, you said you burned a cape.
Right. I retired that cape. It's gone.
You retired, yes. I think of this one sister. She's a scientist. She's a psychologist, Dr. Raquel Martin. And I was part of one of her cohorts, and it was Burn the Cape. And she mentioned about the Superwoman syndrome, that she said, burn the cape because you can't wear ambers. Because if we put the cape somewhere, we're going to go back and look for it. So if you burn this cape, there's no cape.
Yes.
There's no more cape.
Yes.
And so here, when we're in these communities, we're not looking to go back to those survival modes. We're looking to now create new ways of living, of loving, of how we're gonna work so that it brings ease. We're centering our well-being in everything that we're doing. And it's going to look different based on our season, but we prioritize ourselves so we get the best of ourselves, not the rest of ourselves.
Yes, not the best, not the rest. Yeah,
exactly.
Don't brag, just facts.
Right. And that then brings me to how we reframe and talk about ease and joy. ease isn't the absence of responsibility. It's the absence of constant bracing. And then joy doesn't have to be earned after exhaustion. I don't know about you, Dr. Aisha, but once upon a time, it was a reward for me to rest. It was a reward that after I did the 100 things and 24 hours, somehow I gave myself 28 hours. Then I could rest. I'm worn down. I'm tired. One eye won't close. The other eye is open. Now I can have some fun.
Well, you know what? That's how people get into the sugar rebound. Because you know what? In my life, I would do that. If I'm out in my garden, like I just said, I could be out there this whole time. But guess what? At the end of it, I'm going to have a pop. Because that's a childhood thing that I would do is garden, and be outside. And then the treat would be you could get a pop. Now, some people call them sodas. I think in Baltimore, y'all might call it pop too.
Yeah, I'm in New York. We say soda.
Oh, yeah, you in New York. Yeah. New York is a soda place. But in Midwest, we say pop, you know? And that is how I get started on the sugar thing till that gets up till now when everybody is doing sugar and the, you know, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then it's mine is just blown out of the water, you know? And everybody has something like that, you know?
Right.
The Snickers people, they recognize that. And they used it in their advertising. Like, okay, you did this, you did that. Now give yourself a Snickers bar. Remember? You know?
That's right. That's right. Or you're not being yourself because the person was cranky. So, you know, it's very prevalent in a lot of our advertisements of going to sugar. And one of the things is there's so many emotions and associations with it, you know, as a reward to get some energy, you feel, you know, something was taken away, but we have this option now of how we want to replace and what else do we want to reward ourselves with. So it doesn't cause some long-term issues. Right. And so that's why it's so important to reframe ease, to reframe joy. And so again, with joy, it doesn't have to be earned after the exhaustion. And this can, sometimes it shows up as relief. It could be a softness to ourselves, or it could be needing, we don't have to continue to push ourselves, you know, in a moment. So again, we have this opportunity to reframe ease and joy. And I want to leave folks with a third reflection.
Okay.
What would responding with care look like for you right now? What would responding with care look like for you right now? What signal from your body are you willing to take seriously? I think about some of the women I coach, some who come to my master classes. And when I ask this question, one woman mentioned is when she gets chest pains.
Whoa.
That is serious.
Way late, sis. Way late.
Right. But again, that whole pushing through, right? The idea we have to push through, make sure everybody's taken care of.
Most women I know, they push through hunger.
Hunger and other body cues, like you have to use the bathroom.
You gotta use the bathroom. They push through that,
and we push through that, and we hold on to it. You know, I know of course, I don't name names in any of this, but I know of some women that have some, you know, gastrointestinal issues because of not eliminating this, the embarrassment, or I can't do that in this place. Get some potpourri or some spray and put that in the bathroom, or find some other locations to eliminate, because whatever you're putting in your body, the body also is going to take what it needs, and things, you know, need to go. And so you're right. Just pushing through and ignoring. So now you got the chest pains, you got to urinate, you got to defecate, and you hold on to that, and it's being absorbed back into the bloodstream. And then you got these other illnesses and things that come along with that. And so we got to start paying attention and prioritizing. That's part of my wellness, to go to the bathroom. That's part of my wellness, that if there's a pain or something that comes up, let me pay attention to this before it's too late. Or now, if that has been somebody's, you know, case, hopefully you're learning from it. I heard somebody else mentioning in one of the presentations that when these things do happen, now you have an opportunity to say, okay, this is how I'm going to move forward with it. So I'm just trying to touch, you know, on whoever could be here, that before the pause, you know, how you're operating, you don't have to continue to operate that way. When the body says enough is enough, you still have ways of how you want to move forward, you know, in these seasons. So again, the question that we're answering is, what would responding with care look like for you right now? What signal from your body are you willing to take seriously?
Yeah.
And what I want to share with the audience is this is the work
you know,
that's
one
at
of
the
the other
center.
things that people are willing to ignore, sleepiness.
Yeah.
That is like super common. People will let themselves be bobbing, you know, they drive dangerously because they tired, they sleepy. Those are some of the things that people ignore. Basic functions, you know?
Right. And it's to the point, it's already to the point that in many jobs, when you mentioned, I thought about truck drivers, people who drive, people on the road, doctors, where it has to be part of their onboarding. It has to be part of their handbook. There's a certain amount of hours. I'm thinking now for those who drive that you can drive and then you have to take a certain break. And it is expected for you to rest before you get back on the road because that sleepiness can be dangerous. Can be very dangerous. That sleepiness, how are you actually functioning? How are you paying attention? Are you being that attentive? You know when you're fresh and you're ready to go and you have that energy. And then when it starts to wander, this happen.
You know what happens is most of us think that we're sitting in the bed doing computing things, and the next thing you know, you got a long line of one letter. If you lucky. I have seen people delete their whole website because they were sitting there thinking that they was doing something and they went to sleep on it and deleted their whole website, you know?
Oh my goodness. I have found myself opening websites to shop and didn't realize that I purchased something until I see an alert. I'm like, who did this? Oh, that was me. No one, I did this. Why did I do that? And I'm like, delete, cancel. What do I need a kangaroo for? I didn't purchase a kangaroo, but it would just be a purchase that I did not need.
Right.
But you're right, that sleepiness. And where I want to share also, I want to invite folks, you know, to work with me. I know how important this work is, you know, for all of us, and everything that I've shared. Like this is a center of what I do with Black women professionals who are navigating burnout, recovering from burnout, and looking for ways to prevent it, or looking for ways to prevent it before it deepens. So what I want to share is that if this presentation resonates with anyone and you're unsure of where to start, that's exactly why I offer a complimentary Overcome Burnout Discovery Call. During this call, we get clear on your wellness goals. We pinpoint exactly what you need support with and determine whether I can help you move from where you are to where you want to be. To your discovery call, visit me at my website, onemustardseedroad.com. So that's onemustardseedroad.com, onemustardseedroad.com. So not the number, you're going to spell out one, so O-N-E. And I just want to lastly just say that you don't have to wait until you can't anymore. You're listening earlier, listening now to your body means that you're paying attention to what your body is signaling to you, recognizing where your energy is, the capacity that you currently have and how that can be expanded. So what you are noticing in your body, in your energy, in your capacity, that matters. And how you respond can change what comes next.
Yay, Joy. So fabulous. Such a great presentation. Smooth, wonderful, timely, great information, good examples. Absolutely love that. Love it. And I know a lot of women are getting great healing from this because, you know, when you are a person who does everything, you know, I call it the good girl syndrome. When you are a person who does everything, for you to not be able to say yes to somebody, you feel like you're letting folks down when really you need to let yourself rest. You need to let yourself down, you know? And but it depends on your upbringing. If that's your role and if that's what you think is important and that's how you identify within the family and the work and the job, she'll do it. She can handle almost anything. She can do this. That is on your way to coming to see you about that potential burnout.
No, you're absolutely right. And we get taught that. And that's why it's so important to name what it is that, you know, in terms of some of our upbringing, but then just culturally for Black women to be the one, right, to do everything, to take care of folks.
Take care of grown people. Grown people. I had a woman once, she was like 18, 19 from the Caribbean, you know, and she was, her auntie told her to look out for her cousin, you know. I said, well, how old is your cousin? 36. You 19. How you looking out for him? But see, that's a Caribbean thing, you know. She was supposed to look out for a man who was almost old enough to be her daddy, you know. And and they were, that was expected. I said, girl, ignore him. Don't even answer if he call you.
Oh, that is so layered. There's just so much, you know, on that, you know, because then it's the incompetence that's being taught to the man, right? Yes. Then what she has to take on for herself. Weaponized incompetence. And then that other piece in terms of, you talked about disappointing people. There's this saying I remember I'm hearing a long time ago. Maybe it was, you had this one class, put your big girl panties on. And no matter how flat you make yourself, you're still not going to be flat enough for the person that wants to walk over you. So people will need to get disappointed, you know. They need, and then when you show up differently, it's like, well, who is this? And you got, it's constant. You got to continue, you know, to just operate in that newness. You got to operate in that new birth of who you are. And let that old you continue to stay dead.
Right. That's right. That's right. Gina, you got anything? There's more people here than Gina, but I know Gina. And I have to say, I'm happy that I brought her name up. Gina, every time I create something new, Gina buys it. It's always so reinforcing, you know? I love her so much. She buys stuff for her nieces and grown women who are in their early 20s who don't know what to do, but she shows them what to do. And as you're saying right here with this whole thing, you're showing women, and Gina has a high stress job. I hope she calls you, you know, but, you know, that's the thing, is that we didn't have an open and easy access to all of us who have these skills. And that's what this womb healing marathon is about, is making women who have the skills available to you so you can use this as part of your healing. You know,
that's right.
It's part of your healing, you know, and
it is. And being consistent with it, being consistent with these practices, because the old you wants to come back up, you know, out of familiarity because it was easy. But you think of the cost, there was nothing easy with those former ways. Yeah. So that's wonderful. Hi, Gina.
Yeah. she's my buddy. But yeah, so I am just really happy about the way you set this up. I could see how it can help people. I personally have started for some years now. I put my phone down, face down, at like 6:30, 7 o'clock. If you call me, I don't know it until 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, if you want me to get back to you, I will, you know, 2 o'clock.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
I'll text you back at 2:30 in the morning because I'm getting my rest and I'm taking a break from the whole thing. You know, and that makes you feel like you are really achieving things. You do it, then you take a break. You do it, then you take a break. That's how you really get something out of it.
That's right. And I remember, I mean, we go way back, Dr. Aisha.
Yes, we do.
You know, and what's coming up for me now is that you had this class where I envisioned my life, and that was in 2014.
Yes.
And as I think about that, I was not thinking about, you know, just rest or my well-being. It was, I got to achieve this. I got to get this. I got to get this. Now, granted, I got all those things done that I, you know, had set out to put in that class. But as I move forward and where I'm at now, there isn't anything that I want to achieve where I'm not thinking about how am I showing up, you know, and that's so important, you know, for all of us. When we think about how we're living life, like, am I good? Am I okay? Am I doing things out of obligation? Am I having fun? You know, am I, you know, picking up a new hobby? Am I doing things out of, you know, because someone expects me to do this? And nothing changes until something changes. And I heard, you know, the doctor before me saying that, and that piece is so important. So I just always want to give you your roses whenever I can, because that class was just so instrumental to where I'm at right now. But what I add is my well-being. You know, joy has to be prioritized in anything I'm doing. And people get disappointed, then so be it, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get myself stressed out because you want to see me stressed out.
But you know what I tell women all the time is that when you buying, all of your herbal programs from me and doing the classes and everything, the other people who are not here, they're not contributing to your paying this price. I mean, physically dashing out the money. So you sometimes gotta, like, you know what? I had to tell one woman, no sex during this time that you're doing this healing. And she was like, oh, my husband's not going to like that. I said, and therein lies the problem. That is your problem, you know? And the next time I talked to her, I said, well, how you and your husband doing? Oh, girl, I sent him back to his mama in Texas.
Wow.
Yeah, because she started paying attention, If you got somebody that knows that you on the line between healing and cancer or some other serious issues, and they still want to see how they can have some sex with you, they got to go right now. You don't care about me.
That's right.
And that's what most women want to act like that's desire. That ain't desire.
Not at all. Wow. Not at all. And that goes back to community. The people who you're surrounding yourself, they got to care about you. And he's putting his needs first. And there's a pressing need that she had, and there was no sex. And it's like, oh my God, that's.
Well, she didn't spend much time on that one with him.
I hear that. But I want to go back to that phone. When you said you put the phone down at a certain time, basically you're not accessible. What happened? Like, what got you to say, this is what I need to do?
An African sister called me from the UK at midnight, and the phone was up, and I saw her name, and it was ringing, and then she called. You know how people do that 2-3 calls in a row? And it was a long number that you could tell was a European number. And I answered it, and it was very hard to understand, to communicate. But I could tell she was in dire need. And that would have been a call that was best handled where I could have spent an hour with her through a consult, or she could have texted me and I could have understood exactly. But I know most of the time, if I get somebody calling me crying, they being chased with the scalpel.
Okay.
And that scalpel is now frightening them to the point where now they're going to make a change. And they heard about it, but they thought that they could just eat more vegetables. But you got to really, like you heard Dr. Prince saying, you got to handle all that cortisol, that fight or flight.
Right.
All of that is all involved in your body. And it doesn't, you don't get rid of it day to day if you don't have a practice. So
that's right.
It's up to here, and then tomorrow you just start right there and go up even higher because you ain't doing nothing about it. And that includes getting rid of some of the products, relaxing, taking your baths, exercising, sweating, all of these things.
Oh, you're right. A whole new practice. And there's also boundary setting, when you mentioned that phone at that time. So now you are also training people of how to work with you and setting those expectations of when you're available as well. And then that routine. And that's the type of work that I'm doing also, with women that I coach. We need to have a new routine. There has to be a structure, and there has to be an ongoing practice. And when barriers or obstructions come in, how do we navigate that and not get stuck and let it stop us? Right. So that piece is really important. Oh yeah. I just love the work that you're doing.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a mission. I tell people this is no retirement from this. I take a long vacation. I'm that kind of person. I got to be moving and grooving and doing something. This is something that people need. It's changing lives. It's bringing life, and it's worldwide. And, we got to do what we are put here for,
That's right.
And we all got to pay attention to what we put here for and lean in to that,
Right. And utilize, like for me, I love being like I said earlier, I was in and out watching the marathon.
Yes.
And so I'm a consumer of this information and then implement it as well. So it's one thing, to practice, to talk about it, teach folks, but we have to make sure that we're doing it ourselves. And that's why I just love being part of your community, as well with the work that you're doing, because I use it. I use those products,
yes. Yes. Well, I love you being here. I'm going to call on you relevant often. Strong Woman in Motion.
Oh, you remember?
I got all of those names. Remember?
Yeah,
people,
that was the name.
People call me sometimes and want to ask me questions, and they don't realize I know who you are. I know where you live. I know what questions we talked about last time. So it's nothing that I got to go look up. I got it. And and that's part of why this work is important to me too, because it is a legacy of things, and I could see the changes and transitions in people over time. And that kind of thing is very rewarding. That's, I think, the most rewarding part. You saw the boy mama, she was on here. You saw her, she got the 4 boys. They told her she couldn't have none. That's rewarding, but it's also rewarding to see how she's evolved as a woman and as a mother and in her power, because they did not stop her.
That's right.
Yeah. And you too.
Yeah.
And you
no,
too.
That's yes.
Your power is like bing, 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 bing.
Oh,
bing.
thank you.
I mean, it's incredible. And I love it. I love it. Well, you gave everybody your stuff, and I'm going to, all these people who registered, I'm going to send them a list of all of us who have been on today, and then give y'all their information. And so y'all will be able to, let them know about your upcoming classes. You do have a list of things coming up?
I do. I have some that's going to be in person. I have some things that will be virtual, and in person will be in different states.
Okay.
So they'll see that on my website.
Okay. Okay. And then I got everybody locked in for this Wombniverse Wisdom Collective. And we're going to put all of your information there too, so that they can go to your website,
Wonderful.
Yes, so wonderful.
Well, thank you again,
Dr.
So
Shay. Much. I'm so happy that you're here. And we're going to bring Reed up, and I'll be talking to you soon, because you and I, though, we can't talk for 2 minutes. We got to talk for an hour. What is this?
See you, Dr. Ashay.
Okay, talk to you later, sis. Okay, bye-bye. Well, there is Reed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yay!
Yes.
Oh,
And
goodness, so glad to be here.
This has been a really exciting day. A lot of great information.
Love it.
And Reed is the womb massage. I mean, a lot of women are like, every time they say, put your hand on your heart, put your hand on your womb, push in, do this. Reed got this whole thing down. She know how to do this. She got the classes, she got everything. So Reed, tell them what you're doing and how you're doing it.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to thank you, everyone here who's taken the time to listen, and in the future, in the stratosphere of the internet. Thank you. I've been doing work today, doing what I do best with clients, so I haven't had a chance to listen to everybody, but I really look forward to going back and listening to all the wisdom. Thank you, and for inviting me into the conversation. And Dr. Ashay, you are just a beacon of wisdom and hope and excitement and fierce love, and to no matter where you fall on the skin color rainbow, but particularly Black and brown women in the community here in Atlanta. I'm just so excited to serve and be alongside you in the conversation.
Oh, girl, so thank you so much. I appreciate you paying attention and putting that information out there. I've had so many referrals from you, and those women were ready when they got
to me. Yeah. Awesome.
Yes.
So
tell them how you work, sis, and if you have anything coming up and your
definitely. Well, for those of you who don't know me, I am a holistic care practitioner and body worker for over 25 years here in Atlanta. I am a never-ending student of traditional medicine from cultures all around the world. My focus is women's wellness and healing, particularly as it relates to fertility health and birth education and body prep for birth recovery, and just general pain and stress management as it pertains to reproductive and digestive health. but also overall wellness. I have a degree and background in cultural anthropology, and that was my first introduction to medical anthropology, which really brought me a deep appreciation of cross-cultural healing wisdom. I've invested many hours and many dollars in my hands-on study with holistic wellness experts all over the world, and I hope to continue to do so. Okay. I'm a trained massage therapist. I have gone down the road as a birth educator. At one point in time, I really wanted to be a midwife, but God bless those women. I need my sleep. I can't do it. Life took me in a different direction. I studied Mayan abdominal therapy, an ancient time-tested wisdom from Central America, but it's not only found in Central America. It's the only place that's been really going out into the world and teaching it. But I know that there are places in the Far East and in Africa that know and understand this work. The women in the Caribbean,
they practice
ma'am.
After birth and everything. I mean, it's nothing that they think of as a practice. This is how they do it. You know?
It is. I mean, in the Yoruba tribe, the medicine women and men, those elders are amazing. And if I could ever sit at their feet, I would just be enthralled. But I've done a lot of different types of training: reflexology, traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, herbal medicine, but not to the degree that you bring to the table, which is why I refer people to you all the time. I just really realized that I could best serve traditional birth workers by helping women, their clients, their patients, have better birth. I want to empower those patients with education and tools to support them having shorter, easier births. I want to get away, hopefully help women get away from conception management and birth management that goes hand in hand with Western medicine to more an empowered approach where they have education and tools for their tool belt to help their own bodies to identify what's going on with their womb health and how to work with it. I think it's really important, and you and I are both on the same page with having a critical awareness of the Western medical industrial complex. Of course, you and I both recognize there's a huge history of abuse and neglect, especially with brown and Black women.
Yes.
Yeah,
Latino women.
Highly underfunded research.
Dying having a baby is not what we're supposed to be doing in 2026.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But Black women are dying having a baby.
I know.
In a hospital.
It kills me. And there's the recent death of a young midwife, who lost her life in her first birth, and the Black and brown community is just in so much grief about that, because this was a midwife she knew, and she lost her life, and her little baby has no mama now, and her partner doesn't have someone to share that experience of raising their little child together, and it's just heartbreaking. Well, anyway, I'm sorry. My belief.
No, that's good. That's good. You brought that up. Dr. Marilyn brought that up earlier too. And I have been doing some kind of like self healing, and so I try not to take on a lot. I live in a forest because if I take on too much.
Got a forest bathe.
So
it's hard. Sometimes we have to kind of create a little bit of a bubble around us so that we don't let our grief overwhelm us with what's going on in the world of medicine and whatnot. But anyway. I just want to talk about, for me, I want to really go into a big picture thing and then zero down into talking about womb health and womb alignment. That's a big foreign concept to people in Western medicine, but there's a big, strong thing going on with our womb and the position of it. And a lot of women have heard about the concept or the term tilted uterus. They may have heard about it from their doctors. It's so common that it's viewed as normal.
Yeah.
But a lot of times doctors really don't connect the dots as to how this can impact your reproductive and digestive health. And so I want to talk about that. I want to get into that and help you understand a little bit more about that. Big picture stuff. I like to view the body as a symphony of body systems, and no system is functions in isolation. If you have
what a lyrical term. Symphony of body systems.
Symphony of systems. Yeah. Symphony of systems. Nothing operates in isolation of each other. When you have dysfunction in one system, it affects other systems. And when you have healing in one system, it affects other systems. And we just have to know and understand that, and that we can work with it. And, traditional medicine, when you get that education where there's 11 systems, you have the skin system, the skeletal system, muscular, nervous, endocrine, cardiovascular, lymphatic or immune system, respiratory, digestive, urinary, and then the reproductive system. A much more recently acknowledged system is the connective tissue system, the fascial system.
Yes.
And the way I explain that is that it's the conductor of the symphony in many ways, because it's a web-like matrix where everything within it, your muscles, your bone, your organs, your nerves, your blood vessels, down to the cellular level, is affected. And it coordinates communication and balance and flow through all these different systems. And so it's just important to really understand that in the big picture of things. Fascial restrictions are very interesting. They can lead to issues. They can lead to issues that are years in the making. They have a long-term impact. Scar tissue. I have a woman that I worked with one time. She was a 76-year-old woman. She had a T-shaped C-section.
Oh, wow.
Years and years ago. And when I started working with her, she was having back issues. She was having digestive health issues. She had just had a cancer scare. There was just so much going on in her body. And we started sourcing things back to this surgery that she had that was so terrible for her, but she didn't really recognize it as a thing. Zooming in, we get into the womb and the womb within. There's the reproductive structures like the uterus itself, the cervix, the ovaries, the fallopian tubes of the vagina. And believe it or not, the mammary glands are all very interconnected. The supporting structures, of course, all of that's within the fascia matrix. We've got the endometrial tissue within, which waxes and wanes and sheds throughout our cycles. We've got our muscles, the hips, the lower back, the abdominals, the legs even. We've got our pelvic structure, the spine, the bones of the legs. All of these things that are all so much intertwined with the womb itself and the position. As it relates to the womb itself, the uterus is held up by ligaments and ligaments alone. There's 12 ligaments, 6 sets of ligaments. And I'm just going to I don't have the high tech stuff where I can show you stuff. So I'm just going to show you here. We've got, here's your pubic bone and here's your uterus. Now it's not near as big as my fist. It's about a third of the size of my fist. And when the uterus is out of position, normally it's supposed to hover above the pubic bone about 1.5 inches. But there's any number of things that can happen that can create that tilted uterus. I'm sorry, I've got something going on my phone that keeps going off. I can't take time to turn it off. So if you hear it in the background, please forgive.
Put your hand up a little bit because there, right there's good.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, so your pubic bone and your uterus. Okay, and so when your uterine ligaments get shortened or overstretched, you can have a forward-leaning uterus, a backward-leaning uterus, a sideward-leaning uterus. In relation to being backward or forward, you can have a prolapse going down. You can have where it's just slightly leaning forward, and you're peeing a lot. That's one big thing. It can fold forward. I can't even make my fist do it because it can fold forward into a completely flexed position. It can lean back, or it can be retroflexed where it's leaning back. I can't make my fist do that either. But all of these things can have an impact on other parts of the body. And it's kind of like a puppet system. And, really what we have to know and understand is that this can get this way through various pathways. Of course, the most obvious would be surgical trauma. An example would be a C-section or an episiotomy, a DNC, appendectomy, gallbladder removal, bladder repair, spleen removal, all of these different surgeries, because they're all in the abdominal region, they're creating scar tissue, which is in turn kind of creating fascial restrictions. And sometimes I kind of explain it in a funny way, but I don't know any other way to explain it. Think about a fascial restriction as the fish face. Everything's moving in toward that scar tissue. The body gets a signal. This is a weak area that needs to be fortified. So it becomes a really strong area. But then you notice all the tissue moves in toward that scar tissue. So and then of course, that's the fascial matrix. Everything within that fascial matrix can be leading to that. There's also impact trauma. You can have a fall to your tailbone when you're 4 years old, and it can mess with your cycles years down the road, your fertility years down the road. You can have a car accident. I had a blow to my pubic bone because I was a tomboy and I was fighting with some boy and he kicked me in the pubic bone.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You know,
yeah. I know
I
you
had
got
one
beat
who
up
I
after
was
that.
working with who had a tattoo. And it was all the way over on her right side above her pubic bone. Well, her uterus was all the way on the left side. It ran away from that tenderness from that. I've had women who were long distance runners running on concrete.
Oh, right.
Boom, boom, day in, day out. That's gonna fix those ligaments.
Yeah.
Of course, women who have been victims of sexual assault, that uterus has a mind of its own, much like our male counterpart. It has a mind of its own, and it is going to run away when it feels like it is very sensitive to trauma, impact, or violation.
Yeah.
And it's going to run away. It's going to run away. And so that happens. It's very common. Birth trauma, you know, if you have a prolonged or obstructed labor, rapid or precipitative labor where there's too much Pitocin being used, if you have forceps or a vacuum extraction, of course, we already talked about C-section. All of these different things with birth can impact. And of course, there's inadequate postpartum care. I hate to say it. Doctors and midwives are really good in the postpartum care, you know, to protect us from hemorrhage. You know, we want to make sure we don't die.
Right.
But they don't do anything to help support the uterus as it's convoluting down to its normal size. So it's just flopping around, and then it lands where it lands. And there are things, you know, places like Haiti and other places in Africa and whatnot, they know and understand, and they do a lot of good work to help support the uterus as it's convoluting down. You know, it's just unheard of in Western medicine. And some of you may have heard of like things like belly binding and that kind of thing. Really important work to be doing in the postpartum time to help that.
I know the Caribbean, that's what they do.
Yep. Yep. They do. And they do the vaginal steaming too. That's 30 days every day after you give birth, because you've got an open wound on the inside and they got to heal that wound.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some other things that can lead to that is spinal malformations, congenital type stuff, your scoliosis, your kyphosis, your lordosis. Those are different roundings of the spine that can affect, of course, the pelvic structure. And think about it. If you've got one hip higher or lower or forward or backward, it's going to affect everything inside of the pelvic structure.
Right.
So the uterus is going to be impacted by that. And, you know, tight hips, there's actually a really cool lady. I fell in love with her. She's a physical therapist, and she specializes in hips, specifically the iliacus muscle. Okay. That is a muscle that lines the inner bowl of the pelvis, and it works very closely with the psoas muscle, which is your deepest of your lower back muscles, which you can really only access through the stomach or through sideline stuff. And when those tight hips and that lower back muscle are in balance, it can create a twisted core and all kinds of issues with the pelvic structure and everything within it, the organs within it. So there's, you know, nerve impingement, blood vessel impingement. You're not getting the nerves, you know, flowing, the communication flowing to the pituitary gland to release certain hormones. You're not getting the blood vessels that can carry those hormones being able to do their job. So there's just a lot going on. Impacts of the tilted uterus. We have things like amenorrhea, where you don't have a period, you have irregular periods, you have very, very light flow, or they're like 1-2 days periods, which is abnormal, or you have the more than 7 days, excessively long or heavy flows. Sometimes got a lot of that goes with the fibroid work. Painful periods. Menstrual cramping is very interesting. I believe menstrual cramping is your uterus's way of trying to dance her way back to where she knows she's supposed to be. I do. I believe that. She doesn't have any arm or legs. She does what she's supposed to do. It's a sign of imbalance. And I've had some women I've worked with, they've never had menstrual cramps, and we start working together. And in the first cycle, they have terrible cramps. They're like, oh my God, what is going on? And I always tell people, look, I can't tell what your particular body reset's going to be but I'm going to be there along the way to help you interpret the data. And for her, it was one of those things where it's like your uterus has been so locked up for so long, it couldn't jump in and help out. It couldn't. And we started softening up things and opening up things, and all of a sudden she could help that uterus could jump in and help out. And within a cycle or two more after that, cramps gone, nothing.
Wow. Yeah.
But other people, cramps is just a part of their experience every single month. God bless those women. I mean, it's just. Awesome.
I've had women had to go to the hospital and be on a morphine drip.
Yeah. It's awful. It's awful. And then of course, ovulation cramping, mid-cycle bleeding after intercourse, clotting, as far as fertility issues, miscarriage, unexplained infertility, ovarian dysfunction. I have some different theories, but again, no medical research is going to follow up with it. But one, I think endometriosis is an interesting thing. It is linked to estrogen dominance, according to Western medicine. I think, and I can't find anything to support this, but it just kind of makes sense to me. When you've got a tilted uterus, you've got it folded in such a way that old menstrual blood will sort of pool and coagulate and get really toxic. Lots of toxic stuff inside. My teacher always teaches us we don't want to put our baby in a dirty crib. So
right.
Cleanse, detox.
Right.
But when it's folded in such a way that where this toxic gunk can't come out with each period, it's got to have a way to get out. If it builds up and builds up and builds up, it's got to have a way to get out. If it doesn't have the pathway to go out vaginally, what other avenue?
Yeah.
Through the fallopian tubes.
Yep.
I believe it breaks up into micro bits of endometrial tissue and shoots out through the fallopian tubes. Nothing is going to support that. It just makes sense in my brain.
Yeah. Any hole it can go out is trying to go out.
Yeah. And same thing with PCOS. My belief around PCOS is, think about it. You've got every other month, you've got an ovary that's trying to expel an egg. And if you've got a tilted uterus laying on top of this little tiny little ovary, the fluid propulsion, that's how eggs get expelled, is through fluid propulsion. Well, the fluid builds up, but the egg never gets expelled. And over time, sometimes months and years, that it'll build up into cysts.
And that
ovaries. And they can burst and they can be horrible. You can lose your ovary. It's not fun. And then the hormone imbalancing. My teacher, by the way, if you've never come across a woman named Rosita Arvigo, find her. She is amazing. She's in her 80s.
Retired.
Yes.
She's retired. Awesome. Yes.
I know you better.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm good friends with Rosita. She
love her. She's
down there and take over her business.
Yeah.
I was not moving to Sao Paulo or wherever.
She's amazing though. I love her. She is such a wise woman, elder. And she's still kicking. She's in her 80s now. She lives down there and she doesn't travel to do her trainings anymore, but people travel to her.
Okay.
And I have yet to go to Belize. I would love to go to Belize and sit at her feet, but I'm very blessed that I got to study with her when she was still teaching, hands-on with a lot of people. She's got all of her minions that teach now, but I got to be right there with her and sit at her feet and listen to her tell stories. She's amazing. Anyway, so getting back to, we talked about the fertility really impact menopausal impact. You know, all the hot flashes and mood swings and insomnia and brain fog and weight gain and low libido. You know, all of these can be as a result of restriction and malpositioning of the womb going into. And I've had many women I've worked with, you know, a lot of those symptoms start to get mitigated. And it's just like night and day for them. And I've had women in tears. It's like, I can't sleep. I can't, you know, I'm walking outside in the dead winter, freezing, you know, just sweating in the middle of dead winter. So it's crazy.
Yeah.
Now I have a thought, you know, the whole fibroid question. I work with a lot of women with fibroids. We refer people back and forth with each other. Because I think what you're doing with the womb detox formula is amazing. It's a big nature versus nurture question. And I don't think it should be an either or. I think it's a both and thing. And I listened to a speaker once who talked about cancer and how, you know, if there's someone is genetically predispositioned to cancer, it's more like flipping the switch. The nurture or lack thereof nurture by feeding the body with unhealthy things and not doing the body work to help, you know, release restrictions and whatnot, that flips the switch. And I think that there's something to that. I have had fibroids. Thankfully, I'm past my age where they are a problem. I managed to keep them shrunk down and until nature took its course with menopause. But I know the pain of fibroids, and I've worked with many women who have known the pain of fibroids. Some of them who, you know, look like they were 4 or 5 months pregnant.
Oh, wow.
And you know, the toxic load going hand in hand with that. I've heard people talk about the xenoestrogens and the sedentary lifestyle that our culture has, and the diet and nutrition. None of that helps.
Right.
So those are part of the flipping of the switch.
You missed the anger.
And the anger, yes, ma'am. And not being supported. And maybe that deep longing for children. You know, some women go through that, and it's like they're trying to manifest something in that womb when it's life just isn't allowed that for them.
Yeah.
But yeah. Some other risk factors, ectopic pregnancy is a big one. And you can lose your life with that. That's we don't play with that. But think about it. If you've got a fallopian tube that's blocked, you got these teeny tiny little sperm can get through, but the egg can't get through. They can get through to fertilize the egg, but the egg can't get through to go down into the womb and
get back out.
Implant. So it grows in the fallopian tube, bursts the fallopian tube, and if you're not careful, you can die. You know, you get to that doctor as soon as possible. So you know, I always tell people, it's like I want you having babies, but I don't want you having, you know, those kind of things unfold because they're scary. They're scary.
Right.
You know? Yeah. And then, you know, reproductive cancers, you know, it's hard to know how that all unfolds. There's so many extenuating circumstances with all the different types of cancer, breast and cervical and ovarian and uterine and vaginal and vulval and fallopian tube cancers. I think it doesn't help when we have the lack of homeostasis and hemodynamics. And those are just big medical words for balance and flow. And so, you know, our signs of stagnation and restriction, we've talked about pelvic or abdominal pain, menstrual cramping, we've talked about painful intercourse. Those are signs of restriction. Density or hardness of tissue or numbness or coldness. Chinese medicine, they call the fibroid the cold womb. Look in and pay attention to your menstrual blood. You got to every single month. If it's dark, if it's clotty, if it's mucousy, those are all signs of stagnancy. You know, healthy menstrual blood is bright red and thin. So if you've got a lot, you know, of those other things, then we got to do some work. You know,
right.
Yeah. Tumors are an interesting thing. When I was doing my study of myofascial release work, there was something that was mentioned that tumors are actually a sign of restriction. I think tumors are the body's way to save us in some ways when we have too much toxins. Their way of encapsulating toxins.
I think so too.
Yeah, and it's a protective mechanism.
Yes.
Yeah, and so when we do the work to shrink down those tumors, of course, we want to do all the work to help mitigate that excess toxins flowing into our bodies. You know, you want to do your magnesium and your nutrients and whatnot to help mitigate some of that stuff. Other signs of stagnation or restriction: frequent urination. Think about it. You got a big old uterus laying on top of bladder because you're not peeing. You're not peeing, or you're peeing a lot.
Right.
Because you can't really fully let go. Constipation or lower back pain, especially around your period. Those are signs of usually a retroverted or a retroflexed uterus. So paying attention to those. And of course, any kind of hormone imbalance, PMS, whatnot, those all can go hand in hand with that. Right. So as far as assessment goes, we've got two different approaches. We've got the Western medical approach and the traditional healing approach. As we all know, Western is high tech, low touch, and traditional medicine,
and even low conversation. You know.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't know your lifestyle. They don't know where you work. They don't know how many, how much you got to do on a day. I mean, they don't know much.
Yeah. And I think it's so important to be heard in the conversation when it's about your own body. You've got to be, heard and not dismissed for your hopes and, for your hopes for your health, but also for what's going on. So many women are just gaslit with Western medicine, you know, and I don't like to demonize doctors. I really don't.
You know what?
Sometimes
the average woman is getting The average woman is getting these people though, know, because I've had women tell me that they were 35 or 30-ish before 35. And the question is, do you want to have any children? If you say yes, then they don't offer you, Black women telling you this. They don't offer you the hysterectomy. But if you say no, they after you with that hysterectomy,
Yeah. C-section and hysterectomy, the biggest surgeries that women experience are C-section and hysterectomy.
Yeah. And one doctor told this woman, "Oh, you're an old maid. You're too old. You don't have to." She's only 34. You haven't had any children now. Yeah. You're an old maid. You need to just go ahead and get the hysterectomy. And I can't tell you how many women call me crying from the parking lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
that's abuse. That's medical abuse. It's
abuse.
It's horrible. Yeah.
And guess what? A lot of women with fibroids have already had that kind of abuse a long time, and they accept it, because I have to say, go back in there. Tell them people you want all your records while they got them on the table, and you don't have to pay, because you're firing him. Let him know he's fired.
Yeah. Thank you. They work for you. And if they're not working well,
for you. See, that's the only way to get their juice back after crying in the parking lot, is to do something like that. Yeah.
And we got to have, women like you just lifting us up when we're in that low place where we don't feel our own power. We don't know. And it's hard talking Western medicine, talking medicine with anybody. It's almost like talking politics or religion for some folks, you just have to know where you can go with that.
Well, this is a safe space.
Yeah. We'll have a safe space.
We are here to tell the truth. The truth is what helps you heal. If you don't tell yourself the truth, you cannot heal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you have anybody any questions or any upcoming things? Because we want to.
Yeah, I want to, talking about Western medicine. The traditional healing approach. We all know what the Western medicine stuff is: the ultrasound, the pelvic exams, and all of that. Accidental findings usually during, your Pap smears or APB helps you. The traditional medicine stuff is all about hands-on evaluation and teaching you how to do that.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important to empower women, to help them understand their bodies, and then to empower them with tools that they can bring home and teach their daughters.
Right.
That's how it's done in other parts of the world. It's like grandmothers and mothers teach their daughters. And we've lost that. And I think it's really important. Western medicine, they excel in emergency care and diagnostic testing, but they bring to the table pharmaceuticals and surgeries as their first go-to. And we got to bring something else to the table. because
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
wanted and it's needed. And
Yes,
so when I do work with people, and I'm really excited because come March, we're going to be doing womb wellness workshops. We're going to be doing birth, I call them better birth wellness workshops, and birth recovery workshops. And so we're going to be doing all kinds of really fun stuff where I'm going to teach you some powerful stuff, send you home with some tools, send you home with a womb care starter kit, send you home with resources, so that you can do this work for yourself. I really think it's really important for you to know that there are tools out there. There is knowledge out there. There are people that can share that with you, you know, and have you empowered.
Any of this gonna be virtual?
I'm not doing virtual right now, and that's only because I am very low tech.
I can show you how to do what we're doing right here because
I love that.
program.
And I need someone to hold my hand through it. I was scared. I saw all these women with these PowerPoint presentations, and I'm like, I got my papers right here.
I know how that is.
Yeah.
I like paper
Figuring
though.
it out.
I love it.
But the biggest thing, honestly, and that's where the in-person stuff comes in, is I can teach you some things virtually, but when I can lay my hands on and help you learn how to lay your own hands on and figure out where your uterus is and where the restrictions are and where the tenderness is, those are all signs of restriction, and where the dense tissue is, you can take so much out of that and then apply the tools much better when you have the hands-on understanding. So I think it's so important to do that. And I want to invite women to come to those things. Check out the website. That'll be uploaded. All of those classes should be uploaded within the next couple of days too. We're going to be doing movement-based practices. We're going to be doing herbal or in thermographic stuff. We're going to be doing, you know, just understanding deep diaphragmatic breathing, assessment, learning how to assess for yourself. Not going to get too much into a lot of the woo-woo stuff because I think it's important, but I want to get to the hands-on physical stuff with you all and just teach you how to work with and understand your body in a very different way than you ever have. And so that's something I'm inviting for you to come into a group experience. If that doesn't call to you and if it just feels like you need to do the one-on-one stuff, please, please, please go to my website. You can sign up. We can talk. I just want to talk.
Yeah.
We can have a 15-minute phone consultation when it comes to fertility or pelvic pain issues. We can have a 15-minute phone consultation when it comes to trying to pave the way for a better birth experience for you, or a 15-minute phone conversation where we can talk about birth recovery. And this can be birth recovery from years past. That we need to help you overcome that issue. Your issues are showing up in your tissues. We want to release that, the restrictions and sometimes the emotional stuff that holds in those tissues. And I tell people all the time, look, I am not a therapist. I don't play one on TV, but I can hold the space for you. Just encourage you to hold the space for yourself and release that. I love so much of what I've been hearing from these beautiful women that have come before me. You know, stepping into a place where you're taking care of yourself. And as women, we really do put everybody first.
Yes, we do.
We have to give ourselves permission to take care of ourselves. We have to
give ourselves permission. We have to give ourselves permission.
We do. We have to drink as we pour and support each other and find our tribe. You know, we are so isolated from each other in this day and age, and we have to figure out how to find our tribe in each other and create and find safe space to be in that space with other women.
So many women who came on here and said, oh, my people. We're talking about vaginas and wombs.
I love it.
That's what my daughter tells me. Mom, you got to come to this art show. They got a whole bunch of vaginas.
I love it. I love it.
Yes. Reed, so wonderful to have you here. I love your work. We're going to have to get you up so that you can do these virtual things because these women are all over the world.
They're hungry.
You know?
I know women are hungry. And you know, my thing is I'm just one woman
I know,
but if I
but
can
you know
teach
what?
one other woman, they can teach their daughter and their sisters and even their mothers,
Yeah. Well, if nothing else, you're gonna have to have a fly-in where a whole bunch of these sisters are flying into a weekend seminar so that they can take this everywhere.
Well, I've got I just moved into a new space, and I have my own little space where I can teach small workshops, and I'd like to get them to expand to bigger. Got to just start small and stay humble and learn what I need to learn to be able to serve the best way that I can serve, and then go from there.
Right. Yeah. You got to start. You got to put your buckets down where you are and keep going. Yeah. One lady just said, so happy I joined today. This was very informative and I enjoyed each speaker. Yeah. It was rejuvenating, I should say. Very rejuvenating.
And I got to tell you, the energy and the passion and the excitement that you bring to the table and the fierce love and the honesty, God, it's so refreshing. It is so refreshing.
Well, sometimes I've been called brutally honest, but there have been more than one sister that told people, don't go to her if you're not ready. Because if you're not ready, you might get your feelings hurt. But if you're ready, you're going to be happy for that because she going to tell you,
Yeah. Well, I think you bring a direct, kind communication. Sometimes you have to temper it with a little bit of fierceness, and that's okay. We need it.
Right.
Your heart is so into serving. You've got the heart of a servant, and I'm just so grateful to you. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for inviting me into the conversation.
Thank you. You know what the thing is that I've been a revolutionary since I was born. And this is what I consider revolutionary womb wellness. It shouldn't be revolutionary to yourself. You just got to hand over your ear, hand over your eyes to one person, hand over your womb to another person, hand over your hair. All of this stuff is one, and we just got to, the Womb-to-Verse Wisdom Collective is about making sure that we have a group of women who can transfer knowledge amongst ourselves worldwide and stop the misinformation. When you went earlier and said about the cancer, there are women on social media, they have started a group, and the group is to tell women how fibroids can turn to cancer. How you can use cranberry juice to heal fibroids. And, I had to stop it right there because, I'm ready to pull out my sign and be protested. You can't say this, sis. You can't do this. You know, we have to have some ethics. We can't treat our sisters like this, where you going to scare them into giving you some money.
We got enough of that from Western.
No. And we have to patrol each other. Otherwise, we're going to get the big foot to squash all of us. And so I know that you ready to be involved. I talked to you about it the other day, and you said you wanted to be involved. This is going to be a phenomenal group.
I'm excited.
Continue,
I'm excited.
Yes. So I am so happy for you, Reed, that you came on. Tell Imani
I will.
that I am happy to have met her, and
I love bringing the powerhouse women together. Let me just tell you, she is Imani Quarterman. She is the doula to meet the doula. She trains doulas. I'm shout out, love you.
Yes. Well, we need to get her in here. We need to get her in here so women can learn for her.
Yes.
So I'm gonna talk to you later, Reed. I have the next master herbalist, naturopath. Yes. Dr. Iya Sobande. So I'm going to let you go, pull her up, and then can you imagine? It's already been 9 hours. 9 hours.
That's amazing.
We got Iya, and then that is it for us this month. We'll be back next month.
Thank you.
A whole nother role. Yeah. So thank you so much, sis. I will talk to you soon.
Great. Take care.
Okay. Iya.
Hey, good evening, sis. Good evening. How you doing?
Good evening to you. Happy New Year and all of those great things. I was so happy that you were able to be on today, because I know you were out of the country, and you have such a great legacy of herbalism in your house, in your family, great line of herbs. And I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't the only one here that was wrapped up in the herbal world. I'll make sure my cousin is here, so she can, because we got a bunch of people in Tennessee that side of the family got lost. You know how you lose sides?
Yep.
That side of the family got lost, but we got a big Tennessee contingent. So I just claim you.
That's all right. Come on and claim me. I'm claimable. I'm claimable. I want to start off by saying thank you so very much for the invitation. Especially to kick off this new year. I'm actually in my sabbatical stage, my cocooning stage.
Okay.
And I typically go in November 1st and come out top of February 1st. So, it's that period. It's that down period of working on plans and resting and all of the things. So you got me out these streets, in the streets, so I could come and present. I think that this is a great topic. I'm honored at this stage of life, in my menopause stage, to be able to have more knowledge than my mom did.
Yeah.
And that my grandparents, my grandmothers have had. So this is a good offering, to all women. It's a good offering.
Yes. You're going into your winter, huh? Into your season of winter. Yes. Yeah. And that's actually a quite freeing period, especially when you don't look at the media who wants to only talk about people who are under 27.
True.
The thing is that there's a lot that we bring to the table, and we are the ones who are keeping the world going.
Yeah, and we've got to teach these new generation of girls. I have 3 daughters, and there was so much I was able to give them as far as their bodies are concerned that I was not able to get, just because of generations and not knowing. So this is a wonderful offering. I hope that that you continue the conversation. I've been on most of the day.
Yes.
So there have been some really, really fabulous women on bringing the information, and so I'm honored to be the tail dog for the team.
You the good one, though. You the good one. Go ahead on and tell us what your philosophy, how you work, your upcoming events, your website. I see you got your school up there. I mean, this is one of these sisters you want to listen to, y'all.
Oh, girl.
Yes.
Well, again, thank you, everyone. My name is Ia Angelique Sobande Greer. I am a generational herbalist, 5th generational herbalist. I am a certified holistic nutritionist and a wellness strategist and a community builder. Let me not forget about community builder.
Yes.
So what I want to bring to you on this last lecture for the evening are my experiences through the lens of herbalism and holistic nutrition. And this is called 3 Pathways to Holistic Womb Healing. And it's only come out of my own personal issues and struggles, and going back to the drawing board, not taking no for answer, figuring things out and advocating. So to everyone listening, to everyone who will tune back into the replay, listen to your body and advocate for yourself in the best way possible.
Not taking no, I mean, for an answer is number one. That's number one,
Yeah.
If they can't do it, there's somebody who can.
You're right.
It's
important. Mm-hmm. And as women of color, we really need to advocate for ourselves, because we are the throwaway people, when it comes to medicine. So before we talk about this healing of the womb, what I'd like to agree on is that most of us were taught, to see the womb as a problem to manage, this site of pain. I can remember hearing, you don't want to get your period. And not knowing what that really meant. But what I will say as almost 60 is that built in a fear into my cells. And so while I was told how my period would come, I was never told how my body would respond or what mentally I could do for myself, or or nourishment wise either. Right. So I think a lot of us have had that experience as women. And so I'd like to widen that lens to these 3 particular pathways that are inherent in all of us as we are womb carriers and water carriers. These 3 pathways are super important. The first one is just simply the womb as a biological system. So, we all know how we get here, sperm and an egg, and this big atomic explosion inside, and 10 months later we're here. But this biological system of our wombs, it goes deeper than that. And I think that the biological system not only plays one of the most important parts in these 3 pathways, but I think if we can understand it just a little bit more, as all of the other women before me today in this last 8 hours, 9 hours have said, if we can tune in and tap in to our own body systems, the listening, the getting still, I think we can understand our biological system. I once told a sister many, many years ago that I could actually feel myself ovulate.
Yes, I can. I could too. Yeah.
And she was floored. She was like, "What do you mean?" I said, "When I'm really tapped in, I can feel myself ovulate. One month is the left side. The next month is the right side.
Yeah.
The next one, because it switches off."
Right.
Well, I could actually feel that. And I could actually feel when I couldn't feel it. And I knew I messed up, either it was a pregnancy going on, or I was stressed out. I was eating wrong. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel it. So this biological system as a pathway of understanding our womb is really, really important. The second pathway is this seeing your womb as this neurological and hormonal communicator, right? That's big. We'll get to that. And then the third way, or the third pathway I've developed, is that the womb, this is my favorite, the womb as this ancestral spiritual vessel of memory and creation. And that doesn't often get talked about. As far as our womb being a vessel for memories. And so I think these 3 pathways are pretty important. So really quick, well, not really quick, but briefly, let me look at how we think about the way our bodies are supposed to respond on the biological pathway. So I just gave you that example where I said, when I was having menstrual cycles, I could physically feel myself ovulate 1 month on the left side, the next month on the right side. And that took me years to figure out that that's what was happening in my body. Although, Ashay, I was feeling it and didn't know where to connect it and how.
Right. Yes. Yeah. You didn't know how to name it.
Yes. I didn't know how to, I thought, is this a cramp? Or
is this gas?
Is this gas? Was the sex too rough last night?
Right.
I didn't know how to connect it.
Right.
That's important because a lot of us move through the thoughts of that. Mm-hmm. And we don't trust our instincts to connect biologically to our bodies, and especially our uterus.
Right.
I think we've been heavily imprinted, Ashay, with learning how to distrust ourselves. Yeah. And so that plays out in every aspect of our lives. So if you've lived in survival mode, like you're skipping meals and you're pushing through exhaustion, some of the things that all the women have said today, if you're holding everything together, well, guess who's holding it? Your womb's holding it for you.
Right.
And she feels it. She feels it when she gets tight. I laughed and screamed when the sister said, you know, when you get your bubble guts and you got immediately, you got a boo-boo. I was like, yes. Yes. Yeah. But the reality is that's what she said was a true biological response to the body, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of us don't pay attention like that. And so our wombs as women, they get overlooked and they become numb, you know.
Yeah.
Our wombs become numb to our biological pathway. Even though it's still happening, it's not happening. And so we kind of tap out. So the biological pathway is built in that way. And then the other thing that I've realized is that our wombs are responsive. She ain't passive, baby. She reacts.
Yes. Yes.
She reacts to my stress, my nutrition, my sleep or lack thereof, my inflammation in the body, trauma, past trauma, present trauma, or even if you're thinking about some trauma, you know, she responds.
Right.
And then we get the pain, the irregular.
And you know what, sis? Can I stop you when you say even if you're thinking about some trauma? This is why when I'm doing classes, I let people tell their womb story one time, because most people's womb story is just enmeshed with trauma. Your body hears that over and over, and it keeps living that. You cannot tell your traumatic stories and not think that you're not still living in trauma. Can't keep telling those stories.
I like that. And I like that telling it one time. That's some good elder. That's when you know you're in the elder wisdom. Right. That's good. That's a good practice. That's a good practice. Actually, I'm gonna have to talk to you offline about that. The behind that. Yeah. So yes, you're absolutely right. And a woman that experiences like these painful cycles may believe that something is wrong with her womb, but biologically, her womb is just responding to all of the things, like you said, the impending doom or the impending trauma. The doctor and several of the other speakers spoke about chronic cortisol levels. That's really important. And
I see you really like the doctor's thing. You put a lot of stuff up there.
Yeah, it was really, really informative. Another thing that I did notice too in my own journey of understanding the biological system of my womb was mineral depletion.
Wow, that's a big one.
We don't know. I think another sister said, we don't know what we don't know until we don't, we know it.
Yeah.
So you don't know that the soda, the honey bun, the hot Cheetos, all the things.
The wings
are all contributing to other issues, but the womb is really taking on the brunt force of this deposit of these things. And then your cycle comes and you can't move. You're totally debilitated. Did you ever consider it was what you ate during the month that that responds? I want to thank Queen Afua, who really brought a lot of that information in to us. And she's one of our queen mothers, and she really laid the groundwork for especially women of color to really look at like the biological effects of the womb and what you're doing to it. So that's one of the pathways that I experienced my womb health. The second one, Shay, is our womb as a neurological and hormonal communicator. When our hormones are off, that disturbs and it shakes things up in our womb. And I know that our womb is deeply connected to our nervous system and our endocrine system. And so what I've experienced is that's my seat of intuition. That's my seat of how I regulate my emotions. It's also the seat of my energy, my real-time energy. So, things like, like the chronic stress and the emotional overwhelm, I think that they don't just live in the mind. I think they settle in the lower, in the lower part of our body, and especially in our womb.
Yeah.
Let's see. The hormonal communication with our womb is just as important as the neurological one. Our womb communicates with the hypothalamus. What else? Our pituitary, our adrenals, our thyroid. Yeah. So all of those things are signaling, hormone signaling. They look to me, they always look like these little people, these little miniature people inside our body that, they go out like a firefighter to figure out what's going on so they can get it back in balance, hoping that you're going to put the right thing in.
You're going to help. You're going to help. You're going to bring the water. You're going to bring the greens. Yeah, you're going to help. Yeah.
You're going to bring the rest. You're going to bring the sleep, or you're going to bring any of these things that help.
Right.
So a good example of this is, when those periods of time in your life where you feel rushed, or like you're rushing your moments. You're rushing your moments. You're being very, very loud in your head. Life is demanding. You're being demanding. Well, guess what? Your womb is listening to all of the things, right?
All of the things.
You went to sleep, but you was thinking in your sleep.
Yeah.
Our womb is receiving all of those things, and she is so gentle.
Yes.
She's so gentle and so very beautiful, right? Yeah. So she's my diamond. She's my diamond. Yeah. And the amount of shit that I've laid on her and in her, she shouldn't
responding at all, huh?
Yes. So this hormonal neurological communication system that we have going on between our head, our heart, and our womb is real. And a lot of times it just goes from here. It bypasses our heart, it's our womb, and then our womb soaks up, all of the residual.
Yeah.
And then this last pathway, which is, I consider it to be my real journey, is how I have worked with my womb as this ancestral spiritual vessel of memory and creation. For me, these experiences they hold eons of my lineage, right? I was once the egg of my great grandma.
Yeah.
Woman. I was once the egg of the first mother.
Yeah.
So in the physical part of that, that's the scientific part. But in the ancestral memory of that, we also carry the legacy in our wombs that come through in the cells of those eggs. And when we begin to process and look at the traumas of our womb, we want to also dial it back from the physical aspect and begin to look at the things that are deeply embedded within our generation, right? Think about what is the story about your mother to be true when she was carrying you. Let me repeat that. Mm-hmm. What is the story that you know to be true about your mother when she was carrying you? If most of us were to get the full story and the truthful, the honest story.
Yeah. Our feelings will be hurt.
Because what? Mama was stressed out, right? Mama
she was 19.
She was 14.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It could have been a pregnancy that was wanted or unwanted. It could have been a pregnancy of force or choice.
Yeah.
All the things.
All the things.
So we carry the memory in ourselves of what our mothers went through, right? Which is why we need to give ourselves a lot of grace and ease, thus allowing us to give our mothers grace and ease, because we don't know what the journey was for them.
But so, you know how in our group we'll say, Don't do that. You're going to mark the baby. It is basic knowledge amongst us that if something is too much, it's going to mark the pregnancy. We know this, you know?
Yeah. I haven't heard that saying in a long time. But our ancestors knew, right? And they didn't have AI and they didn't have science and they didn't have, but they knew what they knew, especially the mothers. They knew what they knew, the aunties, the big mamas, they knew what they knew.
Yes.
And so if we can begin to dial it back a little, to look at these inherited patterns, we can recognize their influence and then embark on a journey, to really, really heal our wounds. I want, I'd like for those who will play this back and those who are watching, I want you to think about, like, if you were to go down this rabbit hole, of the journey of your legacy, your maternal legacy, you would be filled with aha moments, deep gratitude, remorse, sadness, joy, all of these uncharted feelings that your body probably has been going through, things that you can't answer. I don't know why that's happening. Well, a lot of it is ancestral. And so, I want you to look at your body as a whole unit and not just part and parcel. And we have to stop separating our uterus from our legacy.
I always like to tell women that when your grandmother got pregnant with your mother, all of the eggs that your mother was going to ever have was in her body at that time.
True.
So that's what she was just saying when she said your grandmother, reflected on you as an egg.
Right.
And that's where you get the spiritual memories and all of this, because, she didn't stop living when she got pregnant, and all of the other things, the marking and the lack of food or whatever it was, all of that is on you,
That's true.
Yeah.
Now, when we talk about the spiritual, so we looked at those first two pathways. So now we're looking at the ancestral, and we're going to layer that with the spiritual aspects of the womb. So when you begin to, or when you live in a state of kind of ignoring, like, this inner knowing that you have,
intuition.
When you stay in unhealthy places or spaces or with people, relationships, you're overworking, you're silencing your truth. What else? Throw some things in there. You manifest all this womb tension, right?
Yes.
That starts in our head, or what my tradition teaches as the Ori. It starts in your head. And so what is your inner consciousness saying to you about your womb? Like, what is your relationship? And are you having a direct spiritual relationship, with our womb? And if you're not, how can you start to get in alignment so that you're able to do that, from a perspective that really, really heals you? Are you speaking your ashe, or your life force? Are you speaking that into your womb? Are you telling yourself in the mirror, "Ooh, girl, I could lose 80 pounds. And the way my nose," are you telling yourself those things? Or are you in the mirror saying, "You know what? I could lose 80 pounds, but I still look good."
I'm fine.
Right. Like, what are you saying? What ashe? What is your ashe? What is your prayer? What is your life force energy doing for your womb spiritually? Because it's a relationship. Your womb is the primary container for your prayers and your ashe. When your prayers and your ashe are blocked, you are stagnant creativity. You are stagnated. Your creativity, you've got all these ideas, you can't get them out, or you're the person who's got all the ideas and you're trying to do all the things, because it works the same way.
Right.
but you know, when you feel a little bit better, you notice I didn't say feel totally good. I said when you begin to feel a little bit better about yourself daily as a woman, that returns vitality to your mind. That returns, you know, this great vitality to your heart, and it definitely, sends good vitality to your womb. I think these ancestral imprints, Eshe, are essential to our emotional intelligence, the way our body responds, and how we respond in nature. Because you know, nature is always it always sets the standard of how we can work, you know, to be in balance. If you look in nature, nature does exactly what it's supposed to do all the time, unless man is fooling around with it, right? And
which is where we at,
right? So if we can go back, if we can dial it back just one generation, for most of us, just one generation, some of us 2 generations, maybe 3. But if you're African American, or you're indigenous to this land, you could typically dial it back one generation to find one healer in your family, right?
Yeah.
And I don't mean the healer, they didn't have to call themselves a herbalist, a hoodoo woman. Your aunt was a healer because she had a garden.
Yeah. Or she was a midwife.
Your aunt was a healer because she had, she delivered the babies in the neighborhood.
Yep.
So most of us we can dial it back one generation to somebody. And if you don't know anybody, it's because nobody ever thought it was important enough to talk about that person.
Exactly. That is exactly right. Yeah.
And their gifts. No, they didn't make it to college, but they had the College of Universal knowledge and wisdom.
Yeah.
You know, like my great grandmother. So as we begin to look at these pathways of healing our womb, I think it's important for just women to keep in mind that we say the word and we use the word holistically, but you really have to look into what does my wholeness look like? W instead of H. What does my wholeness
definitely look like? W? Yeah.
What does my wholeness look like? And for many of us, it is a stable mind. We're feeling passionate about something. We're doing the things we love. We love the things we do. We feel good about ourselves, but that's a process. And I don't think any of us fully ever arrive totally free. But I think that there are really small steps that you can take, each of us as women can take, to lift ourselves up in the journeys of healing our wombs, and then thus reaching out to the community and doing the same for other women, because we all have these gifts, tools, and talents, and when we pull them together, we can heal everybody's womb. Really, we really can, and hopefully heal this nation, because this country needs to be run by some really women. Yeah.
Women. Yeah. The Wombiverse Wisdom Collective. This is an organization that's been put on my heart so many times I can't ignore it anymore. You know, those kind of things, Yeah. And it's basically a global professional organization in which we are going to maintain and preserve ethical preservation of womb healing traditions from all over the world. And we exist for women who value depth over trends, wisdom over performance, and accountability in womb-centered work. You done heard me say 7 times at least about these people telling lies on social media.
Ugh. Yeah. Eshe, do you feel like 2020 really ushered in like
the decade of lies?
Girl. 2020 feels like, to me, now maybe because I hit perimenopause in 2020, but 2020 felt like to me that every time you turned around, somebody was an authority on something.
That's what we're dealing with. Everybody wants to be an influencer. Everybody wants to be an authority. If they have to lie to do it, they're willing to do that.
Now listen, do what you do. I don't mess with anybody's hustle. Do what you do, right? But this tradition of mine, this healing centered tradition of mine,
earth-based healing centered tradition of mine, I'm still an apprentice. Still learning every day.
At almost 60. Eshe, you still an apprentice, aren't you?
I'm always learning.
We are always learning. So, you know, it's been interesting to see the shortness of expertise.
half a class, and they out here right next to you.
Well, listen, listen, there's space for everyone. I'm not that type of.
We can't have those lies though.
True.
Because,
True.
You know, the thing is I'm pushing people to do this kind of work because everybody's supposed to have it in their house, meaning in all families. There's supposed to be women who are doing this, but you cannot lie to get women to come to you. You can't tell them that fibroids turn into cancer when you know you had them and they didn't turn into cancer on you.
Where did you can I ask where you heard that from?
Girl, yes, I do. You know, I'm trying to stop. I'm trying not to get into a straight up battle.
Okay, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. Cancel.
But the thing is that, you know, it's inappropriate. We have to police us before somebody else comes in, stomps on all of us and polices all of us, you know?
You're right. And it's happening. It's happening already. We're losing women at an alarming rate, probably more than ever in the last, 60 or 70 years.
And it's gonna be more because we all know why, yeah. But the thing is, though, is that those of us who know have a responsibility to those who don't know. And that's what I said to you. This whole thing is because women don't know what they don't know.
True. That's true.
And if we sit there and let these kind of things go on, we are actually signing up for that. And we are complicit. And it's a lot of complicity going on right now. We cannot keep doing this in all areas of our life. The complicity has to stop. And if you don't say something, you signing up and you agreeing, and you are just as bad as they are. And that's why we have to do something.
I say.
I mean, the thing is that, like you said, I'm not about squashing people's desire to step outside of the average or whatever.
Right.
But you can't do it and you hurting people because they're not using their time well to heal because they over here fooling with you and you lying. Or you using notes from somebody else's practice.
Oh, now, you wanted to end like this, didn't you? You wanted to end like this. You wanted it in. You said, this is the way we're going to end this tonight.
The thing is that it just has to be some morality, some spiritual work. If you obviously haven't done your spiritual work, you who you mad at because you hurting people, know. And it's on all of us. It's incumbent on all of us to do the right thing. And if they can't do the right thing, what we're supposed to do is say, that's not the right thing because that's a lie. Simple enough.
Yeah. Yep. No lies detected.
No lies detected. No brag, just facts. So, but I think that, there's something there for them, just not that aspect of it. Just be a coach and just motivate people. Just if you want to tell people, run, just do it. If you want to just keep the stick on people, then you could do that.
Yeah.
But don't couple it with something that's this crucial, where you're going to show people, you're going to push people into the scalpel.
Listen, every client that I've ever had that has come and had deep wound issues, they get referral straight to you. That's your, you know what I'm saying? That's your expertise.
Yeah.
I wouldn't refer someone who's come for a womb issue to a foot doctor.
I know. But
so you like you said, there's a lot of one certificate wonders.
And the thing is you and I are crafting and working these herbs and talking to people and helping them heal, motivating, well, patting them, massage, all of this. And the people who are lying, they got all day to lie. They just pull up their phone, they walking and lying, No, we got to stop this.
Yeah. Ooh.
It has to stop.
You're right. No, you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right.
And you know what? And the thing is that I remember back in the day, I remember one time I was talking to my granddaddy, and you just get excited, and you're a kid and you jumping all over and you just asking one question after another. And Granddaddy, what about this one? He said, baby, don't start me to lying, because you got too much people's attention. You got too much, of a stage. And now you done started lying. That's what happens when you have nothing else to deliver or give. The lying starts. I learned that from my granddaddy when I was a little kid.
Yeah, my prayer is always that that they do. I know there is going to be some harm done, but that the harm is as least as possible, and that those who can be, those people can be led to better resources and solid people in the industry and in the field, and in the genres, in the specialty areas, will be led to those who can really make an impact, a good impact.
Well, what happens is that 8 and 9 out of 10 African American women have some type of womb issue. This is a lot of people that's available, and different people gonna vibe with different folks.
True.
If you've been talking to them on a regular basis on your way to serving the hamburgers, then they feel like they know you. They might trust you, and now you done started lying to them.
See, this is a whole different marathon. It's a whole different marathon right here.
You know what? the sister, she was saying that I have a fierce protective love.
Yeah, she said that you do.
It's a mission.
But you always have had it. Yeah. And I have it too. Listen, you can't get anywhere by being young and foolish, right? No. You can. Right. It could look like it, but not really. Right. So there's an elder ahead of me who has the wisdom, the knowledge, the staying power. They got there through some different modalities. And in order for me to be even able to soak up a inkling of that, I too have to have some staying power, some that. I can't be fly by night and not be serious about the work I'm doing.
Right.
You can't be, Eshe, my gosh, I've heard people say, well, I haven't even heard of her. What? You ain't heard of her? You ain't heard? Who specializes in wombs. I can remember at least 15 years ago sending a referral to you, and they pulled up, it was when you, I don't know if you still have it on the website, you used to have a picture of a fibroid and a penny or a dime, a quarter. Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
This sister, she said, she called me back. I don't know if I can, I'm gonna be calling her Sabande, because is that picture even real? I said,
oh well. you choosing your path, sis. You choose. I tell you that there was a woman, she told me this story. She said she got off the bus crying in Baltimore. And when she got off the bus, another sister that she knew said, sis, why are you crying? And it was a white girl there too. And she says, girl, I just came from the doctor and he told me that I need to have a hysterectomy and I don't want a hysterectomy. The white girl says, well, you need to call that womb sister down there in Atlanta, because she been helping people have babies and they've been birthing those fibroids. So you ain't got to cry. All you got to do is call her.
Wow.
On the bus stop in Baltimore.
That's what I'm saying. So you see how people, we got two whole different reactions.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's that type of exchange. It's that type of, well, not exchange. It's that type of mindset that will keep a lot of people sick.
Yes.
It's going to keep a lot of people sick. I say we stay in the pocket of what we do. You've been a blessing to the community and a blessing to Sisters Wombs, and I'm gonna stay in my lane. And
you said I'm not gonna have nobody cancel me. You know what? I ain't putting all their business in the street, because I will make sure that the other folks know, because they already know. Why would I ask them don't do something that they know they shouldn't be doing? They know that this is wrong. They know that that's not true. They know that they had surgery to remove the fibroids, and I am okay with that, especially if you done got to me late. We might need to have a clean slate, and then you ain't gonna have to worry about them growing back, because another sister was just on here and we all know they grow back, and it's not they grow back. They left the little fibroids in there, and those grow because there's room now. And you keep doing the same thing you've been doing. You stayed with the same crazy. You stayed in the same crazy job. You hate where you live. You hate your mama. You hate all of these things, and you still going. Well, you gotta have a plan.
Right.
You just gave them some things. I give them things, when they come to my courses and classes. But the thing is you cannot remain who you are today and not have what you had a year ago. It's okay to not like the fact that change is a challenge. But that is why.
Say it again. We'll say it again. Eshe, say it. What you say?
Change is a challenge, right? But we can do it. That's why I put up as my motto for this year in 2026, I can do hard things.
Yeah, I like that.
Because there's going to be a lot of hard stuff going on, you know? It was hard for me to take the little chick house out of my garage, and the chickens, they done grew up outside in the yard now, and the chick house was still in the garage. We have different things that we just don't want to do.
Right.
So, but we have to tell ourselves, I can do hard things and go to it, This is one of those things. Do you know how long I had this idea about, it wasn't this name. I created the name on Thursday because this is all I did on Thursday. I know that I am a channel for universal energy. If I ask the creator for something and sit, I am going to get it. We all know this, but most of the time we chanting up wrong stuff.
Right.
So, so we have to chant up the stuff that we truly want, And I wanted a name that was going to work for generations. The Wombniverse Wisdom Collective.
Yeah, I
You
like
in
that.
there. You already in there.
Oh, all right. All right.
Well, I see you know what? I love talking to you. We got to do more things. You just right there in Tennessee. I'm just right here in Atlanta. We got to do more things together. I know you were on your sabbatical, and I pulled you off because I told you they don't know what they don't know, sis. Please.
That's true.
You know?
That's true. What I need to say. Thank you again for pulling me on. This was a great idea, and I can't imagine not doing this work and not being surrounded by other sisters who are steadfast in the work. So thank you, Ashe, for all that you have been doing as an herbalist, as an African-American trailblazer in the field of holistic health and women's wellness. You know, I'm giving you your flowers now.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Help me after this, right?
I'm giving you your flowers now. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I can't help myself, you know, and that's that intuition you were talking about earlier. You got to listen, and I train. Listen to that. You could call it your God voice. You can call it the little voice. You could call it whatever. But that voice is what protects you, what guides you, and what puts you in the place where you need to be, so that the things that you want, you recognize them when you have your goals detailed, written out. You see it when it shows up.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah. And you know, our resident director and producer in California, I guess she used the California time, so she's here now.
Oh.
You know, I put everything EST, but she came on West Coast time, and I guess it's about 4:30 there now.
That's early for her.
Yeah, it's her time now.
Mm-hmm.
So she popped in, and I appreciate it because she has multiple things that she does. Also, Ia, you've been great. We're doing this monthly with something.
Okay.
You know? So in March, we're going to do the Women's History Month. So I'm planning that now, so we have the time to get it together, and I want you to be there.
All right, March.
And that way we'll have something more for you to talk about, and you have a little bit more time.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
do.
you so very much.
Thank you.
There's our actress.
Hey, girl, I was doing the farmer's market. I was doing the farmer's market before this time, so this was
Not the
time I
acting
could come
today,
on.
Yeah.
No acting today. Farmer's market selling vegan goodies.
Vegan goodies. That's
All right,
good.
good night,
That's
y'all.
good. That's good. Well, we want to have you. We want to have you go ahead. She did a film.
Okay.
The F Word.
Yes.
To the womb wellness, and she and I have been introduced through a woman who actually did the fibroid birthing. The fibroid that you talked about next to the quarter
Was my friends.
That's her
Wow.
friend, and she was the one who introduced us, and we just took up with each other and have not broken any space at all in all these years.
Well, what's the likelihood? What's the probability that I would have brought that picture up in that scenario?
I know.
Yeah.
Especially with her sitting right there backstage listening to the whole story. She knew it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was like, you should let me talk to that person because that was a real picture. It was my friend's picture. My friend knew that I was working on a documentary on fibroids, and she said, "Oh my gosh!" Well, I went to this herbalist, Ashe, the herb sister, and she helped me pass a fibroid. I was like, "Girl, that's impossible." I said, I interviewed Dr. Stanley West, the author of The Hysterectomy Hoax. I was in the operating room with my crew, filming him as he did a myomectomy, and I saw how the fibroid was in there. I was like, that's not possible. And then she showed me a picture. I was like, yeah, let me go down to Atlanta and meet the sister.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, anything the body builds, the body can, disseminate. It's not one direction only, but that's how we have become, thinking that it can only go in, but we can't get it out, and Ian and myself, we can make stuff that you would only think about in a chem lab and it'll work,
And most of my formulas are my great grandmother's formulas. So I haven't changed them, so they're old formulas, you know.
Traditional.
Yeah, they're really old formulas. So
yeah.
I knew the passing of the fibroid was real.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And we had already went through several different doctors to make sure what was happening before we even put it out there. I mean, you know, we're not that kind where we don't, you know, do our background and do our checks and get our information and our ducks in a row, as my daddy say, you know. The ducks are always in a row over here.
Yeah.
But Sean, tell us, how's that film going?
Oh, so happy you asked. So, you know, it's so wonderful to be flexible. It's so wonderful to have people who are smarter than you on your team.
Yeah.
And so we started out doing a documentary many years ago. So many years ago that my sister locks, which are now waist length, were like neck length when I started this documentary.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yes. So one of the co-producers of the documentary, Robin Green Arrington, who used to be vice president. Yes. Okay. Wow. What a small world.
Yeah.
She said to me a couple of months ago, she said, I think you should pivot. She said, the landscape of documentaries is changed now. She said, and I think you should take the audio from your documentary and start doing podcasts.
Yes.
And I talked to the rest of my team members about it, and some of them were like, oh my gosh, that's a genius idea. And some of them were like, I don't know, I signed on to do a documentary. So I did not let that deter me. I got with an amazing editor who had edited a web series that I was in a couple of years ago. And she watched all 55 hours of that footage.
Wow.
And we came up with storylines and stories. And we now have 2 episodes on anywhere you can get podcasts. So Spotify, you know, SoundCloud, YouTube. It's F-Word Fibroid Stories. And we just took some of that footage. So we plan on doing more episodes, but we have to raise more money because she's not cheap to do some more episodes and really feature, you know, like you, Aisha, and other people that we interviewed, and do some more podcasts. But they came out amazing. The sound was impeccable. I wasn't even expecting it to sound like that. And we put it out there, and it's called F-Word Fibroid Stories. YouTube, Spotify, SoundCloud, everywhere that you can you get your podcast. And so we just did the little pivot, and it's amazing. And so recently, what we did also was interviewed just a couple of more people just to get some like current stuff. So that and it'll be shorter than the episodes we have now. The episodes that are on now are like 20 minutes, 15 minutes. There's a pilot episode and then a first episode. And Rhonda Ross is featured in the not the pilot episode. The pilot episode is me telling my story. And then the next episode is Rhonda Ross and Robin Green Arrington are featured in the second episode. And Rhonda Ross, for those who don't know, is Diana Ross's oldest daughter, the one that she had with Berry Gordy.
Right.
And she's also a co-producer of the doc. And so we just, you know, you pivot, you do what you need to do.
Well, you know what? Anything that was going on pre-pandemic has to be pivoted now. That's a different world. We're in another world now.
Absolutely. And I just feel so blessed that it turned out. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, in the future, you know, it would be great to still do, you know, like a hour-long documentary for maybe like a woman-centered network or something like that. But we didn't want to wait another minute. We said, we have this footage, let's do something with it. And we did something with it.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a dream. Congratulations.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I learned a lot from her being here with her film crew and filming, because one of the things I recognize, number one, whenever you're doing an event, you put a sign out on the street to say anybody that crossed this line and come in here is given automatic permission for film, camera, you know, quotes, every single thing, because we had a sister that came late and we were all in the middle of everything we were doing. Not only did she come late, but she came right up the stairs and came and sat in the very middle of everything that was going on, right in front of the camera practically.
Wow.
And then she proceeded to keep interrupting me to ask questions. And then at the end, when we went to her with the forms that she was supposed to sign, she says, no, I have my work shirt on and I don't want to be on camera. And she took over the film. But they were creative. They made her voice turn into Charlie Brown's teacher. And wow, 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 wow.
And we had so much footage. We interviewed you by yourself. We interviewed women who had flown in from all over the world. You had like little sections that focused on different things. We had those interviews. So we have a lot of footage. But I'll never forget the thing that stands out to me, and I always share this with people when I'm telling them about you, is I asked you, I was like, why are your herbs working? What you doing? How come your stuff is? And you were like, you got the formulations from the ancestors. I was like, yeah.
Some of them I did dream. Some of them,
yeah.
And dreams kept coming, and I kept adding, and yeah.
Yeah, that's a sign of the true master.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
That's a sign of women just tapping in and listening, and surrendering. To the voice, to the real voice in their head.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. To the positive one. We got those other ones. Yeah. We got some great ones.
We got the other ones.
Right, we got the other ones.
It's all right. But you got to know how to, girl, be quiet now. I'm trying to.
Right. To sift through them. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But you know what? That's why it's also important how our mothers react to us. Because when I was like 9 years old, my big mama died. She appeared at the bottom of my bed. And she told me, she says, and I was kind of surprised. And then she says, well, tell your mama everything gonna be all right. I go downstairs to the kitchen. My mama is crying as she's cooking, which I don't want that food. But, I said, Mama, why are you crying? And she just kept crying and doing whatever. And I said, Big Mama just was up in my room at the end of the bed, and she told me to tell you everything gonna be all right. My mama stopped, dropped everything, eyes got big, and turned around and looked at me and said, what? And Big Mama says it's gonna be all right. She just hugged me, she stopped crying, and she did a nice brunch, breakfast, whatever it was she was making, because she knew that I didn't know.
Right.
She knew. That's why she was crying, but I didn't know. So for my big mama to come at the bottom of my bed and tell me that, she knew that I had that connection. And she did not tell me that I was evil, that was the devil, that was any of the bad stuff that people tell kids when they have a connection with something that's different.
Right.
And say none of that. So I just kept that connection open and kept connecting with it. But you know how that connection gets closed? When you start seeking attention and love from men who don't like the power. That's how it starts getting closed down. You know what I'm talking, Ia. You know what I'm talking, And then when you decide they don't know nothing, and then it builds back up when you start listening to the voice again. But if you stop listening, the voice goes down, down, down till it goes away. And so you have to really nurture it, Yeah. And I know some people gonna think I'm crazy, but I'm not. It's just like Ia said, it's the kind of trust that you put into that energy and the spirit of the wisdom of the universe.
Yeah. Blair Underwood wrote a book about it. I think it's called We Were Here Before, or something like that, but just look up Blair Underwood books, and it shares experiences of young children remembering past lives like that and saying profound things like that to their parents. It's an older book. It's like, I don't know, 15 years old, that book is. I think it was called We Were Here Before or something like that. But it's Blair
I
Underwood.
would be interested in that, because I did that. I mean, if a 9-year-old says that, what else you gonna do? Yeah. So what is your vegan auntie mama? What is it?
Mama Auntie's Vegan Goodies. We finally
I know
got
all of them good mamas in there.
What?
Yes.
Is that a brand? Is that a brand?
It's called Mama Auntie's Vegan Goodies, and I'm Mama Auntie. My niece and nephew. I never had any children of my own because of these fibroids, and but my sister and my brother had children, and I would keep them every year from the time they were like 4 years old until like 10th grade.
Yeah.
And one year, I think they were like maybe 11 or 12 years old. They were in a little huddle, and then they came out the huddle and they said, you're more than an auntie. You're a mama and an auntie.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I named my company Mama Auntie's Vegan Goodies, and we're located in Los Angeles, California, but we have a website and we ship.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so it's www.mamaauntiesvegangoodies.com.
Okay. Yeah. That's super cute. And I that's why I always tell women you can have womb space because you may have had a surgery, but most women have mothered somebody.
Right.
So it's not that they're only the mothers that have somebody come out of their vaginal canal, their birth canal. A lot of mothers out there.
Yeah,
that's right.
And some women come to mother a dream.
Yes.
Some women come to mother a dream.
Yes, that's true.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, she wants to know about the podcast. That's what wants us to say. Can you drop on the chat where the podcast can be found? Spotify and a link to the podcast. She wants a link. You know what we'll do? You could send me the link, or if you go to her Mama Auntie's Vegan Goodies, I'm sure you could have a link there. But I am also going to put up everybody's contact stuff that they want. So if you want your podcast link to Spotify to be there on the site where they registered, I'll put it there, and they can just go right there because they already know where they've been.
Okay. So can I send you the link via text and then you can do it?
Oh, you know me and text. I love text.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send you both links via text.
Okay, text makes it all over right now, and you can move on to the next thing. Yeah. So, other than that, do you have anything coming up that we need to know about?
We have our 18th annual Sacred Waters retreat for women of color coming up May 21st through the 24th.
Is that Memorial Day weekend? No,
it's always Memorial Day weekend.
Okay.
And early bird tickets go on sale for that Friday, January 15th. This year we're featuring High Priestess Yeye Louisa Tish, author Mawaya Bomoni. Who else is on the headliner?
What state and where is it located?
Tennessee, here in Clarksville, Tennessee.
Clarksville, Tennessee, y'all.
Just outside Nashville, 45 minutes outside Nashville. But the website is www.sacredwatersretreat.com, or you can go to the Instagram page to take a look.
Okay. That sounds perfect. Pashan, you have anything coming up that we need to know?
We just trying to, drive eyeballs to the podcast, and in our Instagram page. Instagram is F-Word Documentary. I'll send you that link as well. And then just F-Word Fibroid Stories on wherever you get your podcasts. So we're just trying to really.
We want you in here.
Mm-hmm.
The Womb-Diverse Wisdom Collective. You got the F-Word film, and you talk to all these women, and you're centered in making sure that women can get healed and get the information. Those are the kind of people we want,
Yes.
Yeah. So are we at the real end? Did we only do 10 hours?
You did it, Shay. Yay.
Yes, ma'am. I can do hard things.
I can do hard things.
I can do hard things. And this wasn't even hard, It could have been, a whole lot harder. But well, that's because I understood how to duck out and go to the bathroom. So I got that now. But we are so in love with our circle of women who are willing to do this for you complimentary because they love y'all. And y'all have to show them the reciprocal love. Go to their websites, go see what they have, go to take their classes, do all of those things because they was willing to invest in you, and you have to be willing to invest in them. And that's one of the things, you know, a lot of times we don't get is that when you pull these kinds of things together, it's pulling 50 people's schedules, because it's not just the people we looking at, it's their kids, they partners, their, you know, their clinical schedule. All of that is going on at the same time for them to be here. You heard Pashawn say she's running in from the farmer's market.
Right.
You know? I mean, we all got a million things that we do, and we keep doing them, and we add more stuff on. And I appreciate it because I know we do not know what we do not know. And so, and I'm gonna read some of the stuff the sisters are putting here. The one that asked about the podcast, we got that. Then we got so glad to have presented and learned from the other presenters. This was powerful. This is how I enjoy spending my day. That was Joy. Then we have another one, congratulations. And another one, here's the YouTube link. Another one, thank you for holding sacred space, Noel. Another one, G. Wilson. Here's the Mama Auntie's link as well. She done already put your Mama's Auntie stuff here. You know, and it appears links don't show in the chat. That's okay. We'll still show up. I mean, so I appreciate all of y'all participating, paying attention. Some of these sisters have been here for the entire day.
Thank you.
The entire day, you know. So I'm going to indulge in my mineral bath with the Epsom salt that I've been doing every single day for 7 years.
What?
Yes, ma'am. You know, I started it pre-pandemic, and when the pandemic came, I needed it, you know?
Okay.
You know, and then my skin was just so gorgeous and beautiful. And, you know,
it was that before you started taking them baths, baby.
But you know what? I'm 68 and I'm happy about it, you know?
I know. Listen.
Yeah, I'm happy about it, you know?
Like fine wine.
Well, the thing is that, you know, when you say, I want to look like that, you should have saw Dr. Marilyn on here. That's who you want to look. I mean, she's out here doing her belly dancing, still got a curve in her waist and the whole nine. I mean, it's about how you take care of yourself.
True.
You know? And you said you was 60. I'm like, 60 where? Where you 60 at? The glasses 60?
No, I still got 3 years, but I'm
almost okay. Yeah, I'm going to say, because you definitely are a good looking 60. But that's how you're going to look when you're 60, you know? So what I want is for sisters to recognize, and they come up to me and say, whatever you're taking is what I want to take. you know, whatever you're doing is what I want to do, you know? But we want to make sure that we are, you know, not having so many barriers to the basic functions of life, you know? We want to make sure that we are giving people the tools to do this, you know? The things that our grandmothers did, our great-grandmothers did, you know? And the thing is that, you know, many of these younger women, their grandmother is my age. Their great-grandmother might be my age.
Or my age.
Or your age.
Yeah.
You know?
That's true.
So it's a different crew. It's a different crew. And so sometimes, you know, I say this too. Age does not equal wisdom.
Say, what'd you say?
Age does not equal wisdom. You know? Some of us are blessed with your great-grandmother, with my daddy, with my herbalist great aunt, Henrietta. Some of us have those things, and some of us don't.
A lot of us missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we got to fill in the gap.
Yeah.
Stand in the gap, and we got to do that kind of thing. So I appreciate everybody who was here today, everybody who is going to continue to come to our events. You know, we're going to have to give them a love offering next time. So y'all going to have to pay next time, you know. people got to keep their stuff rolling with, you know. So that's the thing I was going to say. A lot of times we don't understand the depth of what it takes to keep a business running as African American people. You know, I've had people actually call me and say, oh, I saw your brochure in a bag that I moved in 12 years ago, and I thought I'd call you to see if you're still in business.
Yeah.
I say, oh, you know what? No thanks to you, sis, but I'm glad to hear from you now.
Yeah, that's a real discussion, though.
That's a real discussion.
That's a real discussion. I've been in business since college. That's a real discussion.
Yes, it is. You know, and it can be quite the challenge when you are trying to do this kind of thing, making sure that women that you know have, you know, different barricades to care, barricades to information. You got to make sure they get the information so they can stop being, used and abused, because that's the whole crux of this illness. You know,
right.
this condition is being used and abused. We can't keep that going, you know? And so, but, you know, we want to let them know that we are here, but we do need their support. We do need them to buy from us, to tell their friends. Mm-hmm. Don't tell your friend, okay, you go try it, and after you've been on it for 3 months, then I'll go try it. You can't do that. Everybody is different, and how it's going to work on you is based on your life.
Right, it's going to be different on somebody else.
It's going to be different on somebody else. Yeah. But that's not helping any of us to stay here when you call me after the flyer been in your bag for 12 years and ask me, am I still in business? So you know I shouldn't be in business. You know it, you know? But I just happen to be that kind. I ain't going nowhere, you know?
Yep. I'm in that club.
You in that club, yeah.
People are like, what are you doing? I'm doing my work. I'm doing my work.
I'm doing my work. I'm doing my mission on the planet.
Yep.
I'm doing what I can't help. This is what I would do. And this is why we're here. We would do this for free if we didn't have to pay AT&T, you know, or whomever.
But you know, I still do a lot for free. You know what I mean? I still,
I do too. I do too.
It's my but it is also your seven. You know, it's also that it's that memory of. For me, it's the memory of the midwife that never she did the service, but she didn't get to keep the pay. It was the herbalist on the plantation who healed all the people and never got any of the, you know. So I understand the reciprocity of that.
Reciprocity.
Yeah, I understand it. Yeah, I understand the reciprocity of that.
I mean, we will go into. We probably gonna do something in Black History Month just so how we could talk about how the midwives or the mammies, sometimes they call them, if the white man's family was sick, they tried the mercury, which is poison. They tried the leeches. They tried everything. But if they could see that they were still going down, they go get the mammy, the Black woman, and her medicine would work.
Yeah.
Or the Native American woman, and her medicine would work. And then somebody would say, "What did you do?" And they write it down, and then they go give that talk at the American Medical Association, like they created it.
And a man a white man.
It was going to be a man because it was only men doctors.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, there's a lot of history, and I would say herstory in what we are doing.
True.
And we are maintaining the herstory because it's essential. It's essential. You know, we don't take ourselves lightly. We take ourselves seriously. We know what we got. We know who we are, and we continue to put it out there. You know?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm so thankful. This was fantastic. Stay amazing, everyone.
Thank
you so much for doing this.
Oh, thank you for being here. And she said, bottle that energy. I know you're right. I hate to let this moment go because these are unrecapturable. You cannot recapture this, you know? It's a moment in time, and one of these days we'll be talking about this like we talking about the pandemic, you know? So I really, really love all of us putting our energy in here and doing this kind of thing. It's just heartwarming. It's everything for me and all of us, you know? So thank you.
Love y'all.
Love y'all. And now I guess we have to do what I used to do when we were a kid. When you done talked all day at school, you walked home together, you talked all day, and then you got on the phone while you was washing dishes with the cord going across the room, and you talked while you was washing dishes. Then somebody screams, get off the phone. You've been seeing that. You saw them all day. And you say, okay, and you hang up because you can't get away from each other. So I guess that's what we're going to have to do is 5-4, Ovario, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, everybody. Love, love, love.
Love, love, love.
Yep.